Volume 1 of The Mysterious Island, Shipwrecked in the Air. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 1. The hurricane of 1865. Cries in the air. A balloon caught by a waterspout. Only the sea in sight. 5 passengers. What took place in the basket. Land ahead. The end. Are we going up again? No, on the contrary, we're going down. Worse than that, Mr. Smith, we are falling. For God's sake, throw over all the ballast. The last sack is empty. And the balloon rises again? No. I hear the splashing waves. The sea is under us. It is not 500 feet off. Then a strong, clear voice shouted, "Overboard with all we have, and God help us." Such were the words which rang through the air above the vast wilderness of the Pacific toward 4 o'clock in the afternoon on the 23rd of March, 1865. Doubtless no one has forgotten that terrible northeast gale which vented its fury during the equinox of that year. It was a hurricane lasting without intermission from the 18th to the 26th of March. Covering a space of 1,800 miles, drawn obliquely to the equator, between the 35 degrees of north latitude and 40 degrees south, it occasioned immense destruction both in America and Europe and Asia. Cities in ruins, forests uprooted, shores devastated by the mountains of water hurled upon them, hundreds of shipwrecks, large tracts of territory desolated by the waterspouts which destroyed everything in their path. Thousands of persons crushed to the earth or engulfed in the sea. Such were the witnesses to its fury, left behind by this terrible hurricane. It surpassed in disaster those storms which ravaged Havana and Guadeloupe in 1810 and 1825. While these catastrophes were taking place upon the land and the sea, a scene not less thrilling was enacting in the disordered heavens. A balloon caught in the whirl of a column of air, borne like a ball on the summit of a waterspout, spinning around as in some aerial whirlpool, rushed through space with a velocity of 90 miles per hour. Below the balloon, dimly visible through the dense vapor mingled with spray which spread over the ocean, swung a basket containing 5 persons. From whence came this aerial traveler, the sport of the awful tempest? Evidently it could not have been launched during the storm, and the storm had been raging 5 days, its symptoms manifesting themselves on the 18th. It must therefore have come from a great distance, as it could not have traversed less than 2,000 miles in 24 hours. The passengers, indeed, had been unable to determine the course traversed, as they had nothing with which to calculate their position, and it was a necessary effect that, though borne along in the midst of this tempest, they were unconscious of its violence. They were whirled and spun about and carried up and down without any sense of motion. Their vision could not penetrate the thick fog massed together under the balloon. Around them everything was obscure. The clouds were so dense that they could not tell the day from the night. No reflection of light, no sound from the habitations of men, no roaring of the ocean had penetrated that profound obscurity in which they were suspended during their passage through the upper air. Only on their rapid descent had they become conscious of the danger threatening them by the waves. Meanwhile the balloon, disencumbered of the heavy articles, such as munitions, arms, and provisions, had risen to a height of 4,500 feet, and the passengers, having discovered that the sea was beneath them, and realizing that the dangers above were less formidable than those below, did not hesitate to throw overboard everything, no matter how necessary, at the same time endeavoring to lose none of that fluid, the soul of the apparatus, which sustained them above the abyss. The night passed in the midst of dangers that would have proved fatal to souls less courageous, and with the coming of day the hurricane showed signs of abatement. At dawn the emptied clouds rose high into the heavens, and in a few hours more the whirlwind had spent its force. The wind, from a hurricane, had subsided into what sailors would call a 3-reef breeze. Toward 11 o'clock the lower strata of the air had lightened visibly. The atmosphere exhaled that humidity which is noticeable after the passage of great meteors.
It did not seem as if the storm had moved westward, but rather as if it was ended. Perhaps it had flowed off in electric sheets after the whirlwind had spent itself, as in the case with the typhoon in the Indian Ocean. Now, however, it became evident that the balloon was again sinking slowly but surely. It seemed also as if it was gradually collapsing, and that its envelope was lengthening and passing from a spherical into an oval form. It held 50,000 cubic feet of gas, and therefore, whether soaring to a great height or moving along horizontally, it was able to maintain itself for a long time in the air. In this emergency, the voyagers threw overboard the remaining articles which weighted down the balloon, the few provisions they had kept, and everything they had in their pockets, while one of the party hoisted himself into the ring to which was fastened the cords of the net, and endeavored to closely tie the lower end of the balloon. But it was evident that the gas was escaping, and that the voyagers could no longer keep the balloon afloat. They were lost. There was no land, not even an island, visible beneath them. The wide expanse of ocean offered no point of rest, nothing upon which they could cast anchor. It was a vast sea on which the waves were surging with incomparable violence. It was the limitless ocean, limitless even to them from their commanding height. It was a liquid plain, lashed and beaten by the hurricane, until it seemed like a circuit of tossing billows, covered with a network of foam. Not even a ship was in sight. In order, therefore, to save themselves from being swallowed up by the waves, it was necessary to arrest this downward movement, let it cost what it might. And it was evidently to the accomplishment of this that the party were directing their efforts. But in spite of all they could do, the balloon continued to descend, though at the same time moving rapidly along with the wind toward the southwest. It was a terrible situation, this, of these unfortunate men. No longer masters of the balloon, their efforts availed them nothing. The envelope collapsed more and more, and the gas continued to escape. Faster and faster they fell, until at 1 o'clock they were not more than 600 feet above the sea. The gas poured out of a rent in the silk. By lightening the basket of everything, the party had been able to continue their suspension in the air for several hours, but now the inevitable catastrophe could only be delayed, and unless some land appeared before nightfall, voyagers, balloon, and basket must disappear beneath the waves. It was evident that these men were strong and able to face death. Not a murmur escaped their lips. They were determined to struggle to the last second to retard their fall, and they tried their last expedient. The basket, constructed of willow osiers, could not float, and they had no means of supporting it on the surface of the water. It was 2 o'clock, and the balloon was only 400 feet above the waves. Then the voice was heard, the voice of a man whose heart knew no fear, responded to by others not less strong. "Everything is thrown out?" "No, we have 10,000 francs in gold." A heavy bag fell into the sea. "Does the balloon rise?" "A little, but it will soon fall again." "Is there nothing else we could get rid of?" "Not a thing." "Yes, there is the basket." "Catch hold of the net then, and let it go." The cords which attached the basket to the hoop were cut, and the balloon, as the former fell into the sea, rose again 2,000 feet. This was indeed the last means of lightening the apparatus. The 5 passengers had clambered into the net around the hoop, and, clinging to its meshes, looked into the abyss below. Everyone knows the statical sensibility of a balloon. It is only necessary to relieve it of the lightest object in order to have it rise. The apparatus floating in the air acts like a mathematical balance. One can readily understand then that when disencumbered of every weight relatively great, its upward movement will be sudden and considerable. It was thus in the present instance, but after remaining poised for a moment at its height, the balloon began to descend. It was impossible to repair the rent through which the gas was rushing, and the men, having done everything they could do, must look to God for succor. At 4 o'clock, when the balloon was only 500 feet above the sea, the loud barking of a dog, holding itself crouched beside its master in the meshes of the net, was heard. "Top has seen something!" cried one, and immediately afterwards another shouted, "Land! Land!" The balloon, which the wind had continued to carry towards the southwest, had since dawn passed over a distance of several hundred miles, and a high land began to be distinguishable in this direction. But it was still 30 miles to leeward, and even supposing they did not drift, it would take a full hour to reach it. An hour! Before that time could pass, would not the balloon be emptied of what gas remained? This was the momentous question. The party distinctly saw that solid point which they must reach at all hazards. They did not know whether it was an island or a continent, as they were uninformed to what part of the world the tempest had hurried them. But they knew that this land, whether inhabited or deserted, must be reached. At 4 o'clock it was plain that the balloon could not sustain itself much longer. It grazed the surface of the sea, and the crests of the higher waves several times lapped the base of the net, making it heavier, and, like a bird with a shot in its wing, could only half sustain itself. A half hour later, and the land was scarcely a mile distant. But the balloon, exhausted, flabby, hanging in wrinkles, with only a little gas remaining in its upper portion, unable to sustain the weight of those clinging to the net, was plunging them into the sea, which lashed them with its furious billows. Perhaps by this means it would reach the shore. But when only 2 cables' length away, 4 voices joined in a terrible cry. The balloon, though seemingly unable to rise again, after having been struck by a tremendous wave, made a bound into the air as if it had been suddenly lightened of some of its weight. It rose 1,500 feet, and encountering a sort of eddy in the air, instead of being carried directly to land, it was drawn along in a direction nearly parallel thereto. In a minute or two, however, it reapproached the shore in an oblique direction, and fell upon the sand above the reach of the breakers. The passengers, assisting each other, hastened to disengage themselves from the meshes of the net, and the balloon, relieved of their weight, was caught up by the wind, and, like a wounded bird recovering for an instant, disappeared into space. The basket had contained 5 passengers and a dog, and but only 4 had been thrown upon the shore. The 5th one, then, had been washed off by the great wave which had struck the net, and it was owing to this accident that the lighted balloon had been able to rise for the last time before falling upon the land. Scarcely had the 4 castaways felt the ground beneath their feet, than all, thinking of the one who was lost, cried, "Perhaps he is trying to swim ashore! Save him! Let us save him!" End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 2. An episode of the rebellion. The engineer Cyrus Smith. Gideon Spilett. The negro Neb. The sailor Pencroff. The youth Herbert. An unexpected proposal. Rendezvous at 10 o'clock p.m. Departure in the storm. They were neither professional aeronauts nor amateurs in aerial navigation whom the storm had thrown upon this coast. They were prisoners of war, whose audacity had suggested this extraordinary manner of escape. 100 times they would have perished, 100 times their torn balloon would have precipitated them into the abyss, had not Providence preserved them for a strange destiny, and on the 20th of March, after having flown from Richmond, besieged by the troops of General Ulysses Grant, they found themselves 7,000 miles from the Virginia capital, the principal stronghold of the secessionists during that terrible war. Their aerial voyage had lasted 5 days. Let us see by what curious circumstances this escape of prisoners was effected, an escape which resulted in the catastrophe which we have seen. This same year, in the month of February 1865, in one of those surprises by which General Grant, though in vain, endeavored to take Richmond, many of his officers were captured by the enemy and confined within the city. One of the most distinguished of those taken was a Federal staff officer named Cyrus Smith. Cyrus Smith was a native of Massachusetts, an engineer by profession, and a scientist of the first order, to whom the government had given, during the war, the direction of the railways, which played such a great strategic part during the war. A true Yankee, thin, bony, lean, about 45 years old, with streaks of grey appearing in his close-cut hair and heavy moustache. He had one of those fine classical heads that seem as if made to be copied upon medals, bright eyes, a serious mouth, and the air of a practiced officer. He was one of these engineers who began, of his own wish, with the pick and shovel, as there are generals who have preferred to rise from the ranks. Thus, while possessing inventive genius, he had acquired manual dexterity, and his muscles showed remarkable firmness. He was as much a man of action as of study. He moved without effort, under the influence of a strong vitality, and his sanguine temperament defied all misfortunes. Highly educated, practical, clear-headed, this temperament was superb, and always retaining his presence of mind, he combined in the highest degree the three conditions whose union regulates the energy of man: activity of body, strength of will, and determination. His motto might have been that of William of Orange in the 17th century: "I can undertake without hope, and persevere through failure." Cyrus Smith was also the personification of courage. He had been in every battle of the war. After having begun under General Grant, with the Illinois volunteers, he had fought at Paducah, at Belmont, at Pittsburg Landing, at the siege of Corinth, at Port Gibson, at the Black River, at Chattanooga, at the Wilderness, upon the Potomac, everywhere with bravery, a soldier worthy of the general who said, "I never counted my dead." And 100 times Cyrus Smith would have been among the number of those whom the terrible Grant did not count, but in these combats, though he never spared himself, fortune always favored him, until the time he was wounded and taken prisoner at the siege of Richmond. At the same time with Cyrus Smith, another important personage fell into the power of the Southerners. This was no other than the Honorable Gideon Spilett, reporter to the New York Herald, who had been detailed to follow the fortunes of the war with the armies of the South. Gideon Spilett was of the race of astonishing chroniclers. English or American, such as Stanley and the like, who shrink from nothing in their endeavor to obtain exact information and to transmit it to their journal in the quickest manner. The journals of the United States, such as the New York Herald, are true powers, and their delegates are persons of importance. Gideon Spilett belonged in the first rank of these representatives. A man of great merit, energetic, prompt, and ready, full of ideas, having been all over the world, soldier and artist, vehement in council, resolute in action, thinking nothing of pain, fatigue, or danger when seeking information, first for himself and afterwards for his journal, a master of recondite information of the unpublished, the unknown, the impossible. He was one of those cool observers who ride amid the cannon balls, reporting under the bullets, and to whom all perils are welcome. He also had been in all the battles, in the front rank, revolver in one hand and notebook in the other, his pencil never trembling in the midst of a cannonade. He did not tire the wires by incessant telegraphing, like those who speak when they have nothing to say, but each of his messages was short, condensed, clear, and to the purpose. For the rest, he did not lack humor. It was he who, after the affair of Black River, wishing at any price to keep his place at the telegraph wicket in order to announce the result, kept telegraphing for 2 hours the first chapters of the Bible. It cost the New York Herald $2,000, but the New York Herald had the first news. Gideon Spilett was tall. He was 40 years old or more. Sandy-colored whiskers encircled his face. His eyes were clear, lively, and quick-moving. It was the eye of a man who was accustomed to take in everything at a glance. Strongly built, he was tempered by all climates as a bar of steel is tempered by cold weather. For 10 years Gideon Spilett had been connected with the New York Herald, which he had enriched with his notes and his drawings, as he wielded the pencil as well as the pen. When captured, he was making a description and a sketch of the battle. The last words written in his notebook were these: "A Southerner is aiming at me and Gideon Spilett was missed, so, following the invariable custom, he escaped unscratched. Cyrus Smith and Gideon Spilett, who knew each other only by reputation, were both taken to Richmond. The engineer recovered rapidly from his wound, and it was during his convalescence that he met the reporter. The two soon learned to appreciate each other. Soon their one aim was to rejoin the army of Grant and fight again in the ranks for the preservation of the Union. The two Americans had decided to avail themselves of any chance. But although free to go and come within the city, Richmond was so closely guarded that an escape might be deemed impossible. During this time Cyrus Smith was rejoined by a devoted servant. This man was a negro, born upon the engineer's estate, of slave parents, whom Smith, an abolitionist by conviction, had long since freed. The negro, though free, had no desire to leave his master, for whom he would have given his life. He was a man of 30 years, vigorous, agile, adroit, intelligent, quick, and self-possessed, sometimes ingenious, always smiling, ready, and honest. He was named Nebuchadnezzar, but he answered to the nickname of Neb. When Neb learned that his master had been taken prisoner, he left Massachusetts without waiting a moment, arrived before Richmond, and, by a ruse, after having risked his life 20 times, he was able to get within the besieged city. The pleasure of Cyrus Smith on seeing again his servant, and the joy of Neb in finding his master, cannot be expressed. But while he had been able to get into Richmond, it was much more difficult to get out, as the watch kept upon the Federal prisoners was very strict. It would require an extraordinary opportunity in order to attempt an escape with any chance of success. And that occasion not only did not present itself, but it was difficult to make. Meanwhile, Grant continued his energetic operations. The victory of Petersburg had been vigorously contested. His forces, reunited to those of Butler, had not as yet obtained any result before Richmond, and nothing indicated an early release to the prisoners. The reporter, whose tiresome captivity gave him no item worthy of note, grew impatient. He had but one idea, to get out of Richmond at any risk. Many times, indeed, he tried the experiment, and was stopped by obstacles insurmountable. Meanwhile, the siege continued, and as the prisoners were anxious to escape in order to join the army of Grant, so there were certain of the besieged no less desirous to be free to join the army of the secessionists, and among these was a certain Jonathan Foster, who was a violent Southerner. In truth, the Confederates were no more able to get out of the city than the Federal prisoners, as the army of Grant invested it around. The mayor of Richmond had not for some time been able to communicate with General Lee, and it was of the highest importance to make the latter aware of the situation of the city, in order to hasten the march of the rescuing army. This Jonathan Foster had conceived the idea of passing over the lines of the besiegers in a balloon, and arriving by this means in the Confederate camp. The mayor authorized the undertaking. A balloon was made and placed at the disposal of Foster and 5 of his companions. They were provided with arms, as they might have to defend themselves in descending, and food, in case their aerial voyage should be prolonged. The departure of the balloon had been fixed for the 18th of March. It was to start in the night, and with a moderate breeze from the northeast, the party expected to arrive at the quarters of General Lee in a few hours. But the wind from the northeast was not a mere breeze. On the morning of the 18th there was every symptom of a storm, and soon the tempest broke forth, making it necessary for Foster to defer his departure, as it was impossible to risk the balloon and those whom it would carry to the fury of the elements. The balloon, inflated in the great square of Richmond, was all ready, waiting for the first lull in the storm, and throughout the city there was great vexation at the settled bad weather. The night of the 19th and 20th passed, but in the morning the storm was only developed in intensity, and departure was impossible. On this day Cyrus Smith was accosted in one of the streets of Richmond by a man whom he did not know. It was a sailor named Pencroff, aged from 35 to 40 years, strongly built, much sunburnt, his eyes bright and glittering, but with a good countenance. This Pencroff was a Yankee, who had sailed every sea, and who had experienced every kind of extraordinary adventure that a two-legged being without wings could encounter. It is needless to say that he was of an adventurous nature, ready to dare anything, and to be astonished at nothing. Pencroff, in the early part of this year, had come to Richmond on business, having with him Herbert Brown, of New Jersey, a lad 15 years old, the son of Pencroff's captain, and an orphan whom he loved as his own child. Not having left the city at the beginning of the siege, he found himself, to his great displeasure, blocked. He also had but one idea, to get out. He knew the reputation of the engineer, and he knew with what impatience that determined man chafed at his restraint. He did not, therefore, hesitate to address him without ceremony. "Mr. Smith, have you had enough of Richmond?" The engineer looked fixedly at the man who spoke thus, and who added in a low voice, "Mr. Smith, do you want to escape?" "How?" answered the engineer quickly, and it was evidently an inconsiderate reply, for he had not yet examined the man who spoke. "Mr. Smith, do you want to escape?" "Who are you?" he demanded in a cold voice. Pencroff made himself known. "Sufficient," replied Smith. "And by what means do you propose to escape?" "By this idle balloon, which is doing nothing, and seems to me all ready to take us." The sailor had no need to finish his sentence. The engineer had understood all in a word. He seized Pencroff by the arm and hurried him to his house. There the sailor explained his project, which, in truth, was simple enough. They risked only their lives in carrying it out. The storm was at its height, it is true, but a skillful and daring engineer like Smith would know well how to manage a balloon. He himself would not have hesitated to have started had he known how. With Herbert, of course. He had seen many storms, and he thought nothing of them. Cyrus Smith listened to the sailor without saying a word, but with glistening eyes. This was the opportunity, and he was not the man to let it escape him. The project was very dangerous, but it could be accomplished. During the night, in spite of the guards, they might reach the balloon, creep into the basket, and then cut the lines which held it. Certainly they risked being shot, but on the other hand they might succeed, and but without this tempest, the balloon would have been gone, and the long-sought opportunity would not have been present. "I am not alone," said Smith at length. "How many would you want to take?" demanded the sailor. "Two, my friend Spilett and my man Neb." "That would be three," replied Pencroff, "and with Herbert and myself, 5. Well, the balloon can carry 6. "Very well, we will go," said the engineer. This "we" pledged the reporter, who was not a man to retreat, and who, when the project was told him, approved of it heartily. What astonished him was, that so simple a plan had not already occurred to himself. As to Neb, he followed his master whenever his master wanted to go. "Tonight, then," said Pencroff. "Tonight at 10 o'clock," replied Smith, "and pray Heaven that this storm does not abate before we get off." Pencroff took leave of the engineer and returned to his lodging, where he found young Herbert Brown. This brave boy knew the plans of the sailor, and he was not without a certain anxiety as to the result of the proposal to the engineer. We see, therefore, 5 persons determined to throw themselves into the vortex of the storm. The storm did not abate, and neither Jonathan Forster nor his companions dreamed of confronting it in the frail basket. The journey would be terrible. The engineer feared but one thing, that the balloon, held to the ground and beaten down under the wind, would be torn into 1,000 pieces. During many hours he wandered about the nearly deserted square, watching the apparatus. Pencroff, his hands in his pockets, yawning like a man who is unable to kill time, did the same, but in reality he also feared that the balloon would be torn to pieces, or break from its moorings and be carried off. Evening arrived, and the night closed in, dark and threatening. Thick masses of fog passed like clouds low down over the earth. Rain mingled with snow fell. The weather was cold. A sort of mist enveloped Richmond. It seemed as if in the face of this terrible tempest a truce had been agreed upon between the besiegers and the besieged, and the cannon were silent before the heavy detonations of the storm. The streets of the city were deserted. It had not even seemed necessary, in such weather, to guard the square in which swung the balloon. Everything favored the departure of the prisoners, but this voyage, in the midst of the excited elements. "Bad weather," said Pencroff, holding his hat, which the wind was trying to take off, firmly to his head, "but pshaw! It can't last, all the same." At 9:30, Cyrus Smith and his companions glided by different routes to the square, which the gaslights, extinguished by the wind, left in profound darkness. They could not see even the huge balloon, as it lay pressed over against the ground. Besides the bags of ballast which held the cords of the net, the basket was held down by a strong cable passed through a ring fastened in the pavement, and the ends brought back on board. The 5 prisoners came together at the basket. They had not been discovered, and such was the darkness that they could not see each other. Without saying a word, 4 of them took their places in the basket, while Pencroff, under the direction of the engineer, unfastened successively the bundles of ballast. It took but a few moments, and then the sailor joined his companions. The only thing that then held the balloon was the loop of the cable, and Cyrus Smith had but to give the word for them to let it slip. At that moment a dog leaped with a bound into the basket. It was Top, the dog of the engineer, who, having broken his chain, had followed his master. Cyrus Smith, fearing to add to the weight, wanted to send the poor brute back, but Pencroff said, "Pshaw, it is but one more," and at the same time threw overboard 2 bags of sand. Then, slipping the cable, the balloon, shooting off in an oblique direction, disappeared, after having dashed its basket against 2 chimneys, which it demolished in its rush. Then the storm burst upon them with frightful violence. The engineer did not dare to descend through the night, and when day dawned all sight of the earth was hidden by the mists. It was not until 5 days later that the breaking of the clouds enabled them to see the vast sea extending below them, lashed by the winds into a terrific fury. We have seen how, of these 5 men who started on the 20th of March, 4 were thrown, 4 days later, on a desert coast, more than 6,000 miles from this country. And the one who was missing, the one to whose rescue the 4 survivors had hurried, was their leader, Cyrus Smith. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 3. 5 o'clock in the afternoon. The Lost One. The despair of Neb. Search to the northward. The island. A night of anguish. The fog of the morning. Neb swimming. Sight of the land. Fording the channel. The engineer, on the giving way of the net, had been swept away by a wave. His dog had disappeared at the same time. The faithful animal had of its own accord sprung to the rescue of its master. "Forward!" cried the reporter, and all 4, forgetting weakness and fatigue, began their search. Poor Neb wept with grief and despair at the thought of having lost all that he loved in the world. Not more than 2 minutes had passed between the moment that Smith had disappeared and the instant of his companion's landing. They were, therefore, hopeful of being in time to rescue him. "Hunt, hunt for him!" cried Neb. "Yes, Neb, and we will find him," replied Spilett. "Alive?" "Alive." "Can he swim?" demanded Pencroff. "Oh, yes," responded Neb, "and besides, Top is with him." The sailor, looking at the roaring sea, shook his head. It was at a point northward from this shore, and about half a mile from the place where the castaways had landed, that the engineer had disappeared, and if he had come ashore at the nearest point, it was at least that distance from where they were now. It was nearly 6 o'clock. The fog had risen and made the night very dark. The castaways followed northward along the shore of that land upon which chance had thrown them. A land unknown, whose geographical situation they could not guess. They walked upon a sandy soil mixed with stones, seemingly destitute of any kind of vegetation. The ground, very uneven, seemed in certain places to be riddled with small holes, making the march very painful. From these holes great, heavy flying birds rushed forth and were lost in the darkness. Others, more active, rose in flocks and fled away like the clouds. The sailor thought he recognized gulls and sea mews, whose sharp cries were audible above the raging of the sea. From time to time the castaways would stop and call, listening for an answering voice from the ocean. They thought, too, that if they were near the place where the engineer had been, washed ashore, and he had been unable to make any response, that, at least, the barking of the dog Top would have been heard. But no sound was distinguishable above the roaring of the waves and the thud of the surf. Then the little party would resume their march, searching all the windings of the shore. After a walk of 20 minutes, the 4 castaways were suddenly stopped by a foaming line of breakers.
They found themselves upon the extremity of a sharp point upon which the sea broke with fury. "This is a promontory," said a sailor. "It will be necessary to turn back, keeping to the right in order to gain the mainland." "But if he is there?" cried Neb, pointing towards the ocean, whose enormous waves showed white through the gloom. "Well, let us call again." And all together, uniting their voices, uttered a vigorous cry, but without response. They waited for a lull, then tried once more, and again there was no answer. Then the castaways turned back, following the opposite side of the promontory over ground equally sandy and rocky. However, Pencroff observed that the shore was bolder, that the land rose somewhat, and he thought that it might gradually slope up to the high hill which was dimly visible through the darkness. The birds were less numerous on this shore. The sea also seemed less surging and tempestuous, and it was noticeable that the agitation of the waves was subsiding. They hardly heard the sound of the surf, and doubtless this side of the promontory formed a semicircular bay, protected by its sharp point from the long roll of the sea. But by following this direction they were walking towards the south, which was going away from the place where Smith would have landed. After a tramp of a mile and a half, the shore presented no other curve which would permit of a return towards the north. It was evident that this promontory, the point of which they had turned, must be joined to the mainland. The castaways, although much fatigued, pushed on courageously, hoping each moment to find a sudden turn which would take them in the desired direction. What then was their disappointment when, after having walked nearly 2 miles, they found themselves again arrested by the sea, upon a high promontory of slippery rocks. "We are on an island!" exclaimed Pencroff, "and we have measured it from end to end." The words of the sailor were true. The castaways had been thrown, not upon a continent, but upon an island not more than 2 miles long, and of inconsiderable breadth. This desert island, covered with stones, without vegetation, desolate refuge of sea birds, did it belong to a more important archipelago? They could not tell. The party in the balloon, when from their basket they saw the land through the clouds, had not been able to determine its size. But Pencroff, with the eyes of a sailor accustomed to piercing the gloom, thought at the moment that he could distinguish in the west confused masses, resembling a high coast. But at this time they were unable, on account of the obscurity, to determine to what system, whether simple or complex, their isle belonged. They were unable to get off, as the sea surrounded them, and it was necessary to wait until the next day to search for the engineer, who, alas, had made no cry to signal his presence. "The silence of Cyrus proves nothing," said the reporter. "He may have fainted, or be wounded and unable to reply, but we will not despair." The reporter then suggested the idea of lighting a fire upon the point of the island, which would serve as a signal for the engineer. But they searched in vain for wood or dry branches. Sand and stone were all they found. One can understand the grief of Neb and his companions, who were strongly attached to their brave comrade. It was too evident that they could not help him now, and that they must wait till day. The engineer had escaped, and was already safe upon the land, or he was lost forever. The hours were long and dreadful, the cold was intense, and the castaways suffered keenly. But they did not realize it. They did not think of sleep. Thinking only of their chief, hoping, wishing to hope, they moved back and forth upon this arid island, constantly returning to the northern end, where they would be closest to the place of the catastrophe. They listened, they shouted, they tried to catch some call, and, as a lull would come, or the roar of the surf fall with the waves, their halloos must have sounded far into the distance. Once the cry of Neb was answered by an echo, and Herbert made Pencroff notice it, saying, "That proves that there is land not far to the west." The sailor nodded. He knew his eyes could not deceive him. He thought he had seen land, and it must be there. But this distant echo was the only answer to the cries of Neb, and the silence about the island remained unbroken. Meanwhile the sky was clearing slowly. Towards midnight some stars shone out, and, had the engineer been there with his companions, he would have noticed that these stars did not belong to the northern hemisphere. The pole star was not visible in this new horizon, the constellations in the zenith were not such as they had been accustomed to see from North America, and the Southern Cross shone resplendent in the heavens. The night passed, and towards 5 o'clock in the morning the middle heavens began to brighten, though the horizon remained obscure, until, with the first rays of day, a fog rose from the sea, so dense that the eye could scarcely penetrate 20 paces into its depth, and separate it into great heavy moving masses. This was unfortunate, as the castaways were unable to distinguish anything about them. While the gaze of Neb and the reporter were directed towards the sea, the sailor and Herbert searched for the land in the west, but they could see nothing. "Never mind," said Pencroff. "If I do not see the land, I feel that it is there, just as sure as that we are not in Richmond." But the fog, which was nothing more than a morning mist, soon rose. A clear sun warmed the upper air, its heat penetrating to the surface of the island. At 6:30, 3/4 of an hour after sunrise, the mist was nearly gone. Though still thick overhead, it dissolved below, and soon all the island appeared as from a cloud. Then the sea appeared, limitless towards the east, but bounded on the west by a high and abrupt coast. Yes, the land was there. There safety was at least provisionally assured. The island and the mainland were separated by a channel half a mile wide, through which rushed a strong current. Into this current one of the party, without saying a word or consulting with his companions, precipitated himself. It was Neb. He was anxious to be upon that coast and to be pushing forward towards the north. No one could keep him back. Pencroff called to him in vain. The reporter prepared to follow, but the sailor ran to him, exclaiming, "Are you determined to cross this channel?" "I am," replied Spilett. "Well, then, listen to me a moment. Neb can rescue his master alone. If we throw ourselves into the channel, we are in danger of being carried out to sea by this strong current. Now, if I am not mistaken, it is caused by the ebb. You see the tide is going out. Have patience until low water, and then we may ford it." "You are right," answered the reporter. "We will keep together as much as possible." Meantime, Neb was swimming vigorously in a diagonal direction against the current. His black shoulders were seen rising with each stroke. He was drawn backward with swiftness, but he was gaining towards the other shore. It took him more than half an hour to cross the half mile which separated the isle from the mainland, and when he reached the other side, it was at a place a long distance from the point opposite to that which he had left. Neb, having landed at the base of a high rocky wall, clambered quickly up its side, and, running, disappeared behind the point projecting into the sea, about the same height as the northern end of the island. Neb's companions had watched with anxiety his daring attempt, and, when he was out of sight, they fixed their eyes upon that land from which they were going to demand refuge. They ate some of the shellfish which they found upon the sand. It was a poor meal, but then it was better than nothing. The opposite coast formed an immense bay, terminated to the south by a sharp point bare of all vegetation, and having a most forbidding aspect. This point, at its junction with the shore, was abutted by high granite rocks. Towards the north, on the contrary, the bay widened, with a shore more rounded, extending from the southwest to the northeast, and ending in a narrow cape. Between these two points the distance must have been about 8 miles. A half mile from the shore, the island, like an enormous whale, lay upon the sea. Its width could not have been greater than 1/4 of a mile. Before the island, the shore began with a sandy beach strewn with black rocks, at this moment beginning to appear above the receding tide. Beyond this rose, like a curtain, a perpendicular granite wall, at least 300 feet high, and terminated by a rugged edge. This extended for about 3 miles, ending abruptly on the right in a smooth face, as if cut by the hand of man. To the left, on the contrary, above the promontory, this kind of irregular cliff, composed of heaped-up rocks and glistening in the light, sank and gradually mingled with the rocks of the southern point. Upon the upper level of the coast not a tree was visible. It was a tableland, as barren, though not as extensive, as that around Cape Town or at the Cape of Good Hope. At least so it appeared from the islet. To the right, however, and back of the smooth face of rock, some verdure appeared. The confused massing of large trees was easily distinguishable, extending far as the eye could see. This verdure gladdened the sight tired by the rough face of granite. Finally, back of and above the plateau, distant towards the southwest about 7 miles, shone a white summit, reflecting the sun's rays. It was the snowy cap of some lofty mountain. But the sight of the broken rocks, heaped together on the left, would have proved to a geologist their volcanic origin, as they were incontestably the result of igneous action. Gideon Spilett, Pencroff, and Herbert looked earnestly upon this land, where they were to live, perhaps for long years, upon which, if out of the track of ships, they might have to die. "Well," demanded Herbert, "what do you think of it, Pencroff?" "Well," replied the sailor, "there's good and bad in it, as with everything else. But we shall soon see, for look what I told you, in 3 hours we can cross, and once over there we will see what we can do towards finding Mr. Smith." Pencroff was not wrong in his predictions. 3 hours later, at low tide, the greater part of the sandy bed of the channel was bare. A narrow strip of water, easily crossed, was all that separated the island from the shore. And at 10 o'clock, Spilett and his 2 companions, stripped of their clothing, which they carried in packages on their heads, waded through the water, which was nowhere more than 5 feet deep. Herbert, where the water was too deep, swam like a fish, acquitting himself well, and all arrived without difficulty at the other shore. There, having dried themselves in the sun, they put on their clothes, which had not touched the water, and took counsel together. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 4. The lithodomes. The mouth of the river. The chimneys. Continuation of the search. The forest of evergreens. Getting firewood. Waiting for the tide. On top of the cliff. The timber float. The return to the coast. Presently the reporter told the sailor to wait just where he was until he should come back, and without losing a moment he walked back along the coast in the direction which Neb had taken some hours before, and disappeared quickly around a turn in the shore. Herbert wished to go with him. "Stay, my boy," said the sailor. "We must pitch our camp for the night, and try to find something to eat more satisfying than shellfish. Our friends will need food when they come back." "I am ready, Pencroff," said Herbert. "Good," said the sailor. "Let us set to work methodically. We are tired, cold, and hungry. We need shelter, fire, and food. There is plenty of wood in the forest, and we can get eggs from the nests, but we must find a house." "Well," said Herbert, "I will look for a cave in these rocks, and I shall certainly find some hole in which we can stow ourselves." "Right," said Pencroff. "Let us start at once." They walked along the base of the rocky wall, on the strand left bare by the receding waves. But instead of going northwards, they turned to the south. Pencroff had noticed, some hundreds of feet below the place where they had been thrown ashore, a narrow inlet in the coast, which he thought might be the mouth of a river or of a brook. Now it was important to pitch the camp in the neighborhood of fresh water. In that part of the island, too, Smith might be found. The rock rose 300 feet, smooth and massive. It was a sturdy wall of the hardest granite, never corroded by the waves, and even at its base there was no cleft which might serve as a temporary abode. Above the summit hovered a host of aquatic birds, mainly of the web-footed tribe, with long, narrow, pointed beaks. Swift and noisy, they cared little for the unaccustomed presence of man. A shot into the midst of the flock would have brought down a dozen, but neither Pencroff nor Herbert had a gun. Besides, gulls and sea mews are barely eatable, and their eggs have a very disagreeable flavor. Meanwhile Herbert, who was now to the left, soon noticed some rocks thickly strewn with seaweed, which would evidently be submerged again in a few hours. On them lay hosts of bivalves, not to be disdained by hungry men. Herbert called to Pencroff, who came running to him. "Ah, they are mussels," said the sailor. "Now we can spare the eggs." "They are not mussels," said Herbert, examining the mollusks carefully. "These are lithodomes." "Can we eat them?" said Pencroff. "Certainly." "Then let us eat some lithodomes." The sailor could rely on Herbert, who was versed in natural history and very fond of it. He owed his acquaintance with this study in great part to his father, who had entered him in the classes of the best professors in Boston, where the child's industry and intelligence had endeared him to all. These lithodomes were oblong shellfish, adhering in clusters to the rocks. They belonged to that species of boring mollusks which can perforate a hole in the hardest stone, and whose shell has the peculiarity of being rounded at both ends. Pencroff and Herbert made a good meal of these lithodomes which lay gaping in the sun. They tasted like oysters, with a peppery flavor which left no desire for condiments of any kind. Their hunger was allayed for the moment, but their thirst was increased by the spicy flavor of the mollusks. The thing now was to find fresh water, which was not likely to fail them in the region so undulating. Pencroff and Herbert, after having taken the precaution to fill their pockets and handkerchiefs with lithodomes, regained the foot of the hill. 200 feet further on they reached the inlet, through which, as Pencroff had surmised, a little river was flowing with full current. Here the rocky wall seemed to have been torn asunder by some volcanic convulsion. At its base lay a little creek, running at an acute angle. The water in this place was 100 feet across, while the banks on either side were scarcely 20 feet broad. The river buried itself at once between the two walls of granite, which began to decline as one went upstream. "Here is water," said Pencroff, "and over there is wood. Well, Herbert, now we only want the house." The river water was clear. The sailor knew that as the tide was now low, there would be no influx from the sea, and the water would be fresh. When this important point had been settled, Herbert looked for some cave which might give them shelter, but it was in vain. Everywhere the wall was smooth, flat, and perpendicular. However, over at the mouth of the watercourse, and above high water mark, the detritus had formed not a grotto, but a pile of enormous rocks, such as are often met with in granite countries, and which are called chimneys. Pencroff and Herbert went down between the rocks, into those sandy corridors, lighted only by the huge cracks between the masses of granite, some of which only kept their equilibrium by a miracle. But with the light the wind came in, and with the wind the piercing cold of the outer air. Still, the sailor thought that by stopping up some of these openings with a mixture of stones and sand, the chimneys might be rendered habitable. Their plan resembled the typographical sign of ampersand, and by cutting off the upper curve of the sign, through which the south and the west wind rushed in, they could succeed without doubt in utilizing its lower portion. "This is just what we want," said Pencroff, "and if we ever see Mr. Smith again, he will know how to take advantage of this labyrinth." "We shall see him again, Pencroff," said Herbert, "and when he comes back he must find here a home that is tolerably comfortable. We can make this so if we can build a fireplace in the left corridor with an opening for the smoke." "That we can do, my boy," answered the sailor, "and these chimneys will just serve our purpose. But first we must get together some firing. Wood will be useful, too, in blocking up these great holes through which the wind whistles so shrilly." Herbert and Pencroff left the chimneys, and turning the angle, walked up the left bank of the river, whose current was strong enough to bring down quantities of dead wood. The return tide, which had already begun, would certainly carry it in the ebb to a great distance. "Why not utilize this flux and reflux," thought the sailor, "in the carriage of heavy timber?" After a quarter of an hour's walk, the two reached the elbow which the river made in turning to the left. From this point onward, it flowed through a forest of magnificent trees, which had preserved their verdure in spite of the season, for they belonged to that green cone-bearing family indigenous everywhere, from the poles to the tropics. Especially conspicuous were the deodara, so numerous in the Himalayas, with their pungent perfume. Among them were clusters of pines, with tall trunks and spreading parasols of green. The ground was strewn with fallen branches, so dry as to crackle under their feet. "Good," said the sailor. "I may not know the name of these trees, but I know that they belong to the genus firewood, and that's the main thing for us." It was an easy matter to gather the firewood. They did not need even to strip the trees. Plenty of dead branches lay at their feet. This dry wood would burn rapidly, and they would need a large supply. "How could two men carry such a load to the chimneys?" Herbert asked the question. "My boy," said the sailor. "There's a way to do everything. If we had a car or a boat, it would be too easy." "We have the river," suggested Herbert. "Exactly," said Pencroff. "The river shall be our road and our carrier too. Timber floats were not invented for nothing." "But our carrier is going in the wrong direction," said Herbert, "since the tide is coming up from the sea." "We have only to wait for the turn of tide," answered the sailor. "Let us get our float ready." They walked towards the river, each carrying a heavy load of wood tied up in fagots. On the bank, too, lay quantities of dead boughs, among grass which the foot of man had probably never pressed before. Pencroff began to get ready his float. In an eddy caused by an angle of the shore, which broke the flow of the current, they set afloat the larger pieces of wood, bound together by liana stems so as to form a sort of raft. On this raft they piled the rest of the wood, which would have been a load for 20 men. In an hour their work was finished, and the float was moored to the bank to wait for the turn of the tide. Pencroff and Herbert resolved to spend the meantime in gaining a more extended view of the country from the higher plateau. 200 feet behind the angle of the river, the wall terminating in irregular masses of rocks, sloped away gently to the edge of the forest. The two easily climbed this natural staircase, soon attained the summit, and posted themselves at the angle overlooking the mouth of the river. Their first look was at that ocean over which they had been so frightfully swept. They beheld with emotion the northern part of the coast, the scene of the catastrophe and of Smith's disappearance. They hoped to see on the surface some wreck of the balloon to which a man might cling. But the sea was a watery desert, the coast too was desolate. Neither Neb nor the reporter could be seen. "Something tells me," said Herbert, "that a person so energetic as Mr. Smith would not let himself be drowned like an ordinary man. He must have got to the shore. Don't you think so, Pencroff?" The sailor shook his head sadly. He never thought to see Smith again, but he left Herbert a hope. "No doubt," said he, "our engineer could save himself where anyone else would perish." Meanwhile he took a careful observation of the coast. Beneath his eyes stretched out the sandy beach, bounded, upon the right of the river mouth, by lines of breakers. The rocks, which still were visible above the water, were like groups of amphibious monsters lying in the surf. Beyond them the sea sparkled in the rays of the sun. A narrow point terminated the southern horizon, and it was impossible to tell whether the land stretched further in that direction, or whether it trended southeast and southwest, so as to make an elongated peninsula. At the northern end of the bay the outline of the coast was continued to a great distance. There the shore was low and flat, without rocks, but covered by great sandbanks, left by the receding tide. When Pencroff and Herbert walked back towards the west, their looks fell on the snow-capped mountain, which rose 6 or 7 miles away. Masses of tree trunks, with patches of evergreens, extended from its first declivities to within 2 miles of the coast. Then, from the edge of this forest to the coast, stretched a plateau strewn at random with clumps of trees. On the left shore, through the glades, the water of the little river, which seemed to have returned in its sinuous course to the mountains which gave it birth. "Are we upon an island?" muttered the sailor. "It is big enough, at all events," said the boy. "An island's an island, no matter how big," said Pencroff. But this important question could not yet be decided. The country itself, isle or continent, seemed fertile, picturesque, and diversified in its products. For that they must be grateful. They returned along the southern ridge of the granite plateau, outlined by a fringe of fantastic rocks, in whose cavities lived hundreds of birds. A whole flock of them soared aloft as Herbert jumped over the rocks. "Ah!" cried he, "these are neither gulls nor sea-mews." "What are they?" said Pencroff. "They look for all the world like pigeons." "So they are," said Herbert, "but they are wild pigeons, or rock pigeons. I know them by the 2 black bands on the wings, the white rump, and the ash-blue feathers. The rock pigeon is good to eat, and its eggs ought to be delicious, and if they have left a few in their nests—" "We will let them hatch into an omelette," said Pencroff gaily. "But what will you make your omelette in?" asked Herbert. "In your hat?" "I'm not quite conjurer enough for that," said sailor. "We must fall back on eggs in the shell, and I will undertake to despatch the hardest." Pencroff and the boy examined carefully the cavities of the granite, and succeeded in discovering eggs in some of them. Some dozens were collected in the sailor's handkerchief, and, high tide approaching, the two went down again to the watercourse. It was 1 o'clock when they arrived at the elbow of the river, and the tide was already on the turn. Pencroff had no intention of letting his timber float at random, nor did he wish to get on and steer it, but a sailor is never troubled in a matter of ropes and cordage, and Pencroff quickly twisted from the dry liana a rope several fathoms long. This was fastened behind the raft, and the sailor held it in his hand, while Herbert kept the float in the current by pushing it off from the shore with a long pole. This expedient proved an entire success. An enormous load of wood kept well in the current. The banks were sheer, and there was no fear lest the float should ground. Before 2 o'clock they reached the mouth of the stream, a few feet from the Chimneys. End of chapter 4. Chapter 5 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 5. Arranging the chimneys. The important question of fire. The matchbox. Search over the shore. Return of the reporter and Neb. One match. The crackling fire. The fish supper. The first night on land. The first care of Pencroff, after the raft had been unloaded, was to make the chimneys habitable by stopping up these passages traversed by the draughts of air. Sand, stones, twisted branches, and mud hermetically sealed the galleries of the ampersand open to the southerly winds, and shut out its upper curve. One narrow winding passage, opening on the side, was arranged to carry out the smoke and to quicken the draught of the fire. The chimneys were thus divided into 3 or 4 chambers, if these dark dens, which would hardly have contained a beast, might be so called. But they were dry, and one could stand up in them, or at least in the principal one, which was in the center. The floor was covered with sand, and, everything considered, they could establish themselves in this place while waiting for one better. While working, Herbert and Pencroff chatted together. "Perhaps," said the boy, "our companions will have found a better place than ours." "It is possible," answered the sailor, "but until we know, don't let us stop. Better have 2 strings to one's bow than have none at all." "Oh," repeated Herbert, "if they can only find Mr. Smith and bring him back with them, how thankful we will be!" "Yes," murmured Pencroff, "he was a good man." "Was?" said Herbert. "Do you think we shall not see him again?" "Heaven forbid!" replied the sailor. The work of division was rapidly accomplished, and Pencroff declared himself satisfied. "Now," said he, "our friends may return, and they will find a good enough shelter." Nothing remained but to fix the fireplace and to prepare the meal, which, in truth, was a task easy and simple enough. Large flat stones were placed at the mouth of the first gallery to the left, where the smoke passage had been made, and this chimney was made so narrow that but little heat would escape up the flue, and the cavern would be comfortably warmed. The stock of wood was piled up in one of the chambers, and the sailor placed some logs and broken branches upon the stones. He was occupied in arranging them when Herbert asked him if he had some matches. "Certainly," replied Pencroff, "and moreover, fortunately, for without matches or tinder we would indeed be in trouble." "Could not we always make fire as the savages do?" replied Herbert, "by rubbing 2 bits of dry wood together?" "Just try it, my boy, some time, and see if you do anything more than put your arms out of joint." "Nevertheless, it is often done in the islands of the Pacific." "I don't say that it's not," replied Pencroff, "but the savages must have a way of their own, or use a certain kind of wood, as more than once I have wanted to get fire in that way, and have never yet been able to. For my part, I prefer matches, and, by the way, where are mine?" Pencroff, who was an habitual smoker, felt in his vest for the box, which he was never without, but, not finding it, he searched the pockets of his trousers, and, to his profound amazement, it was not there. "This is an awkward business," said he, looking at Herbert. "My box must have fallen from my pocket, and I can't find it. But you, Herbert, have you nothing, no steel, not anything, with which we can make fire?" "Not a thing, Pencroff." The sailor, followed by the boy, walked out, rubbing his forehead. On the sand, among the rocks, by the bank of river, both of them searched with the utmost care, but without result. The box was of copper, and had it been there, they must have seen it. "Pencroff," asked Herbert. "Did you not throw it out of the basket?" "I took good care not to," said the sailor. "But when one has been knocked around as we have been, so small a thing could easily have been lost. Even my pipe is gone. The confounded box, where can it be?" "Well, the tide is out. Let us run to the place where we landed," said Herbert. It was little likely that they would find this box, which the sea would have rolled among the pebbles at high water. Nevertheless, it would do no harm to search. They therefore went quickly to the place where they had first landed, some 200 paces from the Chimneys. There, among the pebbles, in the hollows of the rocks, they made minute search, but in vain. If the box had fallen here, it must have been carried out by the waves. As the tide went down, the sailor peered into every crevice, but without success. It was a serious loss, and, for the time, irreparable. Pencroff did not conceal his chagrin. He frowned, but did not speak, and Herbert tried to console him by saying that, most probably, the matches would have been so wetted as to be useless. "No, my boy," answered the sailor, "they were in tightly closing metal box. But now what are we to do?" "We will certainly find means of procuring fire," said Herbert. "Mr. Smith or Mr. Spilett will not be as helpless as we are." "Yes, but in the meantime we are without it," said Pencroff, "and our companions will find but a very sorry meal on their return." "But," said Herbert hopefully, "it is not possible that they will have neither tinder nor matches." "I doubt it," answered the sailor, shaking his head. "In the first place, neither Neb nor Mr. Smith smoke, and then I am afraid Mr. Spilett has more likely kept his notebook than his matchbox." Herbert did not answer. This loss was evidently serious. Nevertheless, the lad thought surely that they could make a fire in some way or other, but Pencroff, more experienced, although a man not easily discouraged, knew differently. At any rate, there was but one thing to do: to wait until the return of Neb and the reporter. It was necessary to give up the repast of cooked eggs, which they had wished to prepare, and a diet of raw flesh did not seem to be, either for themselves or for the others, an agreeable prospect. Before returning to the Chimneys, the companions, in case they failed of a fire, gathered a fresh lot of lithodomes, and then silently took the road to their dwellings. Pencroff, his eyes fixed upon the ground, still searched in every direction for the lost box. They followed again up the left bank of the river, from its mouth to the angle where the raft had been built. They returned to the upper plateau, and went in every direction, searching in the tall grass on the edge of the forest, but in vain. It was 5 o'clock when they returned again to the Chimneys, and it was needless to say that the passages were searched in their darkest recesses before all hope was given up. Towards 6 o'clock, just as the sun was disappearing behind the high lands in the west, Herbert, who was walking back and forth upon the shore, announced the return of Neb and of Gideon Spilett. They came back alone, and the lad felt his heart sink. The sailor had not then been wrong in his presentiments. They had been unable to find the engineer. The reporter, when he came up, seated himself upon a rock, without speaking. Fainting from fatigue, half dead with hunger, he was unable to utter a word. As to Neb, his reddened eyes showed how he had been weeping, and the fresh tears, which he was unable to restrain, indicated but too clearly that he had lost all hope. The reporter at length gave the story of their search. Neb and he had followed the coast for more than 8 miles, and, consequently, far beyond the point where the balloon had made the plunge which was followed by the disappearance of the engineer and Top. The shore was deserted. Not a recently turned stone, not a trace upon the sand, not a footprint was upon all that part of the shore. It was evident that nobody inhabited that portion of the island. The sea was as deserted as the land, and it was there, at some hundreds of feet from shore, that the engineer had found his grave. At that moment Neb raised his head, and in a voice which showed how he still struggled against despair, exclaimed, "No, he is not dead. It is impossible. It might happen to you or me, but never to him. He is a man who can get out of anything." Then, his strength failing him, he murmured, "But I am used up." Herbert ran to him and cried, "Neb, we will find him. God will give him back to us. But you must be famishing. Do eat something." And while speaking, the lad offered the poor negro a handful of shellfish, a meager and insufficient nourishment enough. But Neb, though he had eaten nothing for hours, refused them. Poor fellow, deprived of his master, he wished no longer to live. As to Gideon Spilett, he devoured the mollusks, and then laid down upon the sand at the foot of a rock. He was exhausted but calm. Herbert, approaching him, took his hand. "Mr. Spilett," said he, "we have discovered a shelter where you will be more comfortable. The night is coming on, so come and rest there. Tomorrow we will see—" The reporter rose, and guided by the lad, proceeded towards the Chimneys. As he did so, Pencroff came up to him, and in an off-hand way asked him if, by chance, he had a match with him. The reporter stopped, felt in his pockets, and finding none, said, "I had some, but I must have thrown them away." Then the sailor called Neb, and asked him the same question, receiving a like answer. "Curse it!" cried the sailor, unable to restrain the word. The reporter heard it, and going to him, said, "Have you no matches?" "Not one, and of course no fire." "Ah!" cried Neb, "if he was here, my master, he could soon make one." The four castaways stood still and looked anxious at one another. Herbert was the first to break the silence by saying, "Mr. Spilett, you are a smoker, you always have matches about you. Perhaps you have not searched thoroughly. Look again, a single match will be enough." The reporter rummaged the pockets of his trousers, his vest, and coat, and to the great joy of Pencroff, as well as to his own surprise, felt a little sliver of wood caught in the lining of his vest. He could feel it from the outside, but his fingers were unable to disengage it. If this should prove a match, and only one, it was extremely necessary not to rub off the phosphorus. "Let me try," said the lad, and very adroitly, without breaking it, he drew out this little bit of wood, this precious trifle, which to these poor men was of such great importance. It was uninjured. "One match!" cried Pencroff. "Why, it is as good as if we had a whole shipload." He took it, and, followed by his companions, regained the Chimneys. This tiny bit of wood, which in civilized lands is wasted with indifference as valueless, it was necessary here to use with the utmost care. The sailor, having assured himself that it was dry, said, "We must have some paper." "Here is some," answered Spilett, who, after a little hesitation, had torn a leaf from his notebook. Pencroff took the bit of paper and knelt down before the fireplace, where some handfuls of grass, leaves, and dry moss had been placed under the fagots in such a way that the air could freely circulate and make the dry wood readily ignite. Then Pencroff, shaping the paper into a cone, as pipe smokers do in the wind, placed it among the moss. Taking then a slightly rough stone, and wiping it carefully, with beating heart and suspended breath, he gave the match a little rub. The first stroke produced no effect, as Pencroff, fearing to break off the phosphorus, had not rubbed hard enough. "Oh, I won't be able to do it," said he. "My hand shakes. The match will miss. I can't do it. I don't want to try." And, rising, he besought Herbert to undertake it. Certainly the boy had never in his life been so affected. His heart beat furiously. Prometheus, about to steal the fire from heaven, could not have been more excited. Nevertheless, he did not hesitate, but rubbed the stone with a quick stroke. A little sputtering was heard, and a light blue flame sprang out and produced a pungent smoke. Herbert gently turned the match, so as to feed the flame, and then slid it under the paper cone. In a few seconds the paper took fire, and then the moss kindled. An instant later the dry wood crackled, and a joyous blaze, fanned by the breath of the sailor, shone out from the darkness. "At length!" cried Pencroff, rising. "I was never so excited in my life." It was evident that the fire did well in the fireplace of flat stones. The smoke readily ascended through its passage, the chimney drew, and an agreeable warmth quickly made itself felt. As to the fire, it would be necessary to take care that it should not go out, and always to keep some embers among the cinders. But it was only a matter of care and attention, as the wood was plenty, and the supply could always be renewed in good time. Pencroff began at once to utilize the fire by preparing something more nourishing than a dish of lithodomes. 24 eggs were brought by Herbert, and the reporter, seated in a corner, watched these proceedings without speaking. A triple thought held possession of his mind. Did Cyrus still live? If alive, where was he? If he had survived his plunge, why was it that he had found no means of making his existence known? As to Neb, he roamed the sand like one distracted. Pencroff, who knew 52 ways of cooking eggs, had no choice at this time. He contented himself with placing them in the hot cinders and letting them cook slowly. In a few minutes the operation was finished, and the sailor invited the reporter to take part in the supper. This was the first meal of the castaways upon this unknown coast. The hard eggs were excellent, and as the egg contains all the elements necessary for man's nourishment, these poor men found them sufficient, and felt their strength reviving. Unfortunately, one was absent from this repast. If the 5 prisoners who had escaped from Richmond had all been there, under those piled up rocks, before that bright and crackling fire upon that dry sand, their happiness would have been complete. But the most ingenious, as well as the most learned, he who was undoubtedly their chief, Cyrus Smith, alas, was missing, and his body had not even obtained burial. Thus passed the 25th of March. The night was come. Outside they heard the whistling of the wind, the monotonous thud of the surf, and the grinding of the pebbles on the beach. The reporter had retired to a dark corner, after having briefly noted the events of the day, the first sight of this new land, the loss of the engineer, the exploration of the shore, the incident of the matches, etc., and, overcome by fatigue, he was enabled to find some rest in sleep. Herbert fell asleep at once. The sailor, dozing, with one eye open, passed the night by the fire, on which he kept heaping fuel. One only of the castaways did not rest in the Chimneys. It was the inconsolable, the despairing Neb, who, during the whole night, and in spite of his companion's effort to make him take some rest, wandered upon the sand calling his master. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 6. The Castaways' Inventory. No Effects. The Charred Linen. An Expedition into the Forest. The Flora of the Woods. The Flight of the Jacamar. Tracks of Wild Beasts. The Couroucous. The Heathcock. Line Fishing Extraordinary. The inventory of the castaways can be promptly taken. Thrown upon a desert island, they had nothing but the clothes they wore in the balloon. We must add Spilett's watch and notebook, which he had kept by some inadvertence, but there were no firearms and no tools, not even a pocket knife. Everything had been thrown overboard to lighten the balloon. Every necessity of life was wanting. Yet if Cyrus Smith had been with them, his practical science and inventive genius would have saved them from despair. But alas, they could hope to see him no more. The castaways could rely on Providence only, and on their own right hands. And, first, should they settle down on this strip of coast without an effect to discover whether it was an island or a continent, inhabited or desert? It was an urgent question, for all their measures would depend upon its solution. However, it seemed to Pencroff better to wait a few days before undertaking an exploration. They must try to procure more satisfying food than eggs and shellfish, and repair their strength exhausted by fatigue and by the inclemency of the weather. The Chimneys would serve as a house for a while. Their fire was lit, and it would be very easy to keep alive some embers. For the time being, there were plenty of eggs and shellfish. They might even be able to kill, with a stick or a stone, some of the numerous pigeons which fluttered among the rocks. They might find fruit trees in the neighboring forest, and they had plenty of fresh water. It was decided, then, to wait a few days at the Chimneys, and to prepare for an expedition either along the coast or into the interior of the country. This plan was especially agreeable to Neb, who was in no hurry to abandon that part of the coast which had been the scene of the catastrophe. He could not and would not believe that Smith was dead. Until the waves should have thrown up the engineer's body, until Neb should have seen with his eyes and handled with his hands his master's corpse, he believed him alive. It was an illusion which the sailor had not the heart to destroy, and there was no use in talking to Neb. He was like the dog who would not leave his master's tomb, and his grief was such that he would probably soon follow him. Upon the morning on the 26th of March, at daybreak, Neb started along the coast northward to the spot where the sea had doubtless closed over the unfortunate engineer. For breakfast that morning they had only eggs and lithodomes, seasoned with salt, which Herbert had found in the cavities of the rock. When the meal was over, they divided forces. The reporter stayed behind to keep up the fire, and, in the very improbable case of Neb's needing him, to go to his assistance. Herbert and Pencroff went into the forest. "We will go hunting, Herbert," said the sailor. "We shall find ammunition on our way, and we will cut our guns in the forest." But before starting, Herbert suggested that as they had no tinder, they must replace it by burnt linen. They were very sorry to sacrifice a piece of handkerchief, but the need was urgent, and a piece of Pencroff's large check handkerchief was soon converted into a charred rag, and put away in the central chamber in a little cavity of the rock, sheltered from wind and dampness. By this time it was 9 o'clock. The weather was threatening, and the breeze blew from the southeast. Herbert and Pencroff, as they left the Chimneys, cast a glance at the smoke which curled upwards from amid the rocks. Then they walked up the left bank of the river. When they reached the forest, Pencroff broke from the first tree 2 thick branches, which he made into cudgels, and whose points Herbert blunted against a rock. What would he not give for a knife? Then the hunters walked on in the high grass along the bank of the river, which, after its turn to the southwest, gradually narrowed, running between high banks and overarched by interlacing trees. Pencroff, not to lose his way, determined to follow the course of the stream, which would bring him back to his point of departure. But the bank offered many obstacles. Here, trees whose flexible branches bent over to the brink of the current; there, thorns and lianas, which they had to break with their sticks. Herbert often glided between the broken stumps with the agility of a young cat, and disappeared in the copse, but Pencroff called him back at once, begging him not to wander away. Meanwhile, the sailor carefully observed the character and peculiarities of the region. On this left bank the surface was flat, rising insensibly towards the interior. Sometimes it was moist and swampy, indicating the existence of a subterranean network of little streams emptying themselves into the river. Sometimes, too, a brook ran across the copse, which they crossed without trouble. The opposite bank was more undulating, and the valley, through whose bottom flowed the river, was more clearly defined. The hill, covered with trees rising in terraces, intercepted the vision. Along this right bank they could hardly have walked, for the descent was steep, and the trees which bent over the water were only sustained by their roots. It is needless to say that both forest and shore seemed a virgin wilderness. They saw fresh traces of animals whose species was unknown to them. Some seemed to them the tracks of dangerous wild beasts, but nowhere was there the mark of an axe or a tree trunk, or the ashes of a fire, or the imprint of a foot. They should no doubt have been glad that it was so, for on this land in the mid-Pacific the presence of man was a thing more to be dreaded than desired. They hardly spoke, so great were the difficulties of the route. After an hour's walk they had but just compassed a mile. Hitherto their hunting had been fruitless. Birds were singing and flying to and fro under the trees, but they showed an instinctive fear of their enemy, man. Herbert descried among them, in a swampy part of the forest, a bird with narrow and elongated beak, in shape something like a kingfisher, from which it was distinguished by its harsh and lustrous plumage. "That must be a jacamar," said Herbert, trying to get within range of the bird. "It would be a good chance to taste jacamar," answered the sailor, "if that fellow would only let himself be roasted." In a moment a stone, adroitly aimed by the boy, struck the bird on the wing, but the jacamar took to its legs and disappeared in a minute. "What a muff am I!" said Herbert. "Not at all," said the sailor. "It was a good shot. A great many would have missed the bird. Don't be discouraged. We'll catch him again some day." The wood opened as the hunters went on, and the trees grew to a vast height, but none had edible fruits. Pencroff sought in vain for some of those precious palm trees which lend themselves so wonderfully to the needs of mankind, and which grow from 40° north latitude to 35° south. But this forest was composed only of conifers, such as the deodars already recognized by Herbert, the Douglas pines, which grow on the northeast coast of America, and magnificent fir trees, 150 feet high. Among their branches was fluttering a flock of birds, with small bodies and long glittering tails. Herbert picked up some of the feathers, which lay scattered on the ground, and looked at them carefully. "These are couroucous," said he. "I would rather have a guinea hen or a heathcock," said Pencroff, "but still, if they are good to eat—" "They are good to eat," said Herbert. "Their meat is delicious. Besides, I think we can easily get at them with our sticks." Slipping through the grass, they reached the foot of a tree whose lower branches were covered with the little birds, who were snapping at the flying insects. Their feathered claws clutched tight the twigs on which they were sitting. Then the hunters rose to their feet, and, using their sticks like a scythe, they mowed down whole rows of couroucous, of whom 105 were knocked over before the stupid birds thought of escape. "Good," said Pencroff. "This is just the sort of game for hunters like us. We could catch them in our hands." They skewered the couroucous on a switch like field larks, and continued to explore. The object of the expedition was, of course, to bring back as much game as possible to the Chimneys. So far it had not been altogether attained. They looked about everywhere, and were enraged to see animals escaping through the high grass. If they had only had Top! But Top most likely had perished with his master. About 3 o'clock they entered a wood full of juniper trees, at whose aromatic berries flocks of birds were picking. Suddenly they heard a sound like the blast of a trumpet. It was the note of those gallinaceae called tetras in the United States. Soon they saw several pairs of them, with brownish yellow plumage and brown tails. Pencroff determined to capture one of these birds, for they were as big as hens, and their meat as delicious as a pullet. But they would not let him come near them. At last, after several unsuccessful attempts, he said, "Well, since we can't kill them on the wing, we must take them with a line." "Like a carp," cried the wondering Herbert. "Like a carp," answered the sailor gravely. Pencroff had found in the grass half a dozen tetras nests, with 2 or 3 eggs in each. He was very careful not to touch these nests, whose owners would certainly return to them. Around these he purposed to draw his lines, not as a snare, but with hook and bait. He took Herbert to some distance from the nests, and there made ready his singular apparatus with the care of a true disciple of Isaac Walton. Herbert watched the work with a natural interest, but without much faith in its success. The lines were made of small lianas tied together, from 15 to 20 feet long, and stout thorns, with bent points, broken from a thicket of dwarf acacias and fastened to the ends of the lianas, served as hooks, and the great red worms, which crawled at their feet, made excellent bait. This done, Pencroff, walking stealthily through the grass, placed one end of his hook and line close to the nests of the tetras. Then he stole back, took the other end in his hand, and hid himself with Herbert behind a large tree. Herbert, it must be said, was not sanguine of success. A good half hour passed, but as the sailor had foreseen, several pairs of tetras returned to their nests. They hopped about, pecking the ground, and little suspecting the presence of the hunters, who had taken care to station themselves to the leeward of the gallinaceae. Herbert held his breath with excitement, while Pencroff, with dilated eyes, open mouth, and lips parted as if to taste a morsel of tetras, scarcely breathed. Meanwhile the gallinaceae walked heedlessly among the hooks. Pencroff then gave little jerks which moved the bait up and down as if the worms were still alive. How much more intense was his excitement than the fisherman's who cannot see the approach of his prey! The jerks soon aroused the attention of the gallinaceae, who began to peck at the bait. 3 of the greediest swallowed hook and bait together. Suddenly, with a quick jerk, Pencroff pulled in his line, and the flapping of wings showed that the birds were taken. "Hurrah!" cried he, springing upon the game, of which he was master in a moment. Herbert clapped his hands. It was the first time he had seen birds taken with a line, but the modest sailor said that it was not his first attempt, and moreover that the merit of the invention was not his. "And at any rate," said he, "in our present situation we must hope for many such contrivances." The tetras were tied together by the feet, and Pencroff, happy that they were not returning empty-handed, and perceiving that the day was ending, thought it best to return home. Their route was indicated by the river, and following it downward, by 6 o'clock, tired out by their excursion, Herbert and Pencroff re-entered the Chimneys. End of chapter 6. Chapter 7 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 7. Neb has not yet returned. The reflections of the reporter. The supper. Prospect of a bad night. The storm is frightful. They go out into the night. Struggle with the rain and wind. Gideon Spilett stood motionless upon the shore, his arms crossed, gazing on the sea, whose horizon was darkened towards the east by a huge black cloud mounting rapidly into the horizon. The wind, already strong, was freshening, the heavens had an angry look, and the first symptoms of a heavy blow were manifesting themselves. Herbert went into the Chimneys, and Pencroff walked towards the reporter, who was too absorbed to notice his approach. "We will have a bad night, Mr. Spilett," said the sailor. "Wind and rain enough for Mother Cary's chickens." The reporter, turning and perceiving Pencroff, asked the question, "How far off from the shore do you think was the basket when it was struck by the sea that carried away our companion?" The sailor had not expected this question. He reflected an instant before answering, "2 cables' lengths or more." "How much is a cable's length?" demanded Spilett. "About 120 fathoms, or 600 feet." "Then," said the reporter, "Cyrus Smith would have disappeared not more than 1,200 feet from the shore?" "Not more than that." "And his dog too?" "Yes." "What astonishes me," said the reporter, "admitting that our companion and Top have perished, is the fact that neither the body of the dog nor of his master has been cast upon the shore." "This is not astonishing with so heavy a sea," replied the sailor. "Moreover, it is quite possible that there are currents which have carried them further up the coast." "Then it is really your opinion that our companion has been drowned?" asked once more the reporter. "That is my opinion." "And my opinion, Pencroff," said Spilett, "with all due respect for your experience, is that in this absolute disappearance of both Cyrus and Top, living or dead, there is something inexplicable and incredible." "I wish I could think as you do, sir," responded Pencroff, "but unhappily I cannot." After thus speaking, the sailor returned to the Chimneys. A good fire was burning in the fireplace. Herbert had just thrown on a fresh armful of wood, and its flames lit up the dark recesses of the corridor. Pencroff began at once to busy himself about dinner. It seemed expedient to provide something substantial, as all stood in need of nourishment, so 2 tetras were quickly plucked, spitted upon a stick, and placed to roast before a blazing fire. The couroucous were reserved for the next day. At 7 o'clock Neb was still absent, and Pencroff began to be alarmed about him. He feared that he might have met with some accident in this unknown land, or that the poor fellow had been drawn by despair to some rash act. Herbert, on the contrary, argued that Neb's absence was owing to some fresh discovery which had induced him to prolong his researches. And anything new must be to Cyrus Smith's advantage. Why had not Neb come back if some hope was not detaining him? Perhaps he had found some sign or footprint which had put him upon the track. Perhaps at this moment he was following the trail. Perhaps already he was beside his master. Thus the lad spoke and reasoned, unchecked by his companions. The reporter nodded approval, but Pencroff thought it more probable that Neb, in his search, had pushed on so far that he had not been able to return. Meantime Herbert, excited by vague presentiments, manifested a desire to go to meet Neb. But Pencroff showed him that it would be useless in the darkness and storm to attempt to find traces of the negro, and that the better course was to wait. If, by morning, Neb had not returned, Pencroff would not hesitate joining the lad in a search for him. Gideon Spilett concurred with the sailor in his opinion that they had better remain together, and Herbert, though tearfully, gave up the project. The reporter could not help embracing the generous lad. The storm began. A furious gust of wind passed over the coast from the southeast. They heard the sea, which was out, roaring upon the reef. The whirlwind drove the rain in clouds along the shore. The sand, stirred up by the wind, mingled with the rain, and the air was filled with mineral as well as aqueous dust. Between the mouth of the river and the cliff's face, the wind whirled about as in a maelstrom, and finding no other outlet than the narrow valley through which ran the stream, it rushed through this with irresistible violence. Often, too, the smoke from the chimney, driven back down its narrow vent, filled the corridors, and rendered them uninhabitable. Therefore, when the tetras were cooked, Pencroff let the fire smolder, only preserving some clear embers among the ashes. At 8 o'clock Neb had not returned, but they could not help admitting that now the tempest alone was sufficient to account for his non-appearance, and that, probably, he had sought refuge in some cavern, waiting the end of the storm, or at least daybreak. As to going to meet him under present circumstances, that was simply impossible. The birds were all they had for supper, but the party found them excellent eating. Pencroff and Herbert, their appetite sharpened by their long walk, devoured them. Then each one retired to his corner, and Herbert, lying beside the sailor, extended before the fireplace, was soon asleep. Outside, as the night advanced, the storm developed formidable proportions. It was a hurricane equal to that which had carried the prisoners from Richmond. Such tempests, pregnant with catastrophes, spreading terror over a vast area, their fury withstood by no obstacle, are frequent during the equinox. We can understand how a coast facing the east, and exposed to the full fury of the storm, was attacked with a violence perfectly indescribable. Happily, the heap of rocks forming the Chimneys was composed of solid, enormous blocks of granite, though some of them, imperfectly balanced, seemed to tremble upon their foundations. Pencroff, placing his hand against the walls, could feel their rapid vibrations, but he said to himself, with reason, that there was no real danger, and that the impoverished retreat would not tumble about their ears. Nevertheless, he heard the sound of rocks, torn from the top of the plateau by the gusts, crashing upon the shore, and some, falling perpendicularly, struck the Chimneys and flew off into fragments. Twice the sailor rose, and went to the opening of the corridor to look abroad. But there was no danger from these inconsiderable showers of stones, and he returned to his place before the fire, where the embers glowed among the ashes. In spite of the fury and fracas of the tempest, Herbert slept profoundly, and at length sleep took possession of Pencroff, whose sailor life had accustomed him to such demonstrations. Gideon Spilett, who was kept awake by anxiety, reproached himself for not having accompanied Neb. We have seen that he had not given up all hope, and the presentiments which had disturbed Herbert had affected him also. His thoughts were fixed upon Neb. Why had not the negro returned? He tossed about on his sandy couch, unheeding the warfare of the elements. Then, overcome by fatigue, he would close his eyes for an instant, only to be awakened by some sudden thought. Meantime the night advanced, and it was about 2 o'clock when Pencroff was suddenly aroused from a deep sleep by finding himself vigorously shaken. "What's the matter?" he cried, rousing and collecting himself with the quickness peculiar to sailors. The reporter was bending over him and saying, "Listen, Pencroff, listen." The sailor listened, but could hear no sounds other than those caused by the gusts. "It is the wind," he said. "No," answered Spilett, listening again. "I think I heard—" "What?" "The barking of a dog." "A dog?" cried Pencroff, springing to his feet. "Yes, the barking." "Impossible," answered the sailor. "How in the roarings of the tempest—" "Wait, listen," said the reporter. Pencroff listened most attentively, and at length, during a lull, he thought he caught the sound of distant barking. "Is it—" asked the reporter, squeezing the sailor's hand. "Yes, yes," said Pencroff. "It is Top! It is Top!" cried Herbert, who had just wakened, and the three rushed to the entrance of the Chimneys. They had great difficulty in getting out, as the wind drove against them with fury, but at last they succeeded, and then they were obliged to steady themselves against the rocks. They were unable to speak, but they looked about them. The darkness was absolute. Sea, sky, and earth were one intense blackness. It seemed as if there was not one particle of light diffused in the atmosphere. For some moments the reporter and the two companions stood in this place, beset by gusts, drenched by the rain, blinded by the sand. Then again, in the hush of the storm, they heard, far away, the barking of a dog. This must be Top, but was he alone or accompanied? Probably alone, for if Neb had been with him, the negro would have hastened at once to the Chimneys. The sailor pressed the reporter's hand in a manner signifying that he was to remain without, and then, returning to the corridor, emerged a moment later with a lighted fagot, which he threw into the darkness, at the same time whistling shrilly. At this signal, which seemed to have been looked for, the answering barks came nearer, and soon a dog bounded into the corridor, followed by the three companions. An armful of wood was thrown upon the coals, brightly lighting up the passage. "It is Top!" cried Herbert. It was indeed Top, a magnificent Anglo-Norman, uniting in the cross of two breeds those qualities, swiftness of foot and keenness of scent, indispensable in coursing dogs. But he was alone, neither his master nor Neb accompanied him. It seemed inexplicable how, through the darkness and storm, the dog's instinct had directed him to the Chimneys, a place he was unacquainted with. But still more unaccountable was the fact that he was neither fatigued nor exhausted, nor soiled with mud or sand. Herbert had drawn him towards him, and the dog rubbed his neck against the lad's hands. "If the dog is found, the master will be found also," said the reporter. "God grant it," responded Herbert. "Come, let us set out. Top will guide us." Pencroff made no objection. He saw that the dog's cunning had disproved his conjectures. "Let us set out at once," he said, and covering the fire so that it could be relighted on their return, and preceded by the dog, who seemed to invite their departure, the sailor, having gathered up the remnants of the supper, followed by the reporter and Herbert, rushed into the darkness. The tempest, then in all its violence, was perhaps at the maximum intensity. The new moon had not sufficient light to pierce the clouds. It was difficult to follow a straight course. The better way, therefore, was to trust to the instinct of Top, which was done. The reporter and the lad walked behind the dog, and the sailor followed after. To speak was impossible. The rain, dispersed by the wind, was not heavy, but the strength of the storm was terrible. Fortunately, as it came from the southeast, the wind was at the back of the party, and the sand, hurled from behind, did not prevent their march. Indeed, they were often blown along so rapidly as nearly to be overthrown. But they were sustained by a great hope. This time, at least, they were not wandering at random. They felt, no doubt, that Neb had found his master and had sent the faithful dog to them. But was the engineer living, or had Neb summoned his companions only to render the last services to the dead? After having passed the smooth face of rock, which they carefully avoided, the party stopped to take breath. The angle of the cliff sheltered them from the wind, and they could breathe freely after this tramp, or rather race, of a quarter of an hour. They were now able to hear themselves speak, and the lad having pronounced the name of Smith, the dog seemed to say by his glad barking that his master was safe. "Saved! He is saved! Isn't he, Top?" repeated the boy, and the dog barked his answer. It was 2:30 when the march was resumed. The sea began to rise, and this, which was a spring tide backed up by the wind, threatened to be very high. The tremendous breakers thundered against the reef, assailing it so violently as probably to pass completely over the islet, which was invisible. The coast was no longer sheltered by this long breakwater, but was exposed to the full fury of the open sea. After the party were clear of the precipice, the storm attacked them again with fury. Crouching, with backs still to the wind, they followed Top, who never hesitated in his course. Mounting towards the north, they had upon their right the endless line of breakers deafening them with its thunders, and upon their left a region buried in darkness. One thing was certain, that they were upon an open plain, as the wind rushed over them without rebounding, as it had done from the granite cliffs. By 4 o'clock they estimated the distance traveled as 8 miles. The clouds had risen a little, and the wind was drier and colder. Insufficiently clad, the three companions suffered cruelly, but no murmur passed their lips. They were determined to follow Top wherever he wished to lead them. Towards 5 o'clock the day began to break. At first overhead, where some gray shadows bordered the clouds, and presently, under a dark band, a bright streak of light sharply defined the sea horizon. The crests of the billows shone with a yellow light, and the foam revealed the whiteness. At the same time, on the left, the hilly parts of the shore were confusedly defined in great outlines upon the blackness of the night. At 6 o'clock it was daylight. The clouds sped rapidly overhead. The sailor and his companions were some 6 miles from the Chimneys, following a very flat shore, bordered in the offing by a reef of rocks, whose surface only was visible above the high tide. On the left the country sloped up into downs bristling with thistles, giving a forbidding aspect to the vast sandy region. The shore was low, and offered no other resistance to the ocean than an irregular chain of hillocks. Here and there was a tree, leaning its trunks and branches towards the west. Far behind, to the southwest, extended the borders of the forest. At this moment Top gave unequivocal signs of excitement. He ran ahead, returned, and seemed to try to hurry them on. The dog had left the coast, and guided by his wonderful instinct, without any hesitation, had gone among the downs. They followed him through a region absolutely devoid of life. The border of the downs, itself large, was composed of hills and hillocks, unevenly scattered here and there. It was like a little Switzerland of sand, and nothing but a dog's astonishing instinct could find the way. 5 minutes after leaving the shore, the reporter and his companions reached a sort of hollow, formed in the back of a high down, before which Top stopped with a loud bark. The three entered the cave. Neb was there, kneeling beside a body, extended upon a bed of grass. It was the body of Cyrus Smith. End of chapter 7.
Chapter 8 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 8. Is Cyrus Smith alive? Neb's story. Footprints. An insoluble question. The first words of Smith. Comparing the footprints. Return to the Chimneys. Pencroff dejected. Neb did not move. The sailor uttered one word. "Living!" he cried. The negro did not answer. Spilett and Pencroff turned pale. Herbert, clasping his hands, stood motionless. But it was evident that the poor negro, overcome by grief, had neither seen his companions nor heard the voice of the sailor. The reporter knelt down beside the motionless body, and, having opened the clothing, pressed his ear to the chest of the engineer. A minute, which seemed like an age, passed, during which he tried to detect some movement of the heart. Neb raised up a little and looked on as if in a trance. Overcome by exhaustion, prostrated by grief, the poor fellow was hardly recognizable. He believed his master dead. Gideon Spilett, after a long and attentive examination, rose up. "He lives," he said. Pencroff, in his turn, knelt down beside Cyrus Smith. He also detected some heartbeats, and a slight breath issuing from the lips of the engineer. Herbert, at a word from the reporter, hurried in search of water. 100 paces off he found a clear brook, swollen by the late rains and filtered by the sand. But there was nothing, not even a shell, in which to carry the water, so that the lad had to content himself with soaking his handkerchief in the stream, and hastened back with it to the cave. Happily, the handkerchief held sufficient for Spilett's purpose, which was simply to moisten the lips of the engineer. The drops of fresh water produced an instantaneous effect. A sigh escaped from the breast of Smith, and it seemed as if he attempted to speak. "We shall save him," said the reporter. Neb took heart at these words. He removed the clothing from his master to see if the body was anywhere wounded. But neither on his head, nor body, nor limbs was there a bruise or even a scratch, an astonishing circumstance, since he must have been tossed about among the rocks. Even his hands were uninjured, and it was difficult to explain how the engineer should exhibit no mark of the efforts which he must have made in getting over the reef. But the explanation of this circumstance would come later, when Cyrus Smith could speak. At present it was necessary to restore his consciousness, and it was probable that this result could be accomplished by friction. For this purpose they made use of the sailor's pea jacket. The engineer, warmed by this rude rubbing, moved his arms slightly, and his breathing began to be more regular. He was dying from exhaustion, and, doubtless, had not the reporter and his companions arrived, it would have been all over with Cyrus Smith. "You thought he was dead?" said the sailor. "Yes, I thought so," answered Neb, "and if Top had not found you and brought you back, I would have buried my master and died beside him." The engineer had had a narrow escape. Then Neb told them what had happened. The day before, after having left the Chimneys at daybreak, he had followed along the coast in a direction due north, until he reached that part of the beach which he had already visited. There, though as he said without hope of success, he searched the shore, the rocks, the sand, for any marks that could guide him, examining most carefully that part which was above high water mark, as below that point the ebb and flow of the tide would have effaced all traces. He did not hope to find his master living. It was the discovery of the body which he sought, that he might bury it with its own hands. He searched a long time without success. It seemed as if nothing human had ever been upon that desolate shore. Of the millions of shellfish lying out of reach of the tide, not a shell was broken. There was no sign of a landing having ever been made there. The negro then decided to continue some miles further up the coast. It was possible that the currents had carried the body to some distant point.
For Neb knew that a corpse, floating a little distance from a low shore, was almost certain, sooner or later, to be thrown upon the strand, and he was desirous to look upon his master one last time. I followed the shore 2 miles further, looking at it at low and high water, hardly hoping to find anything, when yesterday evening, about 5 o'clock, I discovered footprints upon the sand. "Footprints!" cried Pencroff. "Yes, sir," replied Neb. "And did they begin at the water?" demanded the reporter. "No," answered the negro, "above high water mark. Below that the tide had washed out the others." "Go on, Neb," said Spilett. "The sight of these footprints made me wild with joy. They were very plain, and went towards the downs. I followed them for a quarter of an hour, running so as not to tread on them. 5 minutes later, as it was growing dark, I heard a dog bark. It was Top, and he brought me here to my master." Neb finished his recital by telling of his grief at the discovery of the inanimate body. He had tried to discover some signs of life still remaining in it, but all his efforts were in vain. There was nothing, therefore, to do but to perform the last offices to him whom he had loved so well. Then he thought of his companions. They too would wish to look once more upon their comrade. Top was there. Could he not rely upon the sagacity of that faithful animal? So, having pronounced several times the name of the reporter, who, of all the engineer's companions, was best known to Top, and having at the same time motioned towards the south, the dog bounded off in the direction indicated. We have seen how, guided by an almost supernatural instinct, the dog had arrived at the Chimneys. Neb's companions listened to his story with the greatest attention. How the engineer had been able to reach this cave in the midst of the downs, more than a mile from the beach, was as inexplicable as was his escape from the waves and rocks without a scratch. "So you, Neb," said the reporter, "did not bring your master to this place?" "No, it was not I," answered Neb. "He certainly could not have come alone," said Pencroff. "But he must have done it, though it does not seem credible," said the reporter. They must wait for the solution of the mystery until the engineer could speak. Fortunately, the rubbing had re-established the circulation of the blood, and life was returning. Smith moved his arm again, then his head, and a second time some incoherent words escaped his lips. Neb, leaning over him, spoke, but the engineer seemed not to hear, and his eyes remained closed. Life was revealing itself by movement, but consciousness had not yet returned. Pencroff had unfortunately forgotten to bring the burnt linen, which could have been ignited with a couple of flints, and without it they had no means of making a fire. The pockets of the engineer were empty of everything but his watch. It was therefore the unanimous opinion that Cyrus Smith must be carried to the Chimneys as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the attention lavished on the engineer restored him to consciousness sooner than could have been hoped. The moistening of his lips had revived him, and Pencroff conceived the idea of mixing some of the juice of the tetras with water. Herbert ran to the shore and brought back 2 large shells, and the sailor made a mixture which they introduced between the lips of the engineer, who swallowed it with avidity. His eyes opened. Neb and the reporter were leaning over him. "My master! My master!" cried Neb. The engineer heard him. He recognized Neb and his companions, and his hand gently pressed theirs. Again he spoke some words, doubtless the same which he had before uttered, and which indicated that some thoughts were troubling him. This time the words were understood. "Island or continent?" he muttered. "What the devil do we care?" cried Pencroff, unable to restrain the exclamation. "Now that you are alive, sir, island or continent, we will find that out later." The engineer made a motion in the affirmative, and then seemed to sleep. Taking care not to disturb him, the reporter set to work to provide the most comfortable means of moving him. Neb, Herbert, and Pencroff left the cave and went towards the high down, on which were some gnarled trees. On the way the sailor kept repeating, "Island or continent, to think of that at his last gasp! What a man!" Having reached the top of the down, Pencroff and his companions tore off the main branches from a tree, a sort of sea pine, sickly and stunted, and with these branches they constructed a litter, which they covered with leaves and grass. This work occupied some little time, and it was 10 o'clock when the three returned to Smith and Spilett. The engineer had just wakened from the sleep, or rather stupor, in which they had found him. The color had come back to his lips, which had been as pale as death. He raised himself slightly and looked about, as if questioning where he was. "Can you listen to me without being tired, Cyrus?" asked the reporter. "Yes," responded the engineer. "I think," said the sailor, "that Mr. Smith can listen better after having taken some more of this tetra jelly. It is really tetra, sir," he continued as he gave some of the mixture, to which he had this time added some of the meat of the bird. Cyrus Smith swallowed these bits of tetra, and the remainder was eaten by his companions, who were suffering from hunger and who found the repast light enough. "Well," said the sailor, "there are victuals waiting for us at the Chimneys, for you must know, Mr. Smith, that to the south of here we have a house with rooms and beds and fireplace, and in the pantry dozens of birds, which our Herbert calls couroucous. Your litter is ready, and whenever you feel strong enough we will carry you to our house." "Thanks, my friend," replied the engineer. "In an hour or two we will go. And now, Spilett, continue." The reporter related everything that had happened, recounting the events unknown to Smith, the last plunge of the balloon, the landing upon this unknown shore, its deserted appearance, the discovery of the Chimneys, and the search for the engineer, the devotion of Neb, and what they owed to Top's intelligence, etc. "But," asked Smith in a feeble voice, "you did not pick me up on the beach?" "No," replied the reporter. "And it was not you who brought me to this hollow?" "No." "How far is this place from the reef?" "At least half a mile," replied Pencroff, "and if you are astonished, we are equally surprised to find you here." "It is indeed singular," said the engineer, who was gradually reviving and taking interest in these details. "But," asked the sailor, "cannot you remember anything that happened after you were washed away by that heavy sea?" Cyrus Smith tried to think, but he remembered little. The wave had swept him from the net of the balloon, and at first he had sunk several fathoms. Coming up to the surface, he was conscious, in the half light, of something struggling beside him. It was Top, who had sprung to his rescue. Looking up, he could see nothing of the balloon, which, lightened by his and the dog's weight, had sped away like an arrow. He found himself in the midst of the tumultuous sea, more than half a mile from shore. He swam vigorously against the waves, and Top sustained him by his garments, but a strong current seized him, carrying him to the north, and after struggling for half an hour he sank, dragging the dog with him into the abyss. From that moment to the instant of his finding himself in the arms of his friends, he remembered nothing. "Nevertheless," said Pencroff, "you must have been cast upon this shore, and had strength enough to walk to this place, since Neb found your tracks." "Yes, that must be so," answered the engineer reflectively. "And you have not seen any traces of inhabitants upon the shore?" "Not a sign," answered the reporter. "Moreover, if by chance some one had rescued you from the waves, why should he then have abandoned you?" "You are right, my dear Spilett. Tell me, Neb," inquired the engineer, turning towards his servant, "it was not you could not have been in a trance during which No, that's absurd. Do any of the footprints still remain?" "Yes, master," replied Neb. "There are some at the entrance, back of this mound, in a place sheltered from the wind and rain, but the others have been obliterated by the storm." "Pencroff," said Cyrus, "will you take my shoes and see if they fit those footprints exactly?" The sailor did as he had been asked. He and Herbert, guided by Neb, went to where the marks were, and in their absence Smith said to the reporter, "That is a thing passing belief." "Inexplicable, indeed," answered the other. "But do not dwell upon it at present, my dear Spilett. We will talk of it hereafter." At this moment the others returned. All doubt was set at rest. The shoes of the engineer fitted the tracks exactly. Therefore it must have been Smith himself who had walked over the sand. "So," he said, "I was the one in a trance, and not Neb. I must have walked like a somnambulist without consciousness, and Top's instinct brought me here after he rescued me from the waves. Here, Top, come here, dog." The splendid animal sprang barking to his master, and caresses were lavished upon him. It was agreed that there was no other way to account for the rescue than by giving Top the credit for it. Towards noon, Pencroff having asked Smith if he felt strong enough to be carried, the latter, for answer, by an effort which showed his strength of will, rose to his feet. But if he had not leaned upon the sailor, he would have fallen. "Capital," said Pencroff. "Summon the engineer's carriage." The litter was brought. The cross branches had been covered with moss and grass, and when Smith was laid upon it, they walked towards the coast, Neb and the sailor carrying him. 8 miles had to be travelled, and as they could move but slowly, and would probably have to make frequent rests, it would take 6 hours or more to reach the Chimneys. The wind was still strong, but fortunately it had ceased raining. From his couch, the engineer, leaning upon his arm, observed the coast, especially the part opposite the sea. He examined it without comment, but undoubtedly the aspect of the country, its contour, its forests, and diverse products were noted in his mind. But after 2 hours, fatigue overcame him, and he slept upon the litter. At 5:30 the little party reached the precipice, and soon after were before the Chimneys. Stopping here, the litter was placed upon the sand without disturbing the slumber of the engineer. Pencroff saw, to his surprise, that the terrible storm of the day before had altered the aspect of the place. Rocks had been displaced, great fragments were strewn over the sand, and a thick carpet of several kinds of seaweed covered all the shore. It was plain that the sea sweeping over the isle had reached to the base of the enormous granite curtain. Before the entrance to the Chimneys, the ground had been violently torn up by the action of the waves. Pencroff, seized with a sudden fear, rushed into the corridor. Returning, a moment after, he stood motionless, looking at his comrades. The fire had been extinguished. The drowned cinders were nothing but mud. The charred linen, which was to serve them for tinder, had gone. The sea had penetrated every recess of the corridor, and everything was overthrown. Everything was destroyed within the Chimneys. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 9. Cyrus is here. Pencroff's attempts. Rubbing wood. Island or continent? The plans of the engineer. Whereabouts in the Pacific? In the depths of the forest. The pistachio pine. A pig chase. A smoke of good omen. In a few words the others were informed of what had happened. This accident, which portended serious results, at least Pencroff foresaw such, affected each one differently. Neb, overjoyed in having recovered his master, did not listen or did not wish to think of what Pencroff said. Herbert shared in a measure the apprehensions of the sailor. As to the reporter, he simply answered, "Upon my word, Pencroff, I don't think it matters much." "But I tell you again, we have no fire." "Pshaw!" "Nor any means of lighting one." "Absurd." "But, Mr. Spilett—" "Is not Cyrus here?" asked the reporter. "Isn't he alive? He will know well enough how to make fire." "And with what?" "With nothing." What could Pencroff answer? He had nothing to say, as in his heart he shared his companion's confidence in Cyrus Smith's ability. To them the engineer was a microcosm, a compound of all science and all knowledge. They were better off on a desert island with Cyrus than without him in the busiest city of the Union. With him they could want for nothing. With him they would have no fear. If they had been told that a volcanic eruption would overwhelm the land, sinking it into the depths of the Pacific, the imperturbable answer of these brave men would have been, "Have we not Cyrus?" Meantime the engineer had sunk into a lethargy, the result of the journey, and his help could not be asked for just then. The supper, therefore, would be very meager. All the tetras had been eaten. There was no way to cook other birds, and, finally, the couroucous which had been reserved had disappeared. Something, therefore, must be done. First of all, Cyrus Smith was carried into the main corridor. There they were able to make for him a couch of seaweeds, and, doubtless, the deep sleep in which he was plunged would strengthen him more than an abundant nourishment. With night the temperature, which the northwest wind had raised, again became very cold, and, as the sea had washed away the partitions which Pencroff had constructed, draughts of air made the place scarcely habitable. The engineer would therefore have been in a bad plight if his companions had not covered him with clothing which they took from themselves. The supper this evening consisted of the inevitable lithodomes, an ample supply of which Herbert and Neb had gathered from the beach. To these the lad had added a quantity of edible seaweed, which clung to the high rocks and were only washed by the highest tides. These seaweeds, belonging to the family of Fucaceae, were a species of sargassum, which, when dry, furnished a gelatinous substance full of nutritive energy, much used by the natives of the Asiatic coast. After having eaten a quantity of lithodomes, the reporter and his companions sucked some of the seaweed, which they agreed was excellent. "Nevertheless," said the sailor, "it is time for Mr. Smith to help us." Meantime the cold became intense, and unfortunately they had no means of protecting themselves. The sailor, much worried, tried every possible means of procuring a fire, and by striking two stones together he obtained sparks. But the moss was not sufficiently inflammable to catch fire, nor had the sparks the strength of those struck by a steel. The operation amounted to nothing. Then Pencroff, although he had no confidence in the result, tried rubbing two pieces of dry wood together, after the manner of the savages. It is true that the motion of the man, if it could have been turned into heat, according to the new theory, would have heated the boiler of a steamer, but it resulted in nothing except putting him in a glow and making the wood hot. After half an hour's work, Pencroff was in a perspiration, and he threw away the wood in disgust. "When you can make me believe the savages make fire after that fashion," said he, "it will be hot in winter. I might as well try to light my arms by rubbing them together." But the sailor was wrong to deny the feasibility of this method. The savages frequently do light wood in this way, but it requires particular kinds of wood, and moreover the knack, and Pencroff had not this knack. Pencroff's ill humor did not last long. The bits of wood which he had thrown away had been picked up by Herbert, who exerted himself to rub them well. The strong sailor could not help laughing at the boy's weak efforts to accomplish what he had failed in. "Rub away, my boy, rub hard!" he cried. "I am rubbing them," answered Herbert, laughing, "but only to take my turn at getting warm, instead of sitting here shivering. And pretty soon I will be as hot as you are, Pencroff." This was the case, and though it was necessary for this night to give up trying to make a fire, Spilett, stretching himself upon the sand in one of the passages, repeated for the 20th time that Smith could not be baffled by such a trifle. The others followed his example, and Top slept at the feet of his master. The next day, the 28th of March, when the engineer awoke, about 8 o'clock, he saw his companions beside him, watching, and, as on the day before, his first words were, "Island or continent?" It was his one thought. "Well, Mr. Smith," answered Pencroff, "we don't know." "You haven't found out yet?" "But we will," affirmed Pencroff, "when you are able to guide us in this country." "I believe that I am able to do that now," answered the engineer, who, without much effort, rose up and stood erect. "That is good!" exclaimed the sailor. "I am dying of hunger," responded Smith. "Give me some food, my friend, and I will feel better. You've fire, haven't you?" This question met with no immediate answer, but after some moments the sailor said, "No, sir, we have no fire, at least not now." And he related what had happened the day before. He amused the engineer by recounting the history of their solitary match, and their fruitless efforts to procure fire like the savages. "We will think about it," answered the engineer, "and if we cannot find something like tinder—" "Well?" asked the sailor. "Well, we will make matches." "Friction matches?" "Friction matches." "It's no more difficult than that!" cried the reporter, slapping the sailor on the shoulder. The latter did not see that it would be that easy, but he said nothing, and all went out of doors. The day was beautiful. A bright sun was rising above the sea horizon, its rays sparkling and glistening on the granite wall. After having cast a quick look about him, the engineer seated himself upon a rock. Herbert offered him some handfuls of mussels and seaweed, saying, "It is all that we have, Mr. Smith." "Thank you, my boy," answered he. "It is enough, for this morning, at least. and he ate with appetite this scanty meal, washing it down with water brought from the river in a large shell. His companions looked on without speaking. Then, after having satisfied himself, he crossed his arms and said, "Then, my friends, you do not yet know whether we have been thrown upon an island or a continent?" "No, sir," answered Herbert. "We will find out tomorrow," said the engineer. "Until then, there is nothing to do." "There is one thing," suggested Pencroff. "What is that?" "Some fire," replied the sailor, who thought of nothing else. "We will have it, Pencroff," said Smith. "But when you were carrying me here yesterday, did I not see a mountain rising in the west?" "Yes," said Spilett, "quite a high one." "All right," exclaimed the engineer. "Tomorrow we will climb to its summit and determine whether this is an island or a continent. Until then, I repeat, there is nothing to do." "But there is! We want fire!" cried the obstinate sailor again. "Have a little patience, Pencroff, and we will have the fire," said Spilett. The other looked at the reporter as much as to say, "If there was only you to make it, we would never taste roast meat." But he kept silent. Smith had not spoken. He seemed little concerned about this question of fire. For some moments he remained absorbed in his own thoughts. Then he spoke as follows: "My friends, our situation is, doubtless, deplorable. Nevertheless, it is very simple. Either we are upon a continent, and in that case, at the expense of greater or less fatigue, we will reach some inhabited place, or else we are on an island. In the latter case, it is one of two things. If the island is inhabited, we will get out of our difficulty by the help of the inhabitants. If it is deserted, we will get out of it by ourselves." "Nothing could be plainer than that," said Pencroff. "But," asked Spilett, "whether it is a continent or an island, whereabouts do you think this storm has thrown us, Cyrus?" "In truth, I cannot say," replied the engineer, "but the probability is that we are somewhere in the Pacific. When we left Richmond the wind was northeast, and its very violence proves that its direction did not vary much. Supposing it unchanged, we crossed North and South Carolina, Georgia, the Gulf of Mexico, and the narrow part of Mexico, and a portion of the Pacific Ocean. I do not estimate the distance traversed by the balloon at less than 6,000 or 7,000 miles, and even if the wind had varied a half a quarter, it would have carried us either to the Marquesas Island or to the Low Archipelago, or, if it was stronger than I suppose, as far as New Zealand. If this last hypothesis is correct, our return home will be easy. English or Maoris, we shall always find somebody with whom to speak. If, on the other hand, this coast belongs to some barren island in the Micronesian archipelago, perhaps we can reconnoiter it from the summit of this mountain, and then we will consider how to establish ourselves here, as if we were never going to leave it." "Never?" cried the reporter. "Do you say never, my dear Cyrus?" "It is better to put things in their worst light at first," answered the engineer, "and to reserve those which are better as a surprise." "Well said," replied Pencroff, "and we hope that this island, if it is an island, will not be situated just outside of the route of ships, for that would, indeed, be unlucky." "We will know how to act after having first ascended the mountain," answered Smith. "But will you be able, Mr. Smith, to make the climb tomorrow?" asked Herbert. "I hope so," answered the engineer, "if Pencroff and you, my boy, show yourselves to be good and ready hunters." "Mr. Smith," said the sailor, "since you are speaking of game, if when I come back I am as sure of getting it roasted as I am of bringing it—" "Bring it, nevertheless," interrupted Smith. It was now agreed that the engineer and the reporter should spend the day at the Chimneys, in order to examine the shore and the plateau, while Neb, Herbert, and the sailor were to return to the forest, renew the supply of wood, and lay hands on every bird and beast that should cross their path. So, at 6 o'clock, the party left, Herbert confident, Neb happy, and Pencroff muttering to himself, "If when I get back I find a fire in the house, it will have been the lightning that lit it." The three climbed the bank, and having reached the turn in the river, the sailor stopped and said to his companions, "Shall we begin as hunters or wood choppers?" "Hunters," answered Herbert. "See Top, who is already at it." "Let us hunt then," replied the sailor, "and on our return here we will lay in our stock of wood." This said, the party made 3 clubs for themselves and followed Top, who was jumping about in the high grass. This time the hunters, instead of following the course of the stream, struck at once into the depths of the forest. The trees were for the most part of the pine family, and in certain places, where they stood in small groups, they were of such a size as to indicate that this country was in a higher latitude than the engineers supposed. Some openings, bristling with stumps decayed by the weather, were covered with dead timber, which formed an inexhaustible reserve of firewood. Then, the opening passed, the underwood became so thick as to be nearly impenetrable. To guide oneself among these great trees without any beaten path was very difficult. So the sailor from time to time blazed the route by breaking branches in a manner easily recognizable. But perhaps they would have done better to have followed the watercourse, as in the first instance, as after an hour's march no game had been taken. Top, running under the low boughs, only flashed birds that were unapproachable. Even the couroucous were invisible, and it seemed likely that the sailor would be obliged to return to that swampy place where he had fished for tetras with such good luck. "Well, Pencroff," said Neb sarcastically, "if this is all the game you promised to carry back to my master, it won't take much fire to roast it." "Wait a bit, Neb," answered the sailor. "It won't be game that will be wanting on our return." "Don't you believe in Mr. Smith?" "Yes." "But you don't believe he will make a fire?" "I will believe that when the wood is blazing in the fireplace." "It will blaze then, for my master has said so." "Well, we'll see." Meanwhile the sun had not yet risen to its highest point above the horizon. The exploration went on, and was signalized by Herbert's discovery of a tree bearing edible fruit. It was the pistachio pine, which bears an excellent fruit, much liked in the temperate regions of America and Europe. These nuts were perfectly ripe, and Herbert showed them to his companions, who feasted on them. "Well," said Pencroff, "seaweed for bread, raw mussels for meat, and nuts for dessert. That's the sort of dinner for men who haven't a match in their pocket." "It's not worth while complaining," replied Herbert. "I don't complain, my boy. I simply repeat that the meat is a little too scant in this sort of meal." "Top has seen something!" cried Neb, running towards a thicket into which the dog had disappeared barking. With the dog's barks were mingled singular gruntings. The sailor and Herbert had followed the negro. If it were game, this was not the time to discuss how to cook it, but rather how to secure it. The hunters, on entering the brush, saw Top struggling with an animal which he held by the ear. This quadruped was a species of pig, about 2 feet and a half long, of a brownish black color, somewhat lighter under the belly, having harsh and somewhat scanty hair, and its toes, at this time strongly grasping the soil, seemed joined together by membranes. Herbert thought that he had recognized in this animal a cabiai, or water hog, one of the largest specimens of the order of rodents. The water hog did not fight the dog. Its great eyes, deep sunk in thick layers of fat, rolled stupidly from side to side. And Neb, grasping his club firmly, was about to knock the beast down, when the latter tore loose from Top, leaving a piece of his ear in the dog's mouth, and uttering a vigorous grunt, rushed against and overset Herbert and disappeared in the wood. "The beggar!" cried Pencroff as they all 3 darted after the hog. But just as they had come up to it again, the water hog disappeared under the surface of a large pond overshadowed by tall ancient pines. The 3 companions stopped motionless. Top had plunged into the water, but the cabiai, hidden at the bottom of the pond, did not appear. "Wait," said the boy, "he will have to come to the surface to breathe." "Won't he drown?" asked Neb. "No," answered Herbert, "since he is fin-toed and almost amphibious. But watch for him." Top remained in the water, and Pencroff and his companions took stations upon the bank to cut off the animal's retreat, while the dog swam to and fro looking for him. Herbert was not mistaken. In a few minutes the animal came again to the surface. Top was upon him at once, keeping him from diving again, and a moment later the cabiai, dragged to the shore, was struck down by a blow from Neb's club. "Hurrah!" cried Pencroff with all his heart. "Nothing but a clear fire, and this gnawer should be gnawed to the bone." Pencroff lifted the carcass to his shoulder, and judging by the sun that it must be near 2 o'clock, he gave the signal to return. Top's instinct was useful to the hunters, as, thanks to that intelligent animal, they were enabled to return upon their steps. In half an hour they had reached the bend of the river. There, as before, Pencroff quickly constructed a raft. Although lacking fire, this seemed to him a useless job, and, with the raft keeping the current, they returned towards the Chimneys. But the sailor had not gone 50 paces when he stopped and gave utterance anew to a tremendous hurrah, and extending his hands towards the angle of the cliff. "Herbert! Neb! See!" he cried. Smoke was escaping and curling above the rocks. End of chapter 9.
Chapter 10 of Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 10. The Engineer's Invention. Island or Continent. Departure for the Mountain. The Forest. Volcanic Soil. The Tragopans. The Mouflons. The First Plateau. Encamping for the Night. The Summit of the Cone. A few minutes afterwards the three hunters were seated before a sparkling fire. Beside them sat Cyrus Smith and the reporter. Pencroff looked from one to the other without saying a word, his cabiai in his hand. "Yes, my good fellow," said the reporter, "a fire, a real fire that will roast your game to a turn." "But who lighted it?" said the sailor. "The sun." The sailor could not believe his eyes, and was too stupefied to question the engineer. "Had you a burning glass, sir?" asked Herbert of Cyrus Smith. "No, my boy," said he, "but I made one," and he showed his extemporized lens. It was simply the two glasses from his own watch and the reporter's, which he had taken out, filled with water, and stuck together at the edges with a little clay. Thus he had made a veritable burning glass, and by concentrating the solar rays on some dry moss had set it on fire. The sailor examined the lens, then he looked at the engineer without saying a word, but his face spoke for him. If Smith was not a magician to him, he was certainly more than a man. At last his speech returned, and he said, "Put that down, Mr. Spilett. Put that down in your book." "I have it down," said the reporter. Then, with the help of Neb, the sailor arranged the spit, and dressed the cabiai for roasting like a sucking pig before the sparkling fire, by whose warmth, and by the restoration of the partitions, the Chimneys had been rendered habitable. The engineer and his companions had made good use of their day. Smith had almost entirely recovered his strength, which he had tested by climbing the plateau above. From thence his eye, accustomed to measure heights and distances, had attentively examined the cone, whose summit he proposed to reach on the morrow. The mountain, situated about 6 miles to the northwest, seemed to him to reach about 3,500 feet above the level of the sea, so that an observer posted at the summit could command a horizon of 50 miles at least. He hoped, therefore, for an easy solution of the urgent question, island or continent? They had a pleasant supper, and the meat of the cabiai was proclaimed excellent. The sargassum and pistachio nuts completed the repast. But the engineer said little. He was planning for the next day. Once or twice Pencroff talked of some project for the future, but Smith shook his head. "Tomorrow," he said, "we will know how we are situated, and we can act accordingly." After supper more armfuls of wood were thrown on the fire, and the party lay down to sleep. The morning found them fresh and eager for the expedition, which was to settle their fate. Everything was ready. Enough was left of the cabiai for 24 hours' provisions, and they hoped to replenish their stock on the way. They charred a little linen for tinder, as the watch glasses had been replaced, and flint abounded in this volcanic region. At 7:30 they left the Chimneys, each with a stout cudgel. By Pencroff's advice they took the route of the previous day, which was the shortest way to the mountain. They turned the southern angle, and followed the left bank of the river, leaving it where it bent to the southwest. They took the beaten path under the evergreens, and soon reached the northern border of the forest. The soil, flat and swampy, then dry and sandy, rose by a gradual slope towards the interior.
Among the trees appeared a few shy animals, which rapidly took flight before Top. The engineer called his dog back. Later, perhaps, they might hunt, but now nothing could distract him from his great object. He observed neither the character of the ground nor the products. He was going straight for the top of the mountain. At 10 o'clock they were clear of the forest, and they halted for a while to observe the country. The mountain was composed of two cones. The first was truncated about 2,500 feet up, and supported by fantastic spurs, branching out like the talons of an immense claw, laid upon the ground. Between these spurs were narrow valleys, thick set with trees, whose topmost foliage was level with the flat summit of the first cone. On the northern side of the mountain, vegetation was more scanty, and the ground was seamed here and there, apparently with currents of lava. On the first cone lay a second, slightly rounded towards the summit. It lay somewhat across the other, like a huge hat cocked over the ear. The surface seemed utterly bare, with reddish rocks often protruding. The object of the expedition was to reach the top of this cone, and their best way was along the edge of the spurs. "We are in a volcanic country," said Cyrus Smith as they began to climb little by little up the side of the spurs, whose winding summit would most readily bring them out upon the lower plateau. The ground was strewn with traces of igneous convulsion. Here and there lay blocks, debris of basalt, pumice stone, and obsidian. In isolated clumps rose some few of those conifers, which, hundreds of feet lower, in the narrow gorges, formed a gigantic thicket, impenetrable to the sun. As they climbed these lower slopes, Herbert called attention to the recent marks of huge paws and hoofs on the ground. "These brutes will make a fight for their territory," said Pencroff. "Oh, well," said the reporter who had hunted tigers in India and lions in Africa, "we shall contrive to get rid of them. In the meanwhile, we must be on our guard." While talking they were gradually ascending. The way was lengthened by detours around the obstacles which could not be directly surmounted. Sometimes, too, deep crevasses yawned across the ascent, and compelled them to return upon their tracks for a long distance before they could find an available pathway. At noon, when the little company halted to dine at the foot of a great clump of firs, at whose foot bubbled a tiny brook, they were still half-way from the first plateau, and could hardly reach it before nightfall. From this point the sea stretched broad beneath their feet, but on the right their vision was arrested by the sharp promontory of the southeast, which left them in doubt whether there was land beyond. On the left they could see directly north for several miles, but the northwest was concealed from them by the crest of a fantastic spur, which formed a massive abutment to the central cone. They could, therefore, make no approach as yet to the solving of the great question. At 1 o'clock the ascent was again begun. The easiest route slanted upward towards the southwest, through the thick copse. There, under the trees, were flying about a number of gallinaceae of the pheasant family. These were tragopans, adorned with a sort of fleshy wattles hanging over their necks, and with two little cylindrical horns behind their eyes. Of these birds, which were about the size of a hen, the female was invariably brown, while the male was resplendent in a coat of red, with little spots of white. With a well-aimed stone, Spilett killed one of the tragopans, which the hungry Pencroff looked at with longing eyes. Leaving the copse, the climbers, by mounting on each other's shoulders, ascended for 100 feet up a very steep hill, and reached a terrace, almost bare of trees, whose soil was evidently volcanic. From hence their course was a zigzag towards the east, for the declivity was so steep that they had to take every point of vantage. Neb and Herbert led the way. Then came Smith and the reporter. Pencroff was last. The animals who lived among these heights, and whose traces were not wanting, must have the sure foot and the supple spine of a chamois or an izard. They saw some to whom Pencroff gave a name of his own. "Sheep!" he cried. They all had stopped 50 feet from half a dozen large animals, with thick horns curved backwards, hidden under long, silky, fawn-colored hair. They were not the common sheep, but a species widely distributed through the mountainous regions of the temperate zone. Their name, according to Herbert, was mouflon. "Have they legs and chops?" asked the sailor. "Yes," replied Herbert. "Then they are sheep," said Pencroff. The animals stood motionless and astonished at their first sight of man. Then, seized with a sudden fear, they fled, leaping away amongst the rocks. "Good-bye, till next time!" cried Pencroff to them in a tone so comical that the others could not forbear laughing. As the ascension continued, the traces of lava were more frequent, and little sulphur springs intercepted their route. At some points sulphur had been deposited in crystals, in the midst of the sand and whitish cinders of feldspar, which generally precede the eruption of lava. As they neared the first plateau, formed by the truncation of the lower cone, ascent became very difficult. By 4 o'clock the last belt of trees had been passed. Here and there stood a few dwarfed and distorted pines, which had survived the attacks of the furious winds. Fortunately for the engineer and his party, it was a pleasant, mild day, for a high wind, at the altitude of 3,000 feet, would have interfered with them sadly. The sky overhead was extremely bright and clear. A perfect calm reigned around them. The sun was hidden by the upper mountain, which cast its shadow like a vast screen, westward to the edge of the sea. A thin haze began to appear in the east, colored with all the rays of the solar spectrum. There were only 500 feet between the explorers and the plateau where they meant to encamp for the night, but these 500 were increased to 2,000 and more by the tortuous route. The ground, so to speak, gave way under their feet. The angle of ascent was often so obtuse that they slipped upon the smooth worn lava. Little by little the evening set in, and it was almost night when the party, tired out by a 7 hours' climb, arrived at the top of the first cone. Now they must pitch their camp and think of supper and sleep. The upper terrace of the mountain rose upon a base of rocks, amid which they could soon find a shelter. Firewood was not plenty, yet the moss and dry thistles, so abundant on the plateau, would serve their turn. The sailor built up a fireplace with huge stones, while Neb and Herbert went after the combustibles. They soon came back with a load of thistles and with flint and steel, and as Neb began to blow the fire, a bright blaze was soon sparkling behind the rocks. It was for warmth only, for they kept the pheasant for the next day, and supped of the rest of the cabiai and a few dozen pistachio nuts. It was only 6:30 when the meal was ended. Cyrus Smith resolved to explore, in the semi-obscurity, the great circular pediment which upheld the topmost cone of the mountain. Before taking rest, he was anxious to know whether the base of the cone could be passed, in case the flanks should prove too steep for ascent. So, regardless of fatigue, he left Pencroff and Nab to make the sleeping arrangements, and Spilett to note down the incidents of the day, and, taking Herbert with him, began to walk around the base of the plateau towards the north. The night was beautiful and still, and not yet very dark. They walked together in silence. Sometimes the plateau was wide and easy, sometimes so encumbered with rubbish that the two could not walk abreast. Finally, after 20 minutes' tramp, they were brought to a halt. From this point the slant of the two cones was equal. To walk around the mountain upon the acclivity whose angle was nearly 75 degrees was impossible. But, though they had to give up their flank movement, the chance of a direct ascent was suddenly offered to them. Before them opened an immense chasm in the solid rock. It was the mouth of the upper crater, the gullet, so to speak, through which, when the volcano was active, the eruption took place. Inside, hardened lava and scoria formed a sort of natural staircase with enormous steps, by which they might possibly reach the summit. Smith saw the opportunity at a glance, and, followed by the boy, he walked unhesitatingly into the huge crevasse, in the midst of the gathering darkness. There were yet 1,000 feet to climb. Could they scale the interior wall of the crater? They would try at all events. Fortunately, the long and sinuous declivities described a winding staircase, and greatly helped their ascent. The crater was evidently exhausted. Not a puff of smoke, not a glimmer of fire escaped. Not a sound or motion in the dark abyss, reaching down perhaps to the center of the globe. The air within retained no taint of sulphur. The volcano was not only quiet, but extinct. Evidently the attempt was to succeed. Gradually, as the two mounted the inner walls, they saw the crater grow larger over their heads. The light from the outer sky visibly increased. At each step, so to speak, which they made, new stars entered the field of their vision. The magnificent constellations of the southern sky shone resplendent. In the zenith glittered the splendid Antares of the Scorpion, and not far off that Beta of the Centaur, which is believed to be the nearest star to our terrestrial globe. Then, as the crater opened, appeared Fomalhaut of the fish, the triangle, and, at last, almost at the Antarctic pole, the glowing Southern Cross. It was nearly 8 o'clock when they set foot on the summit of the cone. The darkness was by this time complete, and they could hardly see a couple of miles around them. Was the land an island, or the eastern extremity of a continent? They could not yet discover. Towards the west a band of cloud, clearly defined against the horizon, deepened the obscurity and confounded sea with sky. But at one point of the horizon suddenly appeared a vague light, which slowly sank as the clouds mounted to the zenith. It was the slender crescent of the moon, just about to disappear, but the line of the horizon was now cloudless, and as the moon touched it, the engineer could see her face mirrored for an instant on a liquid surface. He seized the boy's hand. "An island," said he as the lunar crescent disappeared behind the waves. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 11. At the summit of the cone. The interior of the crater. Sea everywhere. No land in sight. A bird's view of the coast. Hydrography and orography. Is the island inhabited? A geographical baptism. Lincoln Island. A half-hour later they walked back to the camp. The engineer contented himself with saying to his comrades that the country was an island, and that tomorrow they would consider what to do. Then each disposed himself to sleep. And in this basalt cave, 2,500 feet above sea level, they passed a quiet night, in profound repose. The next day, March the 30th, after a hurried breakfast on roast tragopan, they started out for the summit of the volcano. All desired to see the isle on which perhaps they were to spend their lives, and to ascertain how far it lay from other land, and how near the course of vessels bound for the archipelagos of the Pacific. It was about 7 o'clock in the morning when they left the camp. No one seemed dismayed by the situation. They had faith in themselves, no doubt, but the source of that faith was not the same with Smith as with his companions. They trusted in him, he in his ability to extort from the wilderness around them all the necessaries of life. As for Pencroff, he would not have despaired, since the rekindling of the fire by the engineer's lens, if he had found himself upon a barren rock, if only Smith was with him. "Bah!" said he, "we got out of Richmond without the permission of the authorities, and it would be strange if we can't get away some time from a place when no one wants to keep us." They followed the route of the day before, flanking the cone till they reached the enormous crevasse. It was a superb day, and the southern side of the mountain was bathed in sunlight. The crater, as the engineer had supposed, was a huge shaft gradually opening to a height of 1,000 feet above the plateau. From the bottom of the crevasse, large currents of lava meandered down the flanks of the mountain, indicating the path of the eruptive matter down to the lower valleys, which furrowed the north of the island. The interior of the crater, which had an inclination of 35 or 40 degrees, was easily scaled. They saw on the way traces of ancient lava, which had probably gushed from the summit of the cone before the lateral opening had given it a new way of escape. As to the volcano chimney, which communicated with the subterranean abyss, its depth could not be estimated by the eye, for it was lost in obscurity. But there seemed no doubt that the volcano was completely extinct. Before 8 o'clock the party were standing at the summit of the crater, on a conical elevation of the northern side. "The sea everywhere!" was the universal exclamation. There it lay, an immense sheet of water around them on every side. Perhaps Smith had hoped that daylight would reveal some neighboring coast or island, but nothing appeared to the horizon line, a radius of more than 50 miles. Not a sail was in sight. Around the island stretched a desert infinity of ocean. Silent and motionless they surveyed every point of the horizon. They strained their eyes to the uttermost limit of the ocean. But even Pencroff, to whom nature had given a pair of telescopes instead of eyes, and who could have detected land even in the faintest haze upon the sea line, could see nothing. Then they looked down upon their island, and the silence was broken by Spilett. "How large do you think the island is?" It seemed small enough in the midst of the infinite ocean. Smith thought a while, noticed the circumference of the island, and allowed for the elevation. "My friends," he said, "if I'm not mistaken, the coast of the island is more than 100 miles around." "Then its surface will be—" "This is hard to estimate. The outline is so irregular." If Smith was right, the island would be about the size of Malta or Zante in the Mediterranean, but it was more irregular than they, and at the same time had fewer capes, promontories, points, bays, and creeks. Its form was very striking. When Spilett drew it, they declared it was like some fantastic sea beast, some monstrous pteropod, asleep on the surface of the Pacific. The exact configuration of the island may thus be described. The eastern coast, upon which the castaways had landed, was a decided curve, embracing a large bay, terminating at the southeast in a sharp promontory, which the shape of the land had hidden from Pencroff on his first exploration. On the northeast, two other capes shut in the bay, and between them lay a narrow gulf like the half-open jaws of some formidable dogfish. From northeast to northwest the coast was round and flat, like the skull of a wild beast. Then came a sort of indeterminate hump, whose center was occupied by the volcanic mountain. From this point the coast ran directly north and south. For 2/3 of its length it was bordered by a narrow creek. Then it finished in a long queue, like a tail of a gigantic alligator. This queue formed a veritable peninsula, which extended more than 30 miles into the sea, reckoning from the southeast cape before mentioned. These 30 miles, the south coast of the island, described an open bay. The narrowest part of the island, between the Chimneys and the creek on the west, was 10 miles wide, but its greatest length, from the jaw in the northeast to the extremity of the southwest peninsula, was not less than 30 miles. The general aspect of the interior was as follows. The southern part, from the shore to the mountain, was covered with woods. The northern part was arid and sandy. Between the volcano and the eastern coast, the party were surprised to see a lake, surrounded by evergreens, whose existence they had not suspected. Viewed from such a height, it seemed to be on the same level with the sea. But on reflection, the engineer explained to his companions that it must be at least 300 feet higher, for the plateau on which it lay was as high as that of the coast. "So, then, it is a freshwater lake?" asked Pencroff. "Yes," said the engineer, "for it must be fed by the mountain streams." "I can see a little river flowing into it," said Herbert, pointing to a narrow brook, whose source was evidently in the spurs of the western cliff. "True," said Smith, "and since this brook flows into the lake, there is probably some outlet towards the sea for the overflow. We will see about that when we go back." This little winding stream and the river so familiar to them were all the watercourses they could see. Nevertheless, it was possible that under those masses of trees which covered 2/3 of the island, other streams flowed towards the sea. This seemed the more probable from the fertility of the country and its magnificent display of the flora of the temperate zone. In the northern section there was no indication of running water. Perhaps there might be stagnant pools in the swampy part of the northeast, but that was all. In the main, this region was composed of arid sandhills and downs, contrasting strongly with the fertility of the larger portion. The volcano did not occupy the center of the island. It rose in the northwest, and seemed to indicate the dividing line of those two zones. On the southwest, south, and southeast, the beginnings of the spurs were lost in masses of verdure. To the north, on the contrary, these ramifications were plainly visible, subsiding gradually to the level of the sandy plain. On this side, too, when the volcano was active, the eruptions had taken place, and a great bed of lava existed as far as the narrow jaw which formed the northeastern gulf. They remained for an hour at the summit of the mountain. The island lay stretched before them like a plan in relief, with its different tints, green for the forest, yellow for the sands, blue for the water. They understood the configuration of the entire land. Only the bottoms of the shady valleys and the depths of the narrow gorges between the spurs of the volcano, concealed by the spreading foliage, escaped their searching eye. There remained a question of great moment, whose answer would have a controlling influence upon the fortunes of the castaways. Was the island inhabited? It was the reporter who put this question, which seemed already to have been answered in the negative by the minute examination which they had just made of the different portions of the island. Nowhere could they perceive the handiwork of man, no late settlement on the beach, not even a lonely cabin or a fisherman's hut. No smoke rising on the air betrayed a human presence. It is true the observers were 30 miles from the long peninsula which extended to the southwest, and upon which even Pencroff's eye could hardly have discovered a dwelling. Nor could they raise the curtain of foliage which covered 3/4 of the island to see whether some village lay sheltered there. But the natives of these little islands in the Pacific usually live in the coast, and the coast seemed absolutely deserted. Until they should make a more complex exploration, they might assume that the island was uninhabited. But was it ever frequented by the inhabitants of neighboring islands? This question was difficult to answer. No land appeared within a radius of 50 miles. But 50 miles could easily be traversed by Malay canoes, or by the larger pirogues of the Polynesians. Everything depended upon the situation of the island, on its isolation in the Pacific, or its proximity to the archipelagos. Could Smith succeed, without his instruments, in determining the latitude and longitude? It would be difficult, and in the uncertainty they must take precautions against an attack from savage neighbors. The exploration of the island was finished, its configuration determined, a map of it drawn, its size calculated, and the distribution of its land and water ascertained. The forests and the plains had been roughly sketched upon the reporter's map. They had only now to descend the declivities of the mountain and to examine into the animal, vegetable, and mineral resources of the country. But before giving the signal of departure, Cyrus Smith, in a calm, grave voice, addressed his companions. "Look, my friends, upon this little corner of the earth, on which the hand of the Almighty had cast us. Here, perhaps, we may long dwell. Perhaps, too, unexpected help will arrive, should some ship chance to pass. I say chance, because this island is of slight importance, without even a harbor for ships. I fear it is situated out of the usual course of vessels, too far south for those which frequent the archipelagos of the Pacific, too far north for those bound to Australia round Cape Horn. I will not disguise from you our situation." "And you are right, my dear Cyrus," said the reporter eagerly. "You are dealing with men. They trust you, and you can count on them. Can he not, my friends?" "I will obey you in everything, Mr. Smith," said Herbert, taking the engineer's hand. "May I lose my name," said the sailor, "if I shirk my part. If you choose, Mr. Smith, we will make a little America here. We will build cities, lay railroads, establish telegraphs, and some day, when the island is transformed and civilized, offer her to the United States. But one thing I should like to ask." "What is that?" said the reporter. "That we should not consider ourselves any longer as castaways, but as colonists." Cyrus Smith could not help smiling, and the motion was adopted. Then Smith thanked his companions, and added that he counted upon their energy and upon the help of Heaven. "Well, let's start for the Chimneys," said Pencroff. "1 minute, my friends," answered the engineer. "Would it not be well to name the island, as well as the capes, promontories, and watercourses which we see before us?" "Good," said the reporter. "That will simplify for the future the instructions which we may have to give or to take." "Yes," added the sailor, "it will be something gained to be able to say whence we are coming and where we are going. We shall seem to be somewhere." "At the Chimneys, for instance," said Herbert. "Exactly," said the sailor. "That name has been quite convenient already, and I was the author of it. Shall we keep that name for our first encampment, Mr. Smith?" "Yes, Pencroff, since you baptized it so." "Good, the others will be easy enough," resumed the sailor, who was now in the vein. "Let us give them the names like those of the Swiss family Robinson, whose story Herbert had read me more than once. Providence Bay, Cachalot Point, Cape Disappointment." "Or rather Mr. Smith's name, Mr. Spilett's, or Neb's," said Herbert. "My name!" cried Neb, showing his white teeth. "Why not?" replied Pencroff. "Port Neb would sound first rate, and Cape Gideon." "I would rather have names taken from our country," said the reporter, "which will recall America to us." "Yes," said Smith, "the principal features, the bays and seas, should be so named. For instance, let us call the great bay to the east Union Bay, the southern indentation Washington Bay, the mountain on which we are standing Mount Franklin, the lake beneath our feet Lake Grant. These names will recall our country and the great citizens who have honored it. But for the smaller features, let us choose names which will suggest their especial configuration. These will remain in our memory, and be more convenient at the same time. The shape of the island is so peculiar that we shall have no trouble in finding appropriate names. The streams, the creeks, and the forest regions yet to be discovered, we will baptize as they come. What say you, my friends?" The engineer's proposal was unanimously applauded. The inland bay unrolled like a map before their eyes, and they had only to name the features of its contour and relief. Spilett would put down the names over the proper places, and the geographical nomenclature of the island would be complete. First, they named the two bays and the mountain as the engineer had suggested. "Now," said the reporter, "to that peninsula projecting from the southwest I propose to give the name of Serpentine Peninsula, and to call the twisted curve at the termination of it Reptile Land, for it is just like a snake's tail." "Motion carried," said the engineer. "And the other extremity of the island," said Herbert, "the gulf so like an open pair of jaws, let us call it Shark Gulf." "Good enough," said Pencroff, "and we may complete the figure by calling the two sides of the gulf Mandible Cape." "But there are two capes," observed the reporter. "Well, we will have them North Mandible and South Mandible." "I've put them down," said Spilett. "Now we must name the southwestern extremity of the island," said Pencroff. "You mean the end of Union Bay?" asked Herbert. "Claw Cape," suggested Neb, who wished to have his turn as godfather. And he had chosen an excellent name, for this cape was very like the powerful claw of the fantastic animal to which they had compared the island. Pencroff was enchanted with the turn things were taking, and their active imaginations soon supplied other names. The river which furnished them with fresh water, and near which the balloon had cast them on shore, they called the Mercy, in gratitude to Providence. The islet on which they had first set foot was Safety Island. The plateau at the top of the high granite wall above the Chimneys, from which the whole sweep of the bay was visible, Prospect Plateau, and, finally, that mass of impenetrable woods which covered Serpentine Peninsula, the forests of the Far West. The engineer had approximately determined, by the height and position of the sun, the situation of the island with reference to the cardinal points, and had put Union Bay and Prospect Plateau to the east. But on the morrow, by taking the exact time of the sun's rising and setting, and noting its situation at the time exactly intermediate, he expected to ascertain precisely the northern point of the island. For, on account of its situation on the southern hemisphere, the sun at the moment of its culmination would pass to the north, and not to the south, as it does in the northern hemisphere. All was settled, and the colonists were about to descend the mountain, when Pencroff cried, "Why, what idiots are we!" "Why so?" said Spilett, who had gotten up and closed his notebook. "We have forgotten to baptize our island." Herbert was about to propose to give it the name of the engineer, and his companions would have applauded the choice, when Cyrus Smith said quietly, "Let us give it the name of a great citizen, my friends, of the defender of American unity. Let us call it Lincoln Island." They greeted the proposal with 3 hurrahs. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 12. Regulation of Watches. Pencroff is satisfied. A suspicious smoke. The course of Red Creek. The flora of the island. Its fauna. Mountain pheasants. A kangaroo chase. The Agouti. Lake Grant. Return to the Chimneys. The colonists of Lincoln Island cast a last look about them, and walked once again around the verge of the crater. Half an hour afterwards they were again upon the lower plateau, at their encampment of the previous night. Pencroff thought it was breakfast time, and so came up the question of regulating the watches of Smith and Spilett. The reporter's chronometer was uninjured by the sea water, as he had been cast high up on the sand beyond the reach of the waves. It was an admirable timepiece, a veritable pocket chronometer, and Spilett had wound it up regularly every day. The engineer's watch, of course, had stopped while he lay upon the downs. He now wound it up and set it at 9 o'clock, estimating the time approximately by the height of the sun. Spilett was about to do the same when the engineer stopped him. "Wait, my dear Spilett," said he. "You have the Richmond time, have you not?" "Yes." "Your watch, then, is regulated by the meridian of that city, which is very nearly that of Washington?" "Certainly." "Well, keep it so. Wind it up carefully, but do not touch the hands. This may be of use to us." "What's the use of that?" thought the sailor. They made such a hearty meal that little was left of the meat and pistachio nuts, but Pencroff did not trouble himself about that. Top, who had not been forgotten in the feast, would certainly find some new game in the thicket. Besides, the sailor had made up his mind to ask Smith to make some powder and 1 or 2 shotguns, which he thought would be an easy matter. As they were leaving the plateau, Smith proposed to his companions to take a new road back to the Chimneys. He wished to explore Lake Grant, which lay surrounded so beautifully with trees. They followed the crest of one of the spurs in which the creek which fed the lake probably had its source. The colonists employed in conversation only the proper names which they had just devised, and found that they could express themselves much more easily. Herbert and Pencroff, one of whom was young and the other something of a child, were delighted, and the sailor said as they walked along, "Well, Herbert, this is jolly. We can't lose ourselves now, my boy, since whether we follow Lake Grant or get to the Mercy through the woods of the Far West, we must come to Prospect Plateau, and so to Union Bay." It had been agreed that, without marching in a squad, the colonists should not keep too far apart. Dangerous wild beasts surely inhabited the forest recesses, and they must be on their guard. Usually Pencroff, Herbert, and Neb walked in front, preceded by Top, who poked his nose into every corner. The reporter and engineer walked together, the former ready to note down every incident, the latter seldom speaking, and turning aside only to pick up sometimes one thing, sometimes another, vegetable or mineral, which he put in his pocket without saying a word. "What the mischief is he picking up?" muttered Pencroff. "There's no use in looking. I see nothing worth the trouble of stooping for." About 10 o'clock the little company descended the last declivities of Mount Franklin. A few bushes and trees were scattered over the ground. They were walking on a yellowish calcinated soil, forming a plain about a mile long, which extended to the border of the wood. Large fragments of that basalt which, according to Bishop's theory, had taken 350 million years to cool, strewed the uneven surface of the plain. Yet there was no trace of lava, which had especially found an exit down the northern declivities. Smith thought they should soon reach the creek, which he expected to find flowing under the trees by the plain, when he saw Herbert running back, and Neb and the sailor hiding themselves behind the rocks. "What's the matter, my boy?" said Spilett. "Smoke," answered Herbert. "We saw smoke ascending from among the rocks, 100 steps in front." "Men in this region!" cried the reporter. "We must not show ourselves till we know with whom we have to deal," answered Smith. "I have more fear than hope of the natives, if there are any such on the island. Where is Top?" "Top is on ahead." "And has not barked?" "No." "This is strange. Still, let us try to call him back." In a few moments the three had rejoined their companions, and had hidden themselves, like Neb and Pencroff, behind the basalt rubbish. Thence they saw, very evidently, a yellowish smoke curling into the air. Top was recalled by a low whistle from his master, who motioned to his comrades to wait, and stole forward under cover of the rocks. In perfect stillness the party awaited the result, when a call from Smith summoned them forward. In a moment they were by his side, and were struck at once by the disagreeable smell which pervaded the atmosphere. This odor, unmistakable as it was, had been sufficient to reassure the engineer. "Nature is responsible for that fire," he said, "or rather for that smoke. It is nothing but a sulphur spring, which will be good for our sore throats." "Good!" said Pencroff. "What a pity I have not a cold!" The colonists walked towards the smoke. There they beheld a spring of sulphate of soda, which flowed in currents among the rocks, and whose waters, absorbing the oxygen of the air, gave off a lively odor of sulpho-hydric acid. Smith dipped his hand into the spring and found it oily. He tasted it, and perceived a sweetish odor. Its temperature he estimated at 95° Fahrenheit, and when Herbert asked him on what he based his estimate, "Simply, my boy," said he, "because when I put my hand into this water I have no sensation either of heat or of cold. Therefore it is at the same temperature as the human body, that is, about 95 degrees." Then, as the spring of sulphur could be put to no present use, the colonists walked towards the thick border of the forest, a few hundred paces distant. There, as they had thought, the brook rolled its bright limpid waters between high reddish banks, whose color betrayed the presence of oxide of iron. On account of this color they instantly named the watercourse Red Creek. It was nothing but a large mountain brook, deep and clear, here flowing quietly over the lands, there gurgling amid rocks, or falling in a cascade, but always flowing towards the lake. It was a mile and a half long. Its breadth varied from 30 to 40 feet. Its water was fresh, which argued that those of the lake would be found the same. A fortunate occurrence, in case they should find upon its banks a more comfortable dwelling than the Chimneys. The trees, which a few hundred paces downstream overshadowed the banks of the creek, belonged principally to the species which abound in the temperate zone of Australia and Tasmania, and belonged to those conifers which clothed the portion of the island already explored, some miles around Prospect Plateau. It was now the beginning of April, a month which corresponds in that hemisphere to our October. Yet their leaves had not begun to fall. They were especially casuarine and eucalypti, some of which in the ensuing spring would furnish a sweetish manna like that of the East. Clumps of Australian cedars rose in the glades, covered high with that sort of moss which the New Hollanders called tussocks, but the cocoa palm, so abundant in the archipelagos of the Pacific, was conspicuous by its absence. Probably the latitude of the island was too low. "What a pity," said Herbert, "such a useful tree and such splendid nuts." There were flocks of birds on the thin boughs of the eucalypti and the casuarine, which gave fine play to their wings. Black, white, and gray cockatoos, parrots and paroquets of all colors, kingbirds, birds of paradise of brilliant green, with a crowd of red and blue lories, glowing with every prismatic color, flew about with deafening clamor. All at once a strange volley of discordant sounds seemed to come from the thicket. The colonists heard, one after another, the song of birds, the cries of four-footed beasts, and a sort of clucking sound, strangely human. Neb and Herbert rushed towards the thicket, forgetting the most elementary rules of prudence. Happily there was neither formidable wild beasts nor savage native, but merely half a dozen of those mocking birds, which they recognized as mountain pheasants. A few skilfully aimed blows with a stick brought this parody to an end, and gave them excellent game for dinner that evening. Herbert also pointed out superb pigeons with bronze-colored wings, some with a magnificent crest, others clad in green like their congeners at Port Macquarie. But like the troops of crows and magpies which flew about, they were beyond reach. A load of small shot would have killed hosts of them, but the colonists had nothing but stones and sticks, very insufficient weapons. They proved even more inadequate when a troop of quadrupeds leaped away through the underbrush with tremendous bounds 30 feet long, so that they almost seemed to spring from tree to tree like squirrels. "Kangaroos!" cried Herbert. "Can you eat them?" said Pencroff. "They make a delicious stew," said the reporter. The words had hardly escaped his lips when the sailor, with Neb and Herbert at his heels, rushed after the kangaroos. Smith tried in vain to recall them, but equally in vain did they pursue the game, whose elastic leaps left them far behind. After 5 minutes' chase they gave it up, out of breath. "You see, Mr. Smith," said Pencroff, "that guns are a necessity. Will it be possible to make them?" "Perhaps," replied the engineer, "but we will begin by making bows and arrows, and you will soon use them as skillfully as the Australian hunters." "Bows and arrows!" said Pencroff with a contemptuous look. "They are for children." "Don't be so proud, my friend," said the reporter. "Bows and arrows were sufficient for many centuries for the warfare of mankind. Powder is an invention of yesterday, while war, unhappily, is as old as the race." "That's true, Mr. Spilett," said the sailor. "I always speak before I think. Forgive me." Meanwhile Herbert, with his natural history always uppermost in his thoughts, returned to the subject of kangaroos. "Those which escaped us," he said, "belong to the species most difficult to capture. Very large, with long gray hair. But I'm sure there are black and red kangaroos, rock kangaroos, kangaroo rats—" "Herbert," said the sailor, "for me there is only one kind, the kangaroo on the spit. And that is just what we haven't got." They could not help laughing at Professor Pencroff's new classification. He was much cast down at the prospect of dining on mountain pheasants, but chance was once more kind to him. Top, who felt his dinner at stake, rushed hither and thither, his instinct quickened by sharp appetite. In fact, he would have left very little of what he might catch, or anyone else, had not Neb watched him shrewdly. About 3 o'clock he disappeared into the rushes, from which came grunts and growls which indicated a deadly tussle. Neb rushed in, and found Top greedily devouring an animal, which in 10 seconds more would have totally disappeared. But the dog had luckily fallen on a litter, and 2 more rodents, for to this species did the beast belong, lay strangled on the ground. Neb reappeared in triumph with a rodent in each hand. They had yellow hair, with patches of green, and the rudiments of a tail. They were a sort of agouti, a little larger than their tropical congenes, true American hares, with long ears and 5 molar teeth on either side. "Hurrah!" cried Pencroff. "The roast is here. Now we can go back to the house." The journey was resumed. Red Creek still rolled its limped waters under the arching boughs of casuarens, banksias, and gigantic gum trees. Superbly lassie rose to a height of 20 feet, and other arborescent trees of species unknown to the young naturalist bent over the brook, which murmured gently beneath its leafy cradle. It widened sensibly, nevertheless, and the mouth was evidently near. As the party emerged from a massive thicket of fine trees, the lake suddenly appeared before them. They were now on its left bank, and a picturesque region opened to their view. The smooth sheet of water, about 7 miles in circumference and 250 acres in extent, lay sleeping among the trees. Towards the east, across the intermittent screen of verdure, appeared a shining horizon of sea. To the north the curve of the lake was concave, contrasting with the sharp outline of its lower extremity. Numerous aquatic birds frequented the banks of this little Ontario, in which the 1,000 isles of its American original were represented by a rock emerging from its surface some hundreds of feet from the southern bank. There lived in harmony several couples of kingfishers, perched upon rocks, grave and motionless, watching for fish. Then they would plunge into the water and dive with a shrill cry, reappearing with the prey in their beaks. Upon the banks of the lake and the island were constantly strutting wild ducks, pelicans, water hens, and red beaks. The waters of the lake were fresh and limpid, somewhat dark, and from the concentric circles on its surface were evidently full of fish. "How beautiful this lake is," said Spilett. "We could live on its banks." "We will live there," answered Smith. The colonists, desiring to get back to the Chimneys by the shortest route, went down towards the angle formed at the south by the junction of the banks. They broke the path with much labor through the thickets and brushwood, hitherto untouched by the hand of man, and walked towards the seashore, so as to strike it to the north of Prospect Plateau. After a 2 miles' walk they came upon the thick turf of the plateau, and saw before them the infinite ocean. To get back to the Chimneys they had to walk across the plateau for a mile to the elbow formed by the first bend of the Mercy. But the engineer was anxious to know how and where the overflow of the lake escaped. It was probable that a river existed somewhere pouring through a gorge in the granite. In fine, the lake was an immense receptacle gradually filled at the expense of the creek, and its overflow must somehow find a way down the ocean. Why should they not utilize this wasted store of water power? So they walked up the plateau, following the banks of Lake Grant, but after a tramp of a mile they could find no outlet. It was 4:30, and dinner had yet to be prepared. The party returned upon its track and reached the Chimneys by the left bank of the Mersey. Then the fire was lighted, and Neb and Pencroff, on whom devolved the cooking, in their respective characters of negro and sailor, skilfully broiled the agouti, to which the hungry explorers did great honor. When the meal was over, and just as they were settling themselves to sleep, Smith drew from his pocket little specimens of various kinds of minerals, and said quietly, "My friends, this is iron ore, this pyrites, this clay, this limestone, this charcoal. Nature gives us these as her part in the common task. Tomorrow we must do our share." End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 13. Top's contribution. Making bows and arrows. A brick kiln. A pottery. Different cooking utensils. The first boiled meat. Mugwort. The Southern Cross. An important astronomical observation. "Now then, Mr. Smith, where shall we begin?" asked Pencroff the next morning. "At the beginning," answered the engineer. And this indeed was necessary, as the colonists did not even possess implements with which to make implements. Neither were they in that condition of nature which, having time, economizes effort. The necessities of life must be provided for at once. If profiting by experience they had nothing to invent, at least they had everything to make. Their iron and steel was in the ore. Their pottery was in the clay. Their linen and clothes were still to be provided. It must be remembered, however, that these colonists were men in the best sense of the word. The engineer Smith could not have been aided by comrades more intelligent or more devoted and zealous. He had questioned them and knew their ability. The reporter, having learned everything so as to be able to speak of everything, would contribute largely from his knowledge and skill towards the settlement of the island. He would not shirk work, and, a thorough sportsman, he would follow as a business what he had formerly indulged in as a pastime. Herbert, a manly lad well versed in natural science, would contribute his share to the common cause. Neb was devotion personified. Adroit, intelligent, indefatigable, robust, of iron constitution, knowing something of the work in a smithy, his assistance would be considerable. As to Pencroff, he had sailed every sea, had been a carpenter in the Brooklyn yards, an assistant tailor on board ship, and, during his leaves of absence, a gardener, farmer, etc. In short, like every sailor, he was a jack of all trades. Indeed, it would have been hard to bring together 5 men more able to struggle against fate, and more certain to triumph in the end. "At the beginning," Smith had said, and this beginning was the construction of an apparatus which would serve to transform the natural substances. Everyone knows what an important part heat plays in these transformations. Therefore, as wood and coal were already provided, it was only necessary to make an oven to utilize them. "What good is an oven?" asked Pencroff. "To make the pottery that we want," replied Smith. "And how will we make an oven?" "With bricks." "And how will we make the bricks?" "With the clay. Come, friends, we will set up our factory at the place of production, so as to avoid carriage. Neb will bring the provisions, and we shall not lack fire to cook food." "No," replied the reporter, "but suppose we lack food, since we have no hunting implements?" "If we only had a knife," cried the sailor. "What then?" asked Smith. "Why, I would make a bow and arrows, and game would be plenty in the larder." "A knife, something that will cut," said the engineer, as if talking to himself. Suddenly his face brightened. "Come here, Top," he called. The dog bounded to his master, and Smith, having taken off his collar, which the animal had around his neck, broke it into 2 halves, saying, "Here are 2 knives, Pencroff." For all response, the sailor gave a couple of cheers. Top's collar was made from a thin piece of tempered steel. All that was therefore necessary was to rub it to an edge upon a sandstone, and then to sharpen it upon one of finer grain. These kind of stones were readily procurable upon the beach, and in a couple of hours the implements of the colony consisted of 2 strong blades, which it was necessary to fasten into solid handles. The overcoming of this first difficulty was greeted as a triumph, and it was indeed a fortunate event. On setting out, it was the intention of the engineer to return to the western bank of the lake, where he had noticed the clay, of which he had secured a specimen. Following the bank of the Mercy, they crossed Prospect Plateau, and after a walk of about 5 miles, they arrived at a glade some 200 paces distant from Lake Grant. On the way Herbert had discovered a tree from which the South American Indians make bows. It was the crejimba of the palm family. From it they cut long, straight branches, which they peeled and shaped into bows. For cords they took the fibers of the Hibiscus heteroptilus, Indian hemp, a malvaceous plant, the fibers of which are as strong as the tendons of an animal. Pencroff, having thus provided bows, only needed arrows. Those were easily made from straight, stiff branches, free from knots, but it was not so easy to arm them with a substitute for iron. But Pencroff said that he had accomplished this much, and that chance would do the rest. The party had reached the place discovered the day before. The ground was composed of that clay which is used in making bricks and tiles, and was therefore just the thing for their purpose. The labor was not difficult. It was only necessary to scour the clay with sand, mold the bricks, and then bake them before a wood fire. Usually bricks are pressed in molds, but the engineer contented himself with making these by hand. All this day and the next was employed in this work. The clay, soaked in water, was kneaded by the hands and feet of the manipulators, and then divided into blocks of equal size. A skilled workman can make, without machinery, as much as 10,000 bricks in 12 hours, but in the 2 days the bricksmen of Lincoln Island had made but 3,000, which were piled one upon the other to await the time when they would be dry enough to bake, which would be in 3 or 4 days. On the 2nd of April Smith occupied himself in determining the position of the island. The day before he had noted the precise minute at which the sun had set, allowing for the refraction. On this morning he ascertained with equal precision the time of its rising. The intervening time was 12 hours and 24 minutes. Therefore, 6 hours and 12 minutes after rising, the sun would pass the meridian, and the point in the sky which it would occupy at that instant would be north. At the proper hour Smith marked this point, and by getting 2 trees in line, obtained a meridian for his future operations. During the 2 days preceding the baking, they occupied themselves by laying in a supply of firewood. Branches were cut from the edge of the clearing, and all the dead wood under the trees was picked up, and now and then they hunted in the neighborhood, the more successfully as Pencroff had some dozens of arrows with very sharp points. It was Top who had provided these points by bringing in a porcupine, poor game enough, but of an undeniable value, thanks to the quills with which it bristled. These quills were firmly fastened to the ends of the arrows, and their flight was guided by feathering them with the cockatoos' feathers. The reporter and Herbert soon became expert marksmen, and all kinds of game, such as cabiais, pigeons, agoutis, heathcock, etc., abounded in the chimneys. Most of these were killed in that part of the forest upon the left bank of the Mercy, which they had called Jacamar Wood, after the kingfisher which the Pencroff and Herbert had pursued there during their first exploration. The meat was eaten fresh, but they preserved the hams of the cabiai by smoking them before a fire of green wood, having made them aromatic with odorous leaves. Thus they had nothing but roast after roast, and they would have been glad to have heard a pot singing upon the hearth. But first they must have the pot, and for this they must have the oven. During these excursions the hunters noticed the recent tracks of large animals, armed with strong claws, but they could not tell their species, and Smith cautioned them to be prudent, as doubtless there were dangerous beasts in the forest. He was right, for one day Spilett and Herbert saw an animal resembling a jaguar, but fortunately the beast did not attack them, as they could hardly have killed it without being themselves wounded. But Spilett promised, if he should ever obtain a proper weapon, such as the one of the guns Pencroff begged for, that he would wage relentless war on all ferocious beasts, and rid the island of their presence. They did not do anything to the chimneys, as the engineer hoped to discover, or to build, if need be, a more convenient habitation, but contented themselves by spreading fresh quantities of moss and dry leaves upon the sand in the corridors, and upon these primitive beds the tired workmen slept soundly. They also reckoned the days already passed on Lincoln Island, and began keeping a calendar. On the 5th of April, which was a Wednesday, they had been 12 days upon the island. On the morning of the 6th, the engineer with his companions met at the place where the bricks were to be baked. Of course, the operation was to be conducted in the open air, and not in an oven, or rather the pile of bricks would in itself form a bake oven. Carefully prepared faggots were laid upon the ground, surrounding the tiers of dry bricks, which formed a great cube, in which air holes had been left. The work occupied the whole day, and it was not until evening that they lit the fire, which all night long they kept supplied with fuel. The work lasted 48 hours, and succeeded perfectly. Then, as it was necessary to let the smoking mass cool, Neb and Pencroff directed by Mr. Smith on a hurdle made of branches numerous loads of limestone, which they found scattered in abundance to the north of the lake. These stones, decomposed by heat, furnished a thick quicklime, which increased in bulk by slacking, as if it had been produced by the calcimination of chalk or marble. Mixed with sand in order to diminish its shrinkage while drying, this lime made an excellent mortar. By the 9th of April the engineer had at his disposal a quantity of lime, all prepared, and some thousands of bricks. They therefore began at once the construction of an oven, in which to bake their pottery. This was accomplished without much difficulty, and 5 days later the oven was supplied with coal from the open vein, which the engineer had discovered near the mouth of Red Creek, and the first smoke escaped from a chimney 20 feet high. The glade was transformed into a manufactory, and Pencroff was ready to believe that all the products of modern industry would be produced from this oven. Meantime the colonists made a mixture of the clay with lime and quartz, forming pipe clay, from which they molded pots and mugs, plates and jars, tubs to hold water, and cooking vessels. Their form was rude and defective, but after they had been baked at a high temperature, the kitchen of the Chimneys found itself provided with utensils as precious as if they were composed of the finest kaolin. We must add that Pencroff, desirous of knowing whether this material deserved its name of pipe clay, made some large pipes, which he would have found perfect but for the want of tobacco. And indeed this was a large privation to the sailor. But the tobacco will come like everything else, he would say in his hopeful moments. The work lasted until the 15th of April, and the time was well spent. The colonists, having become potters, made nothing but pottery. When it would suit the engineer to make them smiths, they would be smiths. But as the morrow would be Sunday, and moreover Easter Sunday, all agreed to observe the day by rest. These Americans were religious men, scrupulous observers of the precepts of the Bible, and their situation could only develop their trust in the Author of all things. On the evening of the 15th they returned permanently to the Chimneys, bringing the rest of the pottery back with them, and putting out the oven fire until there should be use for it again. This return was marked by the fortunate discovery by the engineer of a substance that would answer for tinder, which, we know, is the spongy, velvety pulp of a mushroom of the polyphore family. Properly prepared, it is extremely inflammable, especially when previously saturated with gunpowder or nitrate or chlorate of potash. But until then they had found no polyphores, nor any fungi that would answer instead. Now the engineer, having found a certain plant belonging to the mugwort family, to which belong wormwood, mint, etc., broke off some tufts, and handing them to the sailor, said, "Here, Pencroff, is something for you." Pencroff examined the plant, with its long silky threads and leaves covered with a cotton-like down. "What is it, Mr. Smith?" he asked. "Ah, I know, it's tobacco." "No," answered Smith, "it is Artemisia wormwood, known to science as Chinese mugwort, but to us it will be tinder." This mugwort, properly dried, furnished a very inflammable substance, especially after the engineer had impregnated it with nitrate of potash, which is the same as saltpeter, a mineral very plenty on the island. This evening the colonists, seated in the central chamber, supped with comfort. Neb had prepared some agouti soup, a spiced ham, and the boiled corns of the Caladium macrohizum, an herbaceous plant of the arad family, which under the tropics takes a tree form. These corns, which are very nutritious, had an excellent flavor, something like that of a Portland sago, and measurably supplied the place of bread, which the colonists were still without. Supper finished, before going to sleep, the party took a stroll upon the beach. It was 8 o'clock, and the night was magnificent. The moon, which had been full 5 days before, was about rising, and in the zenith, shining resplendent above the circumpolar constellations, rode the Southern Cross. For some moments the engineer gazed at it attentively. At its summit and base were 2 stars of the first magnitude, and on the left arm and the right, stars respectively of the second magnitude and the third. Then, after some reflection, he said, "Herbert, is not today the 15th of April?" "Yes, sir," answered the lad. "Then, if I'm not mistaken, tomorrow will be one of the 4 days in the year when the mean and real time are the same. That is to say, my boy, that tomorrow, within some seconds of noon by the clocks, the sun will pass the meridian. If, therefore, the weather is clear, I think I will be able to obtain the longitude of the island within a few degrees." "Without a sextant or instruments?" asked Spilett. "Yes," replied the engineer, "and since it is so clear, I will try to-night to find our latitude by calculating the height of the cross, that is, of the southern pole, above the horizon. You see, my friends, before settling down it will not do to be content with determining this land to be an island. We must find out our locality. Indeed, instead of building a house, it will be better to build a ship if we are within 100 miles of an inhabited land. That is why I am now going to try to get the latitude of the place, and tomorrow noon to calculate the longitude." If the engineer had possessed a sextant, the work would have been easy, as this evening, by taking the height of the pole, and tomorrow by the sun's passage of the meridian, he would have the coordinates of the island. But having no instruments, he must devise something. So, returning to the Chimneys, he made by the light of the fire 2 little flat sticks, which he fastened together with a thorn, in a way that they could be opened and shut like the compasses, and returned with them to the beach. But as the sea horizon was hidden from this point by Claw Cape, the engineer determined to make his observations from Prospect Plateau, leaving until the next day the computation of the height of the latter, which could easily be done by elementary geometry. The colonists therefore went to the edge of the plateau, which faced southwest, overlooking the fantastic rocks bordering the shore. The place rose some 50 feet above the right bank of the Mercy, which descended by a double slope to the end of Claw Cape and to the southern boundary of the island. Nothing obstructed the vision, which extended over half the horizon from the cape to Reptile Promontory. To the south, this horizon, lit by the first rays of the moon, was sharply defined against the sky. The cross was at this time reversed, the star Alpha being nearest the pole. This constellation is not situated as near to the southern as the polar star is to the northern pole. Alpha is about 27 degrees from it. But Smith knew this, and could calculate accordingly. He took care also to observe it at the instant when it passed the meridian under the pole, thus simplifying the operation. The engineer opened the arms of his compass, so that one pointed to the horizon and the other to the star, and thus obtained the angle of distance which separated them. And in order to fix this distance immovably, he fastened these arms respectively by means of thorns to a cross piece of wood. This done, it was only necessary to calculate the angle obtained, bringing the observation to the level of the sea, so as to allow for the depression of the horizon caused by the height of the plateau. The measurement of this angle would thus give the height of Alpha, or the pole, above the horizon, or, since the latitude of a point on the globe is always equal to the height of the pole above the horizon at that point, the latitude of the island. This calculation was postponed until the next day, and by 10 o'clock everybody slept profoundly. End of chapter 13.
Chapter 14 of the Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recorded by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne, translated by Stephen W. White, Chapter 14. The measure of the granite wall. An application of the theorem of similar triangles. The latitude of the island. An excursion to the north. An oyster bed. Plans for the future. The sun's passage of the meridian. The coordinates of the Lincoln Island. At daybreak the next day, Easter Sunday, the colonists left the Chimneys and went to wash their linen and clean their clothing. The engineer intended to make some soap as soon as he could obtain some soda or potash, and grease or oil. The important question of renewing their wardrobes would be considered in due time. At present they were strong, and able to stand hard wear for at least 6 months longer. But everything depended on the situation of the island as regarded inhabited countries, and that would be determined this day, providing the weather permitted. The sun rising above the horizon ushered in one of those glorious days which seem like the farewell of summer. The first thing to be done was to measure the height of Prospect Plateau above the sea. "Do you not need another pair of compasses?" asked Herbert of the engineer. "No, my boy," responded the latter. "This time we will try another and nearly as precise a method." Pencroff, Neb, and the reporter were busy at other things, but Herbert, who desired to learn, followed the engineer, who proceeded along the beach to the base of the granite wall. Smith was provided with a pole 12 feet long, carefully measured off from his own height, which he knew to a hair. Herbert carried a plumb line, made from a flexible fiber tied to a stone. Having reached a point 20 feet from the shore, and 500 feet from the perpendicular granite wall, Smith sunk the pole 2 feet in the sand, and, steadying it carefully, proceeded to make it plumb with the horizon. Then, moving back to a spot where, stretched upon the sand, he could sight over the top of the pole to the edge of the cliff, bringing the 2 points in line, he carefully marked this place with a stone. Then, addressing Herbert, "Do you know the first principles of geometry?" he said. "Slightly, sir," answered Herbert, not wishing to seem forward. "Then you remember the relation of similar triangles?" "Yes, sir," answered Herbert. "Their like sides are proportional." "Right, my boy. And I have just constructed 2 similar right-angled triangles. The smaller has for its sides the perpendicular pole and the distances from its base and top to the stake. The second has the wall which we are about to measure, and the distances from its base and summit to the stake, which are only the prolongation of the base and hypotenuse of the first triangle." "I understand," cried Herbert. "As the distance from the stake to the pole is proportional to the distance from the stake to the base of the wall, so the height of the wall is proportional to the height of the rod." "Exactly," replied the engineer. "And after measuring the first 2 distances, as we know the height of the pole, we have only to calculate the proportion in order to find the height of the wall." The measurements were made with the pole and resulted in determining the distances from the stake to the foot of the pole and the base of the wall to be 15 and 500 feet respectively. The engineer and Herbert then returned to the Chimneys, where the former, using a flat stone and a bit of shell to figure with, determined the height of the wall to be 333.33 feet. Then, taking the compasses and carefully measuring the angle which he had obtained the night before, upon a circle which he had divided into 360 parts, the engineer found that this angle, allowing for the differences already explained, was 53 degrees, which, subtracted from 90 degrees, the distance of the pole from the equator, gave 37 degrees as the latitude of Lincoln Island. And making an allowance of 5 degrees for the imperfections of the observations, Smith concluded it to be situated between 35th and the 40th parallel of south latitude. But in order to establish the coordinates of the island, the longitude also must be taken, and this the engineer determined to do when the sun passed the meridian at noon. They therefore resolved to spend the morning in a walk, or rather an exploration of that part of the island situated to the north of Shark Gulf and the lake, and, if they should have time, to push on as far as the western side of South Mandible Cape. They would dine on the Downs and not return until evening. At 8:30 the little party set out, following the edge of the channel. Opposite, upon Safety Islet, a number of birds of the Sphemiscus family strutted gravely about.
There were divers, easily recognizable by their disagreeable cry, which resembled the braying of an ass. Pencroff, regarding them with gastronomic intent, was pleased to learn that their flesh, though dark-colored, was good to eat. They could also see amphibious animals, which probably were seals, crawling over the sand. It was not possible to think of these as food, as their oily flesh is detestable. Nevertheless, Smith observed them carefully, and without disclosing his plans to the others, he announced that they would very soon make a visit to the island. The shore followed by the colonists was strewn with mollusks, which would have delighted a malacologist. But, what was more important, Neb discovered, about 4 miles from the Chimneys, among the rocks, a bed of oysters, left bare by the tide. "Neb hasn't lost his day," said Pencroff, who saw that the bed extended some distance. "It is indeed a happy discovery," remarked the reporter, "and when we remember that each oyster produces 50 or 60,000 eggs a year, the supply is evidently inexhaustible." "But I don't think the oyster is very nourishing," said Herbert. "No," answered Smith, "oysters contain very little azote, and it would be necessary for a man living on them alone to eat at least 15 or 16 dozen every day." "Well," said Pencroff, "we could swallow dozens and dozens of these and not exhaust the bed. Shall we have some for breakfast?" And without waiting for an answer, which he well knew would be affirmative, the sailor and Neb detached a quantity of these mollusks from the rocks, and placed them with the other provisions for breakfast in a basket which Neb had made from the hibiscus fibers. Then they continued along the shore between the downs and the sea. From time to time Smith looked at his watch so as to be ready for the noon observation. All this portion of the island, as far as the South Mandible Cape, was desert, composed of nothing but sand and shells, mixed with the debris of lava. A few seabirds, such as the seagulls and albatross, frequented the shore, and some wild ducks excited the covetousness of Pencroff. He tried to shoot some, but unsuccessfully, as they seldom lit, and he could not hit them flying. This made the sailor say to the engineer, "You see, Mr. Smith, how much we need guns." "Doubtless, Pencroff," answered the reporter, "but it rests with you. You find iron for the barrels, steel for the locks, saltpeter, charcoal, and sulphur for the powder, mercury and nitric acid for the fulminate, and last of all, lead for the balls, and Mr. Smith will make us guns of the best quality." "Oh, we could probably find all these substances on the island," said the engineer. "But it requires fine tools to make such a delicate instrument as a firearm. However, we will see after a while." "Why did we throw the arms and everything else, even our penknives, out of the balloon?" cried Pencroff. "If we hadn't, the balloon would have thrown us into the sea," answered Herbert. "So it would, my boy," answered the sailor, and then another idea occurring to him, "I wonder what Mr. Forster and his friends thought," he said, "the next day, when they found their balloon had escaped." "I don't care what they thought," said the reporter. "It was my plan," cried Pencroff with a satisfied air. "And a good plan it was, Pencroff," interrupted the reporter, laughing, "to drop us here." "I had rather be here than in the hands of the Southerners," exclaimed the sailor, "especially since Mr. Smith has been kind enough to rejoin us." "And I too," cried the reporter. "After all, what do we lack here? Nothing." "That means everything," answered the sailor, laughing and shrugging his shoulders. "But some day we will get away from this place." "Sooner perhaps than you think, my friend," said the engineer, "if Lincoln Island is not very far from an inhabited archipelago or a continent, and we will find that out within an hour. I had no map of the Pacific, but I have a distinct recollection of its southern portion. Yesterday's observation placed the island in the latitude of New Zealand and Chile, but the distance between these two countries is at least 6,000 miles. We must, therefore, determine what point in this space the island occupies, and that I hope to get pretty soon from the longitude." "Is not the low archipelago nearest us in latitude?" asked Herbert. "Yes," replied the engineer, "but it is more than 1,200 miles distant." "And that way?" inquired Neb, who followed the conversation with great interest, pointing towards the south. "Nothing," answered Pencroff. "Nothing indeed," added the engineer. "Well, Cyrus," demanded the reporter, "if we find Lincoln Island to be only 200 or 300 miles from New Zealand and Chile?" "We will build a ship instead of a house, and Pencroff shall command it." "All right, Mr. Smith," cried the sailor. "I am all ready to be captain, provided you build something seaworthy." "We will, if it is necessary," answered Smith. While these men, whom nothing could discourage, were talking, the hour for taking the observations approached. Herbert could not imagine how Mr. Smith would be able to ascertain the time of the sun's passage of the meridian of the island without a single instrument. It was 11 o'clock, and the party, halting about 6 miles from the Chimneys, not far from the place where they had found the engineer after his inexplicable escape, set about preparing breakfast. Herbert found fresh water in a neighboring brook, and brought some back in a vessel which Neb had with him. Meantime the engineer made ready for his astronomical observation. He chose a smooth, dry place upon the sand, which the sea had left perfectly level. It was no more necessary, however, for it to be horizontal than for the rod which he stuck in the sand to be perpendicular. Indeed, the engineer inclined the rod towards the south and away from the sun, as it must not be forgotten that the colonists of Lincoln Island, being in the southern hemisphere, saw the orb of day describe his diurnal arc above the northern horizon. Then Herbert understood how by means of the shadow of the rod on the sand the engineer would be able to ascertain the culmination of the sun. That is to say, the passage of the meridian of the island, or, in other words, the time of the place. For the moment that the shadow obtained its minimum length, it would be noon, and all they had to do was watch carefully the end of the shadow. By inclining the rod from the sun, Smith had made the shadow longer, and therefore its changes could be more readily noted. When he thought it was time, the engineer knelt down upon the sand and began marking the decrease in the length of the shadow by means of little wooden pegs. His companions, bending over him, watched the operation with the utmost interest. The reporter, chronometer in hand, stood ready to mark the minute when the shadow would be shortest. Now, as the 16th of April was a day when the true and mean time are the same, Spilett's watch would give the true time of Washington, and greatly simplify the calculation. Meantime the shadow diminished little by little, and as soon as Smith perceived it begin to lengthen, he exclaimed, "Now!" 1 minute past 5, answered the reporter. Nothing then remained but the easy work of summing up the result. There was, as we have seen, 5 hours difference between the meridian of Washington and that of the island. Now, the sun passes around the earth at the rate of 15 degrees an hour. 15 multiplied by 5 gives 75. And as Washington is in 77 degrees 3 minutes 11 seconds from the meridian of Greenwich, it follows that the island was in the neighborhood of longitude 152 degrees west. Smith announced this result to his companions, and making the same allowances as before, he was able to affirm that the bearing of the island was between the 35 degrees and 37 degrees of south latitude, and between the 150 degrees and 155 degrees of west longitude. The difference in this calculation, attributable to errors in observation, was placed, as we have seen, at 5 degrees, or 300 miles in each direction. But this error did not influence the conclusion that Lincoln Island was so far from any continent or archipelago that they could not attempt to accomplish the distance in a small boat. In fact, according to the engineer, they were at least 1,200 miles from Tahiti and from the Low Archipelago, fully 1,800 miles from New Zealand, and more than 4,500 miles from the coast of America. And when Cyrus Smith searched his memory, he could not remember any island in the Pacific occupying the position of Lincoln Island. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 15. Winter sets in. The metallurgic question. The exploration of Safety Island. A seal hunt. Capture of an echnida. The eye. The Catalonian method. Making iron and steel. The first words of the sailor on the morning of the 17th of April were, "Well, what are we going to do today?" "Whatever Mr. Smith chooses," answered the reporter. The companions of the engineer, having been brickmasters and potters, were about to become metal workers. The previous day, after lunch, the party had explored as far as the extremity of Mandible Cape, some 7 miles from the Chimneys. The extensive downs here came to an end, and the soil appeared volcanic. There were no longer high walls, as at Prospect Plateau, but the narrow gulf between the two capes was enframed by a fantastic border of the mineral matter discharged from the volcano. Having reached this point, the colonists retraced their steps to the Chimneys, but they could not sleep until the question whether they should look forward to leaving Lincoln Island had been definitely settled. The 1,200 miles to the Low Archipelago was a long distance, and now, at the beginning of the stormy season, a small boat would certainly not be able to accomplish it. The building of a boat, even when the proper tools are provided, is a difficult task, and as the colonists had none of these, the first thing to do was to make hammers, hatchets, adzes, saws, augers, planes, etc., which would take some time. It was therefore decided to winter on Lincoln Island, and to search for a more comfortable dwelling than the Chimneys, in which to live during the inclement weather. The first thing was to utilize the iron ore which the engineer had discovered, by transforming it into iron and steel. Iron ore is usually found in combination with oxygen or sulphur, and it was so in this instance, as of the 2 specimens brought back by Cyrus Smith, one was magnetic iron, and the other pyrites or sulphuret of iron. Of these it was the first kind, the magnetic ore, or oxide of iron, which must be reduced by coal, that is to say, freed from the oxygen, in order to obtain the pure metal. This reduction is performed by submitting the ore to a great heat, either by the Catalonian method, which has the advantage of producing the metal at one operation, or by means of blast furnaces, which first smelt the ore and then the iron, carrying off the 3 or 4% of coal combined with it. The engineer wanted to obtain ore in the shortest way possible. The ore he had found was in itself very pure and rich. Such ore is found in rich grey masses, yielding a black dust crystallized in regular octahedrons, highly magnetic, and in Europe the best quality of iron is made from it. Not far from this vein was the coal field previously explored by the colonists, so that every facility existed for the treatment of the ore. "Then, sir, are we going to work the iron?" questioned Pencroff. "Yes, my friend," answered the engineer. "But first we will do something I think you will enjoy. Have a seal hunt on the island." "A seal hunt!" cried the sailor, addressing Spilett. "Do we need seals to make iron?" "It seems so, since Cyrus has said it," replied the reporter. But as the engineer had already left the Chimneys, Pencroff prepared for the chase without gaining an explanation. Soon the whole party were gathered upon the beach at a point where the channel could be forded at low water without wading deeper than the knees. This was Smith's first visit to the islet upon which his companions had been thrown by the balloon. On their landing, hundreds of penguins looked fearlessly at them, and the colonists, armed with clubs, could have killed numbers of these birds. But it would have been useless slaughter, and it would not do to frighten the seals, which were lying on the sand some cable lengths away. They respected also certain innocent-looking sphemiscus, with flattened side appendages, mere apologies for wings, and covered with scale-like vestiges of feathers. The colonists marched stealthily forward over ground riddled with holes, which formed the nests of aquatic birds. Towards the end of the island, black objects like moving rocks appeared above the surface of the water. They were the seals the hunters wished to capture. It was necessary to allow them to land, as, owing to their shape, these animals, although capital swimmers and difficult to seize in the sea, can move but slowly on the shore. Pencroff, who knew their habits, counselled waiting until the seals were sunning themselves asleep on the sand. Then the party could manage so as to cut off their retreat and dispatch them with a blow on the muzzle. The hunters therefore hid themselves behind the rocks and waited quietly. In about an hour half a dozen seals crawled on to the sand, and Pencroff and Herbert went off round the point of the island so as to cut off their retreat, while the 3 others, hidden by the rocks, crept forward to the place of encounter. Suddenly the tall form of the sailor was seen. He gave a shout, and the engineer and his companions hurriedly threw themselves between the seals and the sea. They succeeded in beating 2 of the animals to death, but the others escaped. "Here are your seals, Mr. Smith," cried the sailor, coming forward. "And now we will make bellows," replied the engineer. "Bellows!" exclaimed the sailor. "These seals are in luck." It was, in effect, a huge pair of bellows, necessary in the reduction of the ore, which the engineer expected to make from the skins of the seals. They were medium-sized, about 6 feet long, and had heads resembling those of dogs. As it was useless to burden themselves with the whole carcasses, Neb and Pencroff resolved to skin them on the spot, while Smith and the reporter made the exploration of the island. The sailor and the negro acquitted themselves well, and 3 hours later Smith had at his disposal 2 seal skins, which he intended to use just as they were, without tanning. The colonists, waiting until low water, recrossed the channel and returned to the Chimneys. It was no easy matter to stretch the skins upon the wooden frames and to sew them so as to make them sufficiently airtight. Smith had nothing but the 2 knives to work with, yet he was so ingenious, and his companions aided him so intelligently, that 3 days later the number of implements of the little colony was increased by a bellows intended to inject air into the midst of the ore during its treatment by heat, a requisite to the success of the operation. It was on the morning of the 20th of April that what the reporter called in his notes the Iron Age began. The engineer had decided to work near the deposits of coal and iron, which were situated at the base of the northeasterly spurs of Mount Franklin, 6 miles from the Chimneys, and as it would not be possible to go back and forth each day, it was decided to camp upon the ground in a temporary hut, so that they could attend to the important work night and day. This settled, they left in the morning, Neb and Pencroff carrying the bellows and a stock of provisions, which later they would add to on the way. The road led through the thickest part of Jacamar Wood, in a northwesterly direction. It was as well to break a path which would henceforth be the most direct route between Prospect Plateau and Mount Franklin. The trees belonging to the species already recognized were magnificent, and Herbert discovered another, the dragon tree, which Pencroff designated as an overgrown onion, which, notwithstanding its height, belongs to the same family of liliaceous plants as the onion, the civet, the shallot, or the asparagus. These dragon trees have ligneous roots, which cooked are excellent, and which, fermented, yield a very agreeable liquor. They therefore gathered some. It took the entire day to traverse the wood, but the party were thus able to observe its fauna and flora. Top specially charged to look after the fauna, ran about in the grass and bushes, flashing all kinds of game. Herbert and Spilett shot 2 kangaroos, and an animal which was like a hedgehog, in that it rolled itself into a ball and erected its quills, and like an ant-eater, in that it was provided with claws for digging, a long and thin snout terminating in a beak, and an extensile tongue, furnished with little points, which enabled it to hold insects. "And what does it look like boiling in a pot?" asked Pencroff naturally. "Like an excellent piece of beef," answered Herbert. "We don't want to know any more than that," said the sailor. During the march they saw some wild boars, but they did not attempt to attack the little troop, and it seemed that they were not going to have any encounter with savage beasts, when the reporter saw in a dense thicket, among the lower branches of a tree, an animal which he took to be a bear, and which he began tranquilly to sketch. Fortunately for Spilett, the animal in question did not belong to that redoubtable family of plantigrades. It was an eye, better known as a sloth, which has a body like that of a large dog, a rough and dirty-colored skin, and feet armed with strong claws, which enable it to grasp the branches of trees and feed upon the leaves. Having identified the animal without disturbing it, Spilett struck out bear and wrote eye under his drawing, and the route was resumed. At 5 o'clock Smith called a halt. They were past the forest, and at the beginning of the massive spurs which buttressed Mount Franklin towards the east. A few hundred paces distant was Red Creek, so drinking water was not wanting. The camp was made. In less than an hour a hut constructed from the branches of the tropical bindweed and stopped with loam was erected under the trees on the edge of the forest. They deferred the geological work until the next day. Supper was prepared, a good fire blazed before the hut, the spit turned, and at 8 o'clock, while one of the party kept the fire going, in case some dangerous beast should prowl around, the others slept soundly. The next morning Smith, accompanied by Herbert, went to look for the place where they had found the specimen of ore. They found the deposit on the surface near the sources of the creek, close to the base of one of the northeast buttresses. This mineral, very rich in iron, enclosed in its fusible veinstone, was perfectly suited to the method of reduction which the engineer intended to employ, which was the simplified Catalonian process practiced in Corsica. This method properly required the construction of ovens and crucibles in which the ore and the coal, placed in alternate layers, were transformed and reduced. But Smith proposed to simplify matters by simply making a huge cube of coal and ore, into the center of which the air from the bellows would be introduced. This was probably what Tubal Cain did, and a process which gave such good results to Adam's grandson would doubtless succeed with the colonists of Lincoln Island. The coal was collected with the same facility as the ore, and the latter was broken into little pieces and the impurities picked from it. Then the coal and ore were heaped together in successive layers, just as a charcoal burner arranges his wood. Thus arranged, under the influence of the air from the bellows, the coal would change into carbonic acid, then into oxide of carbon, which would release the oxygen from the oxide of iron. The engineer proceeded in this manner. The sealskin bellows, furnished with a pipe of refractory earth, an earth difficult of fusion, which had previously been prepared at the pottery, was set up close to the heap of ore, and, moved by a mechanism consisting of a frame, fibre cords, and balance weight, it injected into the mass a supply of air, which, by raising the temperature, assisted the chemical transformation which would give the pure metal. The operation was difficult. It took all the patience and ingenuity of the colonists to conduct it properly, but finally it succeeded, and the result was a pig of iron in a spongy state, which must be cut and forged in order to expel the liquefied gang. It was evident that these self-constituted smiths wanted a hammer, but they were no worse off than the first metallurgist, and they did as he must have done. The first pig, fastened to a wooden handle, served as a hammer with which to forge the second upon the anvil of granite, and they thus obtained a coarse metal, but one which could be utilized. At length, after much trouble and labor, on the 25th of April, many bars of iron had been forged, and turned into crowbars, pincers, pickaxes, mattocks, etc., which Pencroff and Nab declared to be real jewels. But in order to be in its most serviceable state, iron must be turned into steel. Now steel, which is a combination of iron and carbon, is made in two ways. First, from cast iron, by decarburating the molten metal, which gives natural or puddled steel, and second, by the method of cementation, which consists in carburating malleable iron. As the engineer had iron in a pure state, he chose the latter method, and heated the metal with powdered charcoal in a crucible made from refractory earth. This steel, which was malleable hot and cold, he worked with the hammer, and Neb and Pencroff, skilfully directed, made axe-heads, which, heated red hot and quickly plunged in cold water, took an excellent temper. Other instruments, such as planes and hatchets, were rudely fashioned, and bands of steel were made into saws and chisels, and from the iron, mattocks, shovels, pickaxes, hammers, nails, etc., were manufactured. By the 5th of May the first metallurgic period was ended, the smiths returned to the Chimneys, and new work would soon authorize their assumption of a new title. End of chapter 15.
Chapter 16 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 16. The question of a dwelling discussed again. Pencroff's ideas. An exploration to the north of the lake. The western boundary of the plateau. The serpents. The outlet of the lake. Top's alarm. Top swimming. A fight under water. The dugong. It was the 6th of May, corresponding to the 6th of November in the northern hemisphere. For some days the sky had been cloudy, and it was important to make provision against winter. However, the temperature had not lessened much, and a centigrade thermometer transported to Lincoln Island would have averaged 10 or 12 degrees above zero. This would not be surprising, since Lincoln Island, from its probable situation in the southern hemisphere, was subject to the same climatic influences as Greece or Sicily in the northern. But just as the intense cold in Greece and Sicily sometimes produces snow and ice, so in the height of winter this island would probably experience sudden changes in the temperature against which it would be well to provide. At any rate, if the cold was not threatening, the rainy season was at hand, and upon this desolate island, in the wide Pacific, exposed to the all inclemency of the elements, the storms would be frequent and probably terrible.
The question of a more comfortable habitation than the Chimneys ought therefore to be seriously considered and promptly acted upon. Pencroff, having discovered the Chimneys, naturally had a predilection for them, but he understood very well that another place must be found. This refuge had already been visited by the sea, and it would not do to expose themselves to a like accident. "Moreover," added Smith, who was discussing these things with his companions, "there are some precautions to take." "Why? The island is not inhabited," said the reporter. "Probably not," answered the engineer, "although we have not yet explored the whole of it. But if there are no human beings, I believe dangerous beasts are numerous. It will be better to provide a shelter against a possible attack than for one of us to be tending the fire every night. And then, my friends, we must foresee everything. We are here in a part of the Pacific often frequented by Malay pirates." "What, at this distance from land?" exclaimed Herbert. "Yes, my boy. These pirates are hardy sailors as well as formidable villains, and we must provide for them accordingly." "Well," said Pencroff, "we will fortify ourselves against 2- and 4-footed savages. But, sir, wouldn't it be as well to explore the island thoroughly before doing anything else?" "It would be better," added Spilett. "Who knows but we may find on the opposite coast one or more of those caves which we have looked for here in vain." "Very true," answered the engineer. "But you forget, my friends, that we must be somewhere near running water, and that from Mount Franklin we were unable to see either brook or river in that direction. Here, on the contrary, we are between the Mercy and Lake Grant, which is an advantage not to be neglected. And, moreover, as this coast faces the east, it is not as exposed to the trade winds, which blow from the northwest in this hemisphere." "Well, then, Mr. Smith," replied the sailor, "let us build a house on the edge of the lake. We are no longer without bricks and tools. After having been brickmasters, potters, founders, and smiths, we ought to be masons easily enough." "Yes, my friend, but before deciding, it will be well to look about. A habitation already made would save us a great deal of work, and would doubtless offer a surer retreat, in which we would be safe from enemies, native as well as foreign." "But, Cyrus," answered the reporter, "have we not already examined the whole of this granite wall without finding even a hole?" "No, not one," added Pencroff. "If we could only dig a place in it high out of reach, that would be the thing. I can see it now, on the part overlooking the sea, 5 or 6 chambers—" "With windows," said Herbert, laughing. "And a staircase," added Neb. "Why do you laugh?" cried the sailor. "Haven't we picks and mattocks? Cannot Mr. Smith make powder to blow up the mine? You will be able, won't you, sir, to make powder when we want it?" The engineer had listened to the enthusiastic sailor developing these imaginative projects. To attack this mass of granite, either by mining, was an Herculean task, and it was truly vexing that nature had not helped them in their necessity. But he answered Pencroff by simply proposing to examine the wall more attentively, from the mouth of the river to the angle which ended it to the north. They therefore went out and examined it most carefully for about 2 miles, but everywhere it rose uniform and upright, without any visible cavity. The rock pigeons flying about its summit had their nests in holes drilled in the very crest, or upon the irregularly cut edges of the granite. To attempt to make a sufficient excavation in such a massive wall, even with the pickaxe and powder, was not to be thought of. It was vexatious enough. By chance, Pencroff had discovered in the Chimneys, which must now be abandoned, the only temporary habitable shelter on this part of the coast. When the survey was ended, the colonists found themselves at the northern angle of the wall, where it sunk by long declivities to the shore. From this point to its western extremity, it was nothing more than a sort of talus composed of stones, earth, and sand, bound together by plants, shrubs, and grass, in a slope of about 45 degrees. Here and there the granite thrust its sharp points out from the cliff. Groups of trees grew over these slopes, and there was a thin carpet of grass. But the vegetation extended but a short distance, and then the long stretch of sand, beginning at the foot of the talus, merged into the beach. Smith naturally thought that the overflow of the lake fell in this direction, as the excess of water from Red Creek must be discharged somewhere, and this point had not been found less on the site already explored, that is to say, from the mouth of the creek westward as far as Prospect Plateau. The engineer proposed to his companions that they clamber up the talus and return to the Chimneys by the heights, exploring the eastern and western shores of the lake. The proposition was accepted, and in a few minutes Herbert and Neb had climbed to the plateau, the others following more leisurely. 200 feet distant, the beautiful sheet of water shone through the leaves in the sunlight. The landscape was charming. The trees in autumn tints were harmoniously grouped. Some huge old weather-beaten trunks stood out in sharp relief against the green turf which covered the ground, and brilliant cockatoos, like moving prisms, glanced among the branches, uttering their shrill screams. The colonists, instead of proceeding directly to the north bank of the lake, bore along the edge of the plateau, so as to come back to the mouth of the creek on its left bank. It was a circuit of about a mile and a half. The walk was easy, as the trees, set wide apart, left free passage between them. They could see that the fertile zone stopped at this point, and that the vegetation here was less vigorous than anywhere between the creek and the Mercy. Smith and his companions moved cautiously over this unexplored neighborhood. Bows and arrows and iron-pointed sticks were their sole weapons. But no beast showed itself, and it was probable that the animals kept to the thicker forests in the north. The colonists, however, experienced a disagreeable sensation in seeing Top stop before a huge serpent 14 or 15 feet long. Neb killed it at a blow. Smith examined the reptile, and pronounced it to belong to the species of diamond serpent eaten by the natives of New South Wales, and not venomous. But it was possible others existed whose bite was mortal, such as the forked-tailed deaf viper, which rise up under the foot, or the winged serpents furnished with two ear-like appendages, which enable them to shoot forward with extreme rapidity. Top, having gotten over his surprise, pursued these reptiles with reckless fierceness, and his master was constantly obliged to call him in. The mouth of Red Creek, where it emptied into the lake, was soon reached. The party recognized on the opposite bank the point visited on their descent from Mount Franklin. Smith ascertained that the supply of water from the creek was considerable. There, therefore, must be an outlet for the overflow somewhere. It was this place which must be found, as, doubtless, it made a fall which could be utilized as a motive power. The colonists, strolling along, without, however, straying too far from each other, began to follow round the bank of the lake, which was very abrupt. The water was full of fishes, and Pencroff promised himself soon to manufacture some apparatus with which to capture them. It was necessary first to double the point at the northeast. They had thought that the discharge would be here, as the water flowed close to the edge of the plateau. But as it was not here, the colonists continued along the bank, which, after a slight curve, followed parallel with the seashore. On this side the bank was less wooded, but clumps of trees here and there made a picturesque landscape. The whole extent of the lake, unmoved by a single ripple, was visible before them. Top, beating the bush, flushed many convoys of birds, which Spilett and Herbert saluted with their arrows. One of these birds, cleverly hid by the lad, dropped in the rushes. Top, rushing after it, brought back a beautiful slate-colored waterfowl. It was a coot, as large as a big partridge, belonging to the group of Machiodactyls, which form the division between the waders and the palmipeds. Poor game and bad tasting, but as Top was not as difficult to please as his masters, it was agreed that the bird would answer for his supper. Then the colonists, following the southern bank of the lake, soon came to the place they had previously visited. The engineer was very much surprised, as he had not seen any indication of an outlet to the surplus water. In talking with the reporter and the sailor, he did not conceal his astonishment. At the moment Top, who had been behaving himself quietly, showed signs of alarm. The intelligent animal, running along the bank, suddenly stopped with one foot raised, and looked into the water as if pointing some invisible game. Then he barked furiously, questioning it, as it were, and again was suddenly silent. At first neither Smith nor his companions paid any attention to the dog's actions, but his barking became so incessant that the engineer noticed it. "What is it, Top?" he called. The dog bounded towards his master, and, showing a real anxiety, rushed back to the bank. Then, suddenly, he threw himself into the lake. "Come back here, Top!" cried the engineer, not wishing his dog to venture into those suspicious waters. "What's going on under there?" asked the sailor, examining the surface of the lake. "Top has smelt something amphibious," answered Herbert. "It must be an alligator," said the reporter. "I don't think so," answered Smith. "Alligators are not met with in this latitude." Meanwhile Top came ashore at the call of his master, but he could not be quiet. He rushed along the bank, through the tall grass, and, guided by instinct, seemed to be following some object, invisible under the water, which was hugging the shore. Nevertheless, the surface was calm and undisturbed by a ripple. Often the colonists stood still on the bank and watched the water, but they could discover nothing. There certainly was some mystery here, and the engineer was much perplexed. "We will follow out this exploration," he said. In half an hour all had arrived at the southeast angle of the lake, and were again under Prospect Plateau. They had made the circle of the bank without the engineer having discovered either where or how the surplus water was discharged. "Nevertheless, this outlet exists," he repeated, "and since it is not outside, it must penetrate the massive granite of the coast." "And why do you want to find that out?" asked Spilett. "Because," answered the engineer, "if the outlet is through the solid rock, it is possible that there is some cavity which could be easily rendered habitable after having turned the water in another direction." "But may not the water flow into the sea through a subterranean outlet at the bottom of the lake?" asked Herbert. "Perhaps so," answered Smith, "and in that case, since nature has not aided us, we must build our house ourselves." As it was 5 o'clock, the colonists were thinking of returning to the Chimneys across the plateau, when Top again became excited, and, barking with rage, before his master could hold him, he sprang a second time into the lake. Everyone ran to the bank. The dog was already 20 feet off, and Smith called to him to come back, when suddenly an enormous head emerged from the water. Herbert instantly recognized it, the comical face with huge eyes and long silky mustaches. "A manatee!" he cried. Although not a manatee, it was a dugong, which belongs to the same species. The huge monster threw himself upon the dog. His master could do nothing to save him, and before Spilett and Herbert could draw their bows, Top, seized by the dugong, had disappeared under the water. Neb, spear in hand, would have sprung to the rescue of the dog and attacked the formidable monster in its own element, had he not been held back by his master. Meanwhile a struggle was going on under the water. A struggle which, owing to the powerlessness of the dog, was inexplicable. A struggle which, they could see by the agitation of the surface, was becoming more terrible each moment. In short, a struggle which could only be terminated by the death of the dog. But suddenly, through the midst of a circle of foam, Top appeared, shot upward by some unknown force, rising 10 feet in the air and falling again into the tumultuous waters, from which he escaped to shore without any serious wound, miraculously saved. Cyrus Smith and his companions looked on amazed. Still more inexplicable, it seemed as if the struggle under water continued. Doubtless the dugong, after having seized the dog, had been attacked by some more formidable animal, and had been obliged to defend itself. But this did not last much longer. The water grew red with blood, and the body of the dugong, emerging from the waves, floated on to a little shoal at the southern angle of the lake. The colonists ran to where the animal lay, and found it dead. Its body was enormous, measuring between 15 and 16 feet long, and weighing between 3,000 and 4,000 pounds. On its neck yawned a wound, which seemed to have been made by some sharp instrument. What was it that had been able, by this terrible cut, to kill the formidable dugong? None of them could imagine, and preoccupied with these incidents, they returned to the Chimneys. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 17. A visit to the lake. The direction of the current. The prospects of Cyrus Smith. The dugong fat. The use of the schistous limestone. The sulphate of iron. How glycerine is made. Soap. Saltpeter. Sulphuric acid. Nitric acid. The new outlet. The next day, the 7th of May, Smith and Spilett, leaving Neb to prepare the breakfast, climbed the plateau, while Herbert and Pencroff went after a fresh supply of food. The engineer and the reporter soon arrived at the little beach where the dugong lay stranded. Already flocks of birds had gathered about the carcass, and it was necessary to drive them off with stones, as the engineer wished to preserve the fat for the use of the colony. As to the flesh of the dugong, it would undoubtedly furnish excellent food, as in certain portions of the Malay archipelago it is reserved for the table of the native princes. But it was Neb's affair to look after that. Just now Cyrus Smith was thinking of other things. The incident of the day before was constantly presenting itself. He wanted to solve the mystery of that unseen combat, and to know what congener of the mastodons or other marine monster had given the dugong this strange wound. He stood upon the border of the lake, looking upon its tranquil surface sparkling under the rays of the rising sun. From the little beach where the dugong lay, the waters deepened slowly towards the center, and the lake might be likened to a large basin, filled by the supply from Red Creek. "Well, Cyrus?" questioned the reporter. "I don't see anything suspicious in this." "No, my dear fellow, but I'm at a loss how to explain yesterday's affair. The wound on this beast is strange enough, and I can't understand how Top could have been thrown out of the air in that way. One would suppose that it had been done by a strong arm, and that the same arm, wielding a poniard, had given the dugong his death wound." "It would seem so," answered the engineer, who had become thoughtful. "There is something here which I cannot understand. But neither can we explain how I myself was saved, how I was snatched from the waves and borne to the Downs. Therefore I'm sure there is some mystery which we will some day discover. In the meantime, let us take care not to discuss these singular incidents before our companions, but keep our thoughts for each other and continue our work." It will be remembered that Smith had not yet discovered what became of the surplus water of the lake, and as there was no indication of its ever overflowing, an outlet must exist somewhere. He was surprised, therefore, on noticing a slight current just at this place. Throwing in some leaves and bits of wood, and observing their drift, he followed this current, which brought him to the southern end of the lake. Here he detected a slight depression in the waters, as if they were suddenly lost in some opening below. Smith listened, placing his ear to the surface of the lake, and distinctly heard the sound of a subterranean fall. "It is there," said he, rising, "there that the water is discharged, there doubtless, through a passage in the massive granite, that it goes to join the sea, through cavities which we will be able to utilize to our profit. Well, I will find out." The engineer cut a long branch, stripped off its leaves, and, plunging it down at the angle of the two banks, he found that there was a large open hole a foot below the surface. This was the long sought for outlet, and such was the force of the current that the branch was snatched from his hands and disappeared. "There can be no doubt of it now," repeated the engineer. "It is the mouth of the outlet, and I am going to work to uncover it." "How?" inquired Spilett. "By lowering the lake 3 feet." "And how will you do that?" "By opening another vent larger than this." "Whereabouts, Cyrus?" "Where the bank is nearest the coast." "But it's a granite wall!" exclaimed Spilett. "Very well," replied Smith. "I will blow up the wall, and the waters, escaping, will subside so as to discover the orifice." "And will make a waterfall at the cliff," added the reporter. "A fall that we will make use of," answered Cyrus. "Come, come!" The engineer hurried off his companion, whose confidence in Smith was such that he doubted not the success of the undertaking. And yet this wall of granite, how would they begin? How, without powder, with but imperfect tools, could they blast the rock? Had not the engineer undertaken a work beyond his skill to accomplish? When Smith and the reporter re-entered the Chimneys, they found Herbert and Pencroff occupied in unloading their raft. "The wood choppers have finished, sir," said the sailor, laughing. "And when you want masons—" "Not masons, but chemists," interrupted the engineer. "Yes," added Spilett, "we are going to blow up the island." "Blow up the island!" cried the sailor. "A part of it, at least," answered the reporter. "Listen to me, my friends," said the engineer, who thereupon made known the result of his observations. His theory was that a cavity, more or less considerable, existed in the mass of granite which upheld Prospect Plateau, and he undertook to penetrate it. To do this it was first necessary to free the present opening, in other words, to lower the level of the lake by giving the water a larger issue. To do this they must manufacture an explosive with which to make a drain in another part of the bank. It was this Smith was going to attempt to do, with the minerals nature had placed at his disposal. All entered into the proposal with enthusiasm. Neb and Pencroff were at once detailed to extract the fat from the dugong, and to preserve the flesh for food; and soon after their departure, the others, carrying the hurdle, went up the shore to the vein of coal, where were to be found the schistous pyrites of which Smith had procured a specimen. The whole day was employed in bringing a quantity of these pyrites to the Chimneys, and by evening they had several tons. On the next day, the 8th of May, the engineer began his manipulations. The schistous pyrites were principally composed of carbon, of silica, of alumina, and of sulphuret of iron. These were in excess, and it was necessary to separate the sulphuret and change it into sulphate by the quickest means. The sulphate obtained, they would extract the sulphuric acid, which was what they wanted. Sulphuric acid is one of the agents in most general use, and the industrial importance of a nation can be measured by its consumption. In the future this acid will be of use to the colonists in making candles, tanning skins, etc., but at present the engineer reserved it for another purpose. Smith chose, behind the Chimneys, a place upon which the earth was carefully levelled. On this he made a pile of branches and cut wood, on which were placed pieces of schistous pyrites, leaning against each other, and then all was covered over with a thin layer of pyrites previously reduced to the size of nuts. This done, they set the wood on fire, which in turn inflamed the schist, as it contained carbon and sulphur. Then new layers of pyrites were arranged, so as to form an immense heap surrounded with earth and grass, with air holes left here and there, just as is done in reducing a pile of wood to charcoal. Then they left the transformation to complete itself. It would take 10 or 12 days for the sulphuret of iron and the alumina to change into sulphates, which substances were equally soluble. The others, silica, burnt carbon, and cinders, were not so. While this chemical process was accomplishing itself, Smith employed his companions upon other branches of the work, which they undertook with the utmost zeal. Neb and Pencroff had taken the fat from the dugong, which had been placed in large earthen jars. It was necessary to separate the glycerine from this fat by saponifying it. It was sufficient, in order to do this, to treat it with chalk or soda. Chalk was not wanting, but by this treatment the soap would be calcareous and useless, while by using soda a soluble soap which could be employed for domestic purposes would be the result. Cyrus Smith, being a practical man, preferred to try to get the soda. Was this difficult? No, since many kinds of marine plants abounded on the shore, and all those fucaceae which form wrack. They therefore gathered a great quantity of these seaweed, which were first dried and afterwards burned in trenches in the open air. The combustion of these plants was continued for many days, so that the heat penetrated throughout, and the result was the grayish compact mass long known as natural soda. This accomplished, the engineer treated the fat with the soda, which gave both a soluble soap and the neutral substance, glycerine. But this was not all. Smith wanted, in view of his future operations, another substance, nitrate of potash, better known as saltpeter. He could make this by treating carbonate of potash, which is easily extracted from vegetable ashes, with nitric acid. But this acid, which was precisely what he wanted in order to complete his undertaking successfully, he did not have. Fortunately, in this emergency, nature furnished him with saltpeter, without any labor other than picking it up. Herbert had found a vein of this mineral at the foot of Mount Franklin, and all they had to do was to purify the salt. These different undertakings, which occupied 8 days, were finished before the sulphate of iron was ready. During the interval, the colonists made some refractory pottery in plastic clay, and constructed a brick furnace of a peculiar shape, in which to distill the sulphate of iron. All was finished on the 18th of May, the very day the chemical work was completed. The result of this latter operation, consisting of sulphate of iron, sulphate of alumina, silica, and a residue of charcoal and cinders, was placed in a basin full of water. Having stirred up the mixture, they let it settle, and at length poured off a clear liquid holding the sulphates of iron and alumina in solution. Finally this liquid was partly evaporated, the sulphate of iron crystallized, and the mother water was thrown away. Smith had now a quantity of crystals, from which the sulphuric acid was to be extracted. In commerce this acid is manufactured in large quantities and by elaborate processes. The engineer had no such means at his command, but he knew that in Bohemia an acid known as Nordhausen is made by simpler means, which has, moreover, the advantage of being non-concentrated. For obtaining the acid in this way, all the engineer had to do was to calcinize the crystals in a closed jar in such a manner that the sulphuric acid distilled in vapor, which would in turn produce the acid by condensation. It was for this that the refractory jars and the furnace had been made. The operation was a success, and on the 20th of May, 12 days after having begun, Smith was the possessor of the agent which he expected to use later in different ways. What did he want with it now? Simply to produce nitric acid, which was perfectly easy, since the saltpeter, attacked by the sulphuric acid, would give it by distillation. But how would he use this acid? None of the others knew, as he had spoken no words on the subject. The work approached completion, and one more operation would procure the substance which had required all this labor. The engineer mixed the nitric acid with the glycerine, which latter had been previously concentrated by evaporation in a water bath, and, without employing any freezing mixture, obtained many pints of an oily yellowy liquid. This last operation Smith had conducted alone, at some distance from the Chimneys, as he feared an explosion, and when he returned, with a flagon of this liquid, to his friends, he simply said, "Here is some nitroglycerine." It was, in truth, that terrible product, whose explosive power is, perhaps, 10 times as great as that of gunpowder, and which has caused so many accidents, although, since means have been found of transforming it into dynamite, that is, of mixing it with clay or sugar or some solid substance sufficiently porous to hold it, the dangerous liquid can be used with more safety. But dynamite was not known when the colonists were at work on Lincoln Island. "And is that stuff going to blow up the rocks?" asked Pencroff incredulously. "Yes, my friend," answered the engineer, "and it will do all the better, since the granite is very hard and will oppose more resistance to the explosion." "And when will we see all this, sir?" "Tomorrow, when we have drilled a hole," answered the engineer. Early the next morning, the 21st of May, the miners betook themselves to a point which formed the east bank of Lake Grant, not more than 500 feet from the coast. At this place the plateau was lower than the lake, which was upheld by the coping of granite. It was plain that could they break this, the waters would escape by this vent, and, forming a stream, flow over the inclined surface of the plateau and be precipitated in a waterfall over the cliff on to the shore. Consequently there would be a general lowering of the lake, and the orifice of the water would be uncovered. This was to be the result. The coping must be broken. Pencroff, directed by the engineer, attacked its outer facing vigorously. The hole which he made with his pick began under a horizontal edge of the bank, and penetrated obliquely so as to reach a level lower than the lake's surface. Thus the blowing up of the rocks would permit the water to escape freely, and consequently lower the lake sufficiently. The work was tedious, as the engineer, wishing to produce a violent shock, had determined to use not less than 2 gallons of nitroglycerine in the operation. But Pencroff and Neb, taking turns at the work, did so well that by 4 o'clock in the afternoon it was achieved. Now came the question of igniting the explosive. Ordinarily, nitroglycerine is ignited by the explosion of fulminated caps, as, if lighted without percussion, this substance burns and does not explode. Smith could doubtless make a cap. Lacking fulminate, he could easily obtain a substance analogous to gun cotton, since he had nitric acid at hand. This substance, pressed in a cartridge and introduced into the nitroglycerine, could be lighted with a slow match, and produce the explosion. But Smith knew that their liquid had the property of exploding under a blow. He determined, therefore, to make use of this property, reserving the other means in case this experiment failed. The blow of a hammer upon some drops of the substance spread on a hard stone suffices to provoke an explosion, but no one could give those blows without being a victim to the operation. Smith's idea was to suspend a heavy mass of iron by means of a vegetable fibre to an upright post, so as to have the iron hang directly over the hole. Another long fibre, previously soaked in sulphur, was to be fastened to the middle of the first and laid along the ground many feet from this excavation. The fire was to be applied to this second fibre. It would burn till it reached the first and set it on fire. Then the latter would break, and the iron be precipitated upon the nitroglycerine. This apparatus was fixed in place. Then the engineer, after having made his companions go away, filled the hole so that the fluid overflowed the opening, and spread some drops underneath the mass of suspended iron. This done, Smith lit the end of the sulphured fibre, and, leaving the place, returned with his companions to the Chimneys. 25 minutes after, a tremendous explosion was heard. It seemed as if the whole island trembled to its base. A volley of stones rose into the air as if they had been vomited from a volcano. The concussion was such that it shook the Chimneys. The colonists, though 2 miles away, were thrown to the ground. Rising again, they clambered up to the plateau and hurried towards the place. A large opening had been torn into the granite coping. A rapid stream of water escaped through it, leaping and foaming across the plateau, and, reaching the brink, fell a distance of 300 feet to the shore below. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 18. Pencroff doubts no more. The old outlet of the lake. A subterranean descent. The way through the granite. Top has disappeared. The central cavern. The lower well. Mystery. The blows with the pick. The return. Smith's project had succeeded, but, as was his manner, he stood motionless, absorbed, his lips closed, giving no sign of satisfaction. Herbert was all enthusiasm. Neb jumped with joy. Pencroff, shaking his head, murmured, "Indeed, our engineer does wonders." The nitroglycerine had worked powerfully. The opening was so great that at least a 3 times greater volume of water escaped by it than by the former outlet. In a little while, therefore, the level of the lake would be lowered 2 feet or more. The colonists returned to the Chimneys, and, collecting some picks, spears, ropes, a steel and tinder, returned to the plateau. Top went with them. On the way, the sailor could not resist saying to the engineer, "But do you really think, Mr. Smith, that one could blow up the whole island with this beautiful liquid of yours?" "Doubtless," replied the other. "Island, continents, the world itself, it is only a question of quantity." "Couldn't you use this nitroglycerine to load firearms?" "No, Pencroff, because it is too shattering. But it would be easy to make gun cotton, or even common powder, as we have the material. Unfortunately, the guns themselves are wanting." "But with a little ingenuity—" Pencroff had erased "impossible" from his vocabulary. The colonists, having reached Prospect Plateau, hastened at once to the old outlet of the lake, which ought now to be uncovered, and when the water no longer poured through it, it would doubtless be easy to explore its interior arrangement. In a few moments they reached the lower angle of the lake, and saw at a glance what the result was. There, in the granite wall of the lake, above the water level, appeared the long looked for opening. A narrow ledge, left bare by the subsidence of water, gave them access to it. The opening was 20 feet wide, though only 2 feet high. It was like the gutter mouth in a pavement. It was not open enough for the party to get in, but Neb and Pencroff, with their picks, in less than an hour had given it a sufficient height. The engineer looked in and saw that the walls of the opening in its upper part showed a slope of from 30 to 35 degrees, and therefore, unless they became much steeper, it would be easy to descend perhaps to the level of the sea; and if, as was probable, some vast cavern existed in the interior of the massive granite, it was possible that they could make use of it. "What are we waiting for, Mr. Smith?" cried the sailor, all impatience to begin the exploration. "Top, you see, has gone ahead." "We must have some light," said the engineer. "Go, Neb, and cut some resinous branches." The negro and Herbert ran to some pine and evergreens growing upon the bank, and soon returned with branches, which were made into torches. Having lit them, the colonists, with Smith leading, entered the dark passage, but recently filled with water. Contrary to their expectation, the passage grew higher as they advanced, until soon they were able to walk upright. The granite walls, worn by the water, were very slippery, and the party had to look out for falls. They therefore fastened themselves together with a cord like mountain climbers. Fortunately, some granite steps had made the descent less perilous. Drops of water, still clinging to the rocks, glistened like stalactites in the torchlight. The engineer looked carefully at this black granite. He could not see a stratum or a flaw. The mass was compact and of fine grain, and the passage must have been coeval with the island. It had not been worn little by the constant action of water. Pluto and not Neptune had shaped it, and the traces of igneous action were still visible upon its surface. The colonists descended but slowly. They experienced some emotion in thus adventuring into the depths of the earth, in being its first human visitants. No one spoke, but each was busied with his own reflections, and the thought occurred to more than one that perhaps some pulp or other gigantic cephalopod might inhabit the interior cavities which communicated with the sea. It was therefore necessary to advance cautiously. Top was ahead of the little troop, and they could rely on the dog's sagacity to give the alarm on occasion. After having descended 100 feet, Smith halted, and the others came up with him. They were standing in a cavern of moderate size. Drops of water fell from the roof, but they did not ooze through the rocks. They were simply the last traces of the torrent which had so long roared through this place, and the air, though humid, emitted no mephitic vapor. "Well, Cyrus," said Spilett, "here is a retreat sufficiently unknown and hidden in the depths, but it's uninhabitable." "How uninhabitable?" asked the sailor. "Why, it is too small and too dark." "Cannot we make it bigger, blast it out, and make openings for the light and air?" asked Pencroff, who now thought nothing impracticable. "Let us push on," said Smith. "Perhaps lower down nature will have spared us this work." "We are only a third of the way down," observed Herbert. "But 100 feet," responded Cyrus, "and it is possible that 100 feet lower—" "Where is Top?" asked Neb, interrupting his master. They looked about the cavern. The dog was not there. "Let us overtake him," said Smith, resuming the march. The engineer noted carefully all the deviations of the route, and easily kept a general idea of their direction, which was towards the sea. The party had not descended more than 50 feet further, when their attention was arrested by distant sounds coming from the depths of the rock. They stopped and listened. These sounds, borne along the passage as the voice through an acoustic tube, were distinctly heard. "It's Top's barking!" cried Herbert. "Yes, and the brave dog is barking furiously," added Pencroff. "We have our spears," said Smith. "Come on, and be ready." "It is becoming more and more interesting," whispered Spilett to the sailor, who nodded assent. They hurried to the rescue of the dog. His barks grew more distinct. They could hear that he was in a strange rage. Had he been captured by some animal whom he had disturbed? Without thinking of the danger, the colonists felt themselves drawn on by an irresistible curiosity, and slipped rather than ran down the passage. 16 feet lower they came up with the dog. There the corridor opened out into a vast and magnificent cavern. Top, rushing about, was barking furiously. Pencroff and Neb, shaking their torches, lit up all the inequalities of the granite, and the others, with their spears ready, held themselves prepared for any emergency. But the enormous cavern was empty. The colonists searched everywhere. They could find no living thing. Nevertheless Top continued barking, and neither threats nor caresses could stop him. "There must be some place where the water escaped to the sea," said the engineer. "Yes, and look out for a hole," answered Pencroff. "On, Top, on!" cried Smith, and the dog, encouraged by his master, ran towards the end of the cavern and redoubled his barking. Following him, they saw by the light of the torches the opening of what looked like a well in the granite. Here undoubtedly was the place where the water had found its way out of the cavern. Instead of being a corridor sloping and accessible, it was a perpendicular well, impossible to descend. The torches were waved above the opening. They saw nothing. Smith broke off a burning branch and dropped it into the abyss. The resin, fanned by the wind of its fall, burned brightly and illuminated the interior of the pit, but showed nothing else. Then the flame was extinguished with a slight hiss, which indicated that it had reached the water, which must be the sea level. The engineer calculated, from the time taken in this fall, that the depth was about 90 feet. The floor of the cavern was therefore that distance above the sea. "Here is our house," said Smith. "But it was preoccupied," said Spilett, whose curiosity was unsatisfied. "Well, the thing that had it, whether amphibious or not, had fled by this outlet and vacated in our favor," replied the engineer. "Anyhow, I should like to have been Top a quarter of an hour ago," said the sailor, "for he does not bark at nothing." Smith looked at his dog, and those who were near him heard him murmur, "Yes, I'm convinced that Top knows more than we do about many things." However, the wishes of the colonists had been in a great measure realized. Chance, aided by the marvelous acuteness of their chief, had done them good service. Here they had at their disposal a vast cavern, whose extent could not be estimated in the insufficient light of the torches, but which could certainly be easily partitioned off with bricks into chambers, and arranged, if not as a house, at least as a spacious suite of rooms. The water, having left it, could not return. The place was free. But two difficulties remained: the possibility of lighting the cavern, and the necessity of rendering it easier of access. The first could not be done from above, as the enormous mass of granite was over them, but perhaps they would be able to pierce the outer wall which faced the sea. Smith, who during the descent had kept account of the slope, and therefore of the length of the passage, believed that this part of the wall could not be very thick. If light could be thus obtained, so could entrance, as it was as easy to pierce a door as windows, and to fix a ladder on the outside. Smith communicated his ideas to his companions. "Then let us set to work," answered Pencroff. "I have my pick, and will I soon make daylight in the granite. Where shall I begin?" "Here," answered the engineer, showing the strong sailor a considerable hollow in the wall, which greatly diminished its thickness. Pencroff attacked the granite, and for half an hour, by the light of the torches, made the splinters fly about him. Then Neb took his place, and Spilett after Neb. The work continued 2 hours longer, and when it seemed as if the wall could not be thicker than the length of the pick, at the last stroke of Spilett, the implement, passing through, fell on the outside. "Hurrah for ever!" cried Pencroff. The wall was but 3 feet thick. Smith looked through the opening, which was 80 feet above the ground. Before him extended the coast, the islet, and beyond the boundless sea. Through the hole the light entered in floods, inundating the splendid cavern and producing a magical effect. While on the left hand it measured only 30 feet in height and 100 in length, to the right it was enormous, and its vault rose to a height of more than 80 feet. In some places granite pillars, irregularly disposed, supported the arches as in the nave of a cathedral, resting upon a sort of lateral piers, here sinking into elliptic arches, there rising in ogive mouldings, losing itself in the dark base, half seen in the shadows through the fantastic arches, ornamented by a profusion of projections which seemed like pendants. This vaulted roof afforded a picturesque blending of all the architectures, Byzantine, Roman, Gothic, that the hand of man had produced. And this was the work of nature. She alone had constructed this magic Alhambra in a granite rock. The colonists were overcome with admiration. Expecting to find but a narrow cavern, they found themselves in a sort of marvellous palace, and Neb had taken off his hat as if he had been transported into a temple. Exclamations of pleasure escaped from their lips, and the hurrahs echoed and re-echoed from the depths of dark nave. "My friends," cried Smith, "when we shall have lighted the interior of this place, when we shall have arranged our chambers, our storerooms, our offices in the left-hand portion, we will still have this splendid cavern, which shall be our study and our museum." "And we will call it?" asked Herbert. "Granite House," answered Smith, and his companions saluted the name with their cheers. By this time the torches were nearly consumed, and as, in order to return, it was necessary to regain the summit of the plateau and to remount the corridor, it was decided to postpone until the morrow the work of arranging their new house. Before leaving, Smith leaned over the dark pit once more and listened attentively. But there was no sound from these depths, save that of the water agitated by the undulations of the surge. A resinous torch was again thrown in, lighting up anew for an instant the walls of the well, but nothing suspicious was revealed. If any marine monster had been inopportunely surprised by the retreat of the waters, he had already regained the open sea by the subterranean passage which extended under the shore. Nevertheless the engineer stood motionless, listening attentively, his gaze plunged in the abyss, without speaking. Then the sailor approached him, and touching his arm, "Mr. Smith," he said. "What is it, my friend?" responded the engineer, like one returning from the land of dreams. "The torches are nearly out." "Forward!" said Smith, and the little troop left the cavern and began the ascent through the dark weir. Top walked behind, still growling in an odd way. The ascension was sufficiently laborious, and the colonists stopped for a few minutes at the upper grotto, which formed a sort of landing halfway up the long granite stairway. Then they began again to mount, and pretty soon they felt the fresh air. The drops, already evaporated, no longer shone on the walls. The light of the torches diminished, Neb's went out, and they had to hasten in order to avoid having to grope their way through the profound darkness. A little before 4 o'clock, just as the torch of the sailor was burnt out, Smith and his companions emerged from the mouth of the passage. End of chapter 18. Chapter 19 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 19. Smith's Plan. The Front of Granite House. The Rope Ladder. Pencroff's Ideas. The Aromatic Herbs. A Natural Warren. Getting Water. The View from the Windows of Granite House. On the next day, the 22nd of May, the colonists proceeded to take possession of their new abode. They longed to exchange their insufficient shelter for the vast retreat in the rock, impenetrable to wind and wave. Still they did not intend altogether to abandon the Chimneys, but to make a workshop of it. Smith's first care was to ascertain exactly over what point rose the face of Granite House. He went down on the shore to the foot of the immense wall, and, as the pickaxe which slipped from the reporter's hand must have fallen perpendicularly, he could ascertain, by finding this pickaxe, the place where the granite had been pierced. And, in fact, when the implement was found half buried in the sand, the hole in the rock could be seen 80 feet above it, in a straight line. Rock pigeons were already fluttering in and out by this narrow opening. They evidently thought Granite House had been discovered for their benefit. The engineer intended to divide the right portion of the cavern into several chambers, opening upon an entrance corridor and lighted by 5 windows and a door cut in the face of the rock. Pencroff agreed with him as to the window, but could not understand the use of the door, since the old weir furnished a natural staircase to Granite House. "My friend," said Smith, "if we could get to our abode by the weir, so can others. I want to block up this passage at its mouth, to seal it hermetically, and even, if necessary, to conceal the entrance by damming up the lake." "And how shall we get in?" said the sailor. "By a rope ladder from the outside," answered Smith, "which we can pull up after us." "But why take so many precautions?" said Pencroff. "So far the animals we have found here have not been formidable, and there are certainly no natives." "Are you so sure, Pencroff?" said the engineer, looking steadily at the sailor. "Of course we shall not be perfectly sure till we have explored every part." "Yes," said Smith, "for we know as yet only a small portion. But even if there are no enemies upon the island, they may come from the outside, for this part of the Pacific is a dangerous region. We must take every precaution." So the façade of Granite House was lighted with 5 windows, and with a door opening upon the apartments, and admitting plenty of light into that wonderful nave which was to serve as their principal hall room. This façade, 80 feet above the ground, was turned to east, and caught the first rays of the morning sun. It was protected by the slope of the rock from the piercing northeast wind. In the meantime, while the sashes of the windows were being made, the engineer meant to close the openings with thick shutters, which would keep out wind and rain, and which could be readily concealed. The first work was to hollow out these windows, but the pickaxe was at a disadvantage among these hard rocks, and Smith again had recourse to the nitroglycerine, which, used in small quantities, had the desired effect. Then the work was finished by the pick and mattock, the 5 ogive windows, the bay, the bull's eye, and the door; and some days after the work was begun, the sun shone in upon the innermost recesses of Granite House. According to Smith's plan, the space had been divided into 5 compartments looking out upon the sea. Upon the right was the hall, opposite to the door from which the ladder was to hang; then a kitchen 30 feet long, a dining room 40 feet long, a sleeping room of the same size, and last a guest chamber claimed by Pencroff, and bordering on the great hall. These rooms, or rather this suite of rooms in which they were to live, did not occupy the full depth of the cave. They opened upon a corridor which ran between them and a long storehouse, where were kept their utensils and provisions. All the products of the island, animal and vegetable, could be kept there in good condition and free from damp. They had room enough, and there was a place for everything. Moreover, the colonists still had at their disposal the little grotto above the large cavern, which would serve them as a sort of attic. This plan agreed upon, they became brickmasters again, and brought their bricks to the foot of Granite House. Until that time the colonists had had access to the cavern only by the old weir. This mode of communication compelled them first to climb up Prospect Plateau, going round by the river, to descend 200 feet through the passage, and then to ascend the same distance when they wanted to regain the plateau. This involved fatigue and loss of time. Smith resolved to begin at once the construction of a strong rope ladder, which, once drawn up after them, would render the entrance to Granite House absolutely inaccessible. This ladder was made with the greatest care, and its sides were twisted of fibers by means of a shuttle. Thus constructed, it had the strength of a cable. The rungs were made of a kind of red cedar, with light and durable branches, and the whole was put together by the practised hand of Pencroff. Another kind of tackle was made of vegetable fibre, and a sort of derrick was set up at the foot of Granite House. In this way the bricks could easily be carried to the level of Granite House, and when some thousands of them were on the spot, with abundance of lime, they began work on the interior. They easily set up the wood partitions, and in a short time the space was divided into chambers and a storehouse, according to the plan agreed upon. These labors went on quickly under the direction of the engineer, who himself wielded hammer and trowel. They worked confidently and gaily. Pencroff, whether carpenter, rope maker, or mason, always had a joke ready, and all shared in his good humor. His confidence in the engineer was absolute. All their wants would be supplied in Smith's own time. He dreamed of canals, of quarries, of mines, of machinery, even of railroads one day to cover the island. The engineer let Pencroff talk. He knew how contagious is confidence. He smiled to hear him, and said nothing of his own inquietude. But in his heart he feared that no help could come from the outside. In that part of the Pacific, out of the track of ships, and at such a distance from other land that no boat could dare put out to sea, they had only themselves to rely upon. But, as the sailor said, they were far ahead of the Swiss Family Robinson, for whom miracles were always being wrought. In truth, they knew nature, and he who knows nature will succeed when others would lie down to die. Herbert especially distinguished himself in the work. He understood at a word, and was prompt in execution. Smith grew fonder of him every day, and Herbert was devoted to the engineer. Pencroff saw the growing friendship, but the honest sailor was not jealous. Neb was courage, zeal, and self-denial in person. He relied on his master as absolutely as Pencroff, but his enthusiasm was not so noisy. The sailor and he were great friends. As to Spilett, his skill and efficiency were a daily wonder to Pencroff. He was the model of a newspaper man, quick alike to understand and to perform. The ladder was put in place on the 28th of May. It was 80 feet high and consisted of 100 rungs, and profiting by a projection in the face of the cliff, about 40 feet up, Smith had divided it into two parts. This projection served as a sort of landing place for the head of the lower ladder, shortening it and thus lessening its swing. They fastened it with a cord so that it could easily be raised to the level of Granite House. The upper ladder they fastened at top and bottom. In this way the ascent was much more easy. Besides, Smith counted upon putting up at some future time a hydraulic elevator, which would save his companions much fatigue and loss of time. The colonists rapidly accustomed themselves to the use of this ladder. The sailor, who was used to shrouds and ratlines, was their teacher. The great trouble was with Top, whose 4 feet were not intended for ladders. But Pencroff was persevering, and Top at last learned to run up and down as nimbly as his brothers of the circus. We cannot say whether the sailor was proud of this pupil, but he sometimes carried Top up on his back, and Top made no complaints. All this time the question of provisions was not neglected. Every day Herbert and the reporter spent some hours in the chase. They hunted only through Jacamar Woods, on the left of the river, for, in the absence of boat or bridge, they had not yet crossed the Mercy. The immense woody tracts, which they had named the Forests of the Far West, were entirely unexplored. This important excursion was set apart for the first 5 days of the coming spring. But Jacamar Woods were not wanting in game. Kangaroos and boars were plenty there, and the iron-tipped spears, the bows, and arrows of the hunters did wonders. More than this, Herbert discovered, at the southwest corner of the lagoon, a natural warren, a sort of moist meadow covered with willows and aromatic herbs, which perfumed the air, such as thyme, basil, and all sorts of mint, of which rabbits are so fond. The reporter said that when the feast was spread for them it would be strange if the rabbits did not come, and the hunters explored the warren carefully. At all events, it produced an abundance of useful plants, and would give a naturalist plenty of work. Herbert gathered a quantity of plants, possessing different medicinal properties: pectoral, astringent, febrifuge, anti-rheumatic. When Pencroff asked of what good were all this collection of herbs, "To cure us when we are sick," answered the boy. "Why should we be sick, since there are no doctors on the island?" said Pencroff, quite seriously. To this no reply could be made, but the lad went on gathering his bundle, which was warmly welcomed at Granite House, especially as he had found some mountain mint, known in North America as Oswego tea, which produces a pleasant beverage. That day the hunters in their search reached the site of the warren. The ground was perforated with little holes like a colander. "Burrows!" cried Herbert. "But are they inhabited?" "This is the question." a question which was quickly resolved. Almost immediately hundreds of little animals, like rabbits, took to flight in every direction with such rapidity that Top himself was distanced. But the reporter was determined not to quit the place till he had captured half a dozen of the little beasts. He wanted them now for the kitchen; domestication would come later. With a few snares laid at the mouth of the burrows, the affair would be easy; but there were no snares, nor materials for snares, so they patiently rummaged every form with their sticks, until 4 rodents were taken. They were rabbits, much like their European congeners, and commonly known as American hares. They were brought back to Granite House, and figured in that evening's meal. Delicious eating they were, and the warren bade fair to be a most valuable reserve for the colonists. On the 31st of May the partitions were finished, and nothing remained but to furnish the rooms which would occupy the long days of winter. A chimney was built in the room which served as a kitchen. The construction of the stovepipe gave them a good deal of trouble. The simplest material was clay, and as they did not wish to have any outlet on the upper plateau, they pierced a hole above the kitchen window, and conducted the pipe obliquely to this hole. No doubt during an eastern gale the pipe would smoke, but the wind rarely blew from that quarter, and head cook Neb was not particular. When these domestic arrangements had been made, the engineer proceeded to block up the mouth of the old weir by the lake, so as to prevent any approach from that quarter. Great square blocks were rolled to the opening and strongly cemented together. Smith did not yet attempt to put in execution his project of damming up the waters of the lake so as to conceal this weir. He was satisfied with concealing the obstruction he had placed there by means of grass, shrubs, and thistles, which were planted in the interstices of the rocks, and which by the next spring would sprout up luxuriantly. Meanwhile he utilized the weir in conducting to their new abode a little stream of fresh water from the lake. A little drain, constructed just below its level, had the effect of supplying them with 25 or 30 gallons a day, so there was likely to be no want of water at Granite House. At last all was finished, just in time for the tempestuous season. They closed the windows with thick shutters, till Smith should have time to make glass from the sand. In the rocky projections around the windows Spilett had arranged, very artistically, plants of various kinds and long floating grasses, and thus the windows were framed picturesquely in green. The denizens of this safe and solid dwelling could but be delighted with their work. The windows opened upon a limitless horizon, shut in only by the 2 Mandible Capes on the north and by Claw Cape at the south. Union Bay spread magnificently before them. They had reasons enough to be satisfied, and Pencroff did not spare his praises of what he called his suite on the 5th floor. Chapter 19.
Chapter 20 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 20. The rainy season. What to wear. A seal hunt. Candle making. Work in the Granite House. The 2 causeways. Return from a visit to the oyster bed. What Herbert found in his pocket. The winter season began in earnest with the month of June, which corresponded with December in our northern hemisphere. Showers and storms succeeded each other without an intermission, and the inmates of the Granite House could appreciate the advantages of a dwelling impervious to the weather. The chimneys would indeed have proved a miserable shelter against the inclemency of the winter. They feared even lest the high tides driven by the sea wind should pour in and destroy their furnaces and their foundry. All this month of June was occupied with various labors, which left plenty of time for hunting and fishing, so that the reserve stock of food was constantly kept up. Pencroff intended, as soon as he had time, to set traps, from which he expected great results. He had made snares of ligneous fibre, and not a day passed but some rodent was captured from the warren. Neb spent all his time in smoking and salting meat. The question of clothes now came up for serious discussion. The colonists had no other garments than those which they wore when the balloon cast them on shore. These fortunately were warm and substantial, and by dint of extreme care, even their linen had been kept clean and whole. But everything would soon wear out, and, moreover, during a vigorous winter, they would suffer severely from cold. Here Smith was fairly baffled. He had been occupied in providing for their most urgent wants, food and shelter, and the winter was upon them before the clothes problem could be solved. They must resign themselves to bear the cold with fortitude, and when the dry season returned, would undertake a great hunt of the mouflons which they had seen on Mount Franklin, and whose wool the engineer could surely make into warm thick cloth. He would think over the method. "Well, we must toast ourselves before the fire," said Pencroff. "There's plenty of firewood, no reason for sparing it." "Besides," added Spilett, "Lincoln Island is not in very high latitude, and the winters are probably mild. Did you not say, Cyrus, that the 35th parallel corresponded with that of Spain in the other hemisphere?" "Yes," said the engineer, "but the winter in Spain is sometimes very cold, with snow and ice, and we may have a hard time of it. Still we are on an island, and have a good chance for more moderate winter." "Why, Mr. Smith?" said Herbert. "Because the sea, my boy, may be considered as an immense reservoir in which the summer heat lies stored. At the coming of winter this heat is again given out, so that the neighboring regions have always a medium temperature, cooler in summer and warmer in winter." "We shall see," said Pencroff. "I'm not going to bother myself about the weather. One thing is certain, the days are getting short already, and the evenings long. Suppose we talk a little about candles." "Nothing is easier," said Smith. "To talk about?" asked the sailor. "To make." "And when shall we begin?" "Tomorrow, by a seal hunt." "What, to make dips?" "No, indeed, Pencroff, candles." Such was the engineer's project, which was feasible enough as he had lime and sulphuric acid, and as the amphibia of the island would furnish the necessary fat. It was now the 4th of June, the Pentecost Sunday, which they kept as a day of rest and thanksgiving. They were no longer miserable castaways, they were colonists. On the next day, the 5th of June, they started for the islet. They had to choose the time of low tide to ford the channel, and all determined that, somehow or other, they must build a boat which would give them easy communication with all parts of the island, and would enable them to go up the Mercy when they should undertake that grand exploration of the southeastern district which they had reserved for the first good weather. Seals were numerous, and the hunters, armed with their iron spiked spears, easily killed half a dozen of them, which Neb and Pencroff skinned. Only the hides and fat were carried back to Granite House, the former to be made into shoes. The result of the hunt was about 300 pounds of fat, every pound of which could be used in making candles. The operation was simple enough, and the product, if not the best of its kind, was all they needed. Had Smith had at his disposition nothing but sulphuric acid, by heating this acid with neutral fats, such as the fat of the seal, separate the glycerine, which again could be resolved by means of boiling water into oleine, margarine, and stearine. But to simplify the operation, he preferred to saponify the fat by lime. He thus obtained a calcareous soap, easily decomposed by sulphuric acid, which precipitated the lime as a sulphate, and freed the fatty acids. The first of these three acids, oleine, margarine, and stearine, was a liquid which he expelled by pressure. The other two formed the raw material of the candles. In 24 hours the work was done. Wicks were made, after some unsuccessful attempts, from vegetable fiber, and were steeped in the liquefied compound. They were real stearine candles, made by hand, white and smooth. During all this month work was going on inside their new abode. There was plenty of carpenter's work to do. They improved and completed their tools, which were very rudimentary. Scissors were made, among other things, so that they were able to cut their hair, and, if not actually to shave their beards, at least to trim them to their liking. Herbert had no beard, and Neb none to speak of, but the others found ample employment for the scissors.
They had infinite trouble in making a hand saw, but at last succeeded in shaping an instrument which would cut wood by a rigorous application. Then they made tables, chairs, and cupboards to finish the principal rooms, and the frames of beds, whose only bedding was mattresses of rag grass. The kitchen, with its shelves, on which lay the terra cotta utensils, its brick furnace, and its washing stone, looked very comfortable, and Neb cooked with the gravity of a chemist in his laboratory. But joiner's work had to give place to carpentry. The new weir, created by the explosion, rendered necessary the construction of two causeways, one upon Prospect Plateau, the other on the shore itself. Now the plateau and the coast were transversely cut by a water course which the colonists had to cross whenever they wished to reach the northern part of the island. To avoid this they had to make a considerable detour, and to walk westward as far as the sources of Red Creek. Their best plan, therefore, was to build two causeways, one on the plateau and one on the shore, 20 to 25 feet long, simply constructed of trees squared by the axe. This was the work of some days. When these bridges had been built, Neb and Pencroff profited by them to go to the oyster bed which had been discovered off the down. They dragged after them a sort of rough cart which had taken the place of the inconvenient hurdle, and they brought back several thousand oysters, which were readily acclimated among the rocks, and formed a natural preserve at the mouth of the Mercy. They were excellent of their kind, and formed an almost daily article of diet. In fact, Lincoln Island, though the colonists had explored but a small portion of it, already supplied nearly all their wants, while it seemed likely that a minute exploration of the western forest would reveal a world of new treasures. Only one privation still distressed the colonists. Azotic foods they had in plenty, and the vegetables which corrected it. From the ligneous roots of the dragon trees, submitted to fermentation, they obtained a sort of acidulated beer. They had even made sugar, without sugar cane or beet root, by collecting the juice which distills from the Acer saccharinum, a sort of maple which flourishes in all parts of the temperate zone, and which abounded on the island. They made a very pleasant tea from the plant brought from the warren, and, finally, they had plenty of salt, the only mineral component necessary to food. But bread was still to seek. Perhaps at some future time they would have been able to replace this aliment by some equivalent, sago flour or the breadfruit tree, which they might possibly have discovered in the woods of the southwest. But so far they had not met with them. Just at this time a little incident occurred, which brought about what Smith, with all his ingenuity, could not have achieved. One rainy day the colonists were together in the large hall of Granite House, when Herbert suddenly cried, "See, Mr. Smith, a grain of corn!" and he showed his companions a single grain which had got into the lining of his waistcoat through a hole in his pocket. Pencroff had given him some ring-doves in Richmond, and in feeding them one of the grains had remained in his pocket. "A grain of corn?" said the engineer quickly. "Yes, sir, but only one." "That's a wonderful help," said Pencroff, laughing. "The bread that grain will make will never choke us." Herbert was about to throw away the grain, when Cyrus Smith took it, examined it, found that it was in good condition, and said quietly to the sailor, "Pencroff, do you know how many ears of corn will spring from one grain?" "One, I suppose," said the sailor, surprised at the question. "10, Pencroff. And how many grains are there to an ear?" "Faith, I don't know." "80 on an average," said Smith. "So then, if we plant this grain, we shall get from it a harvest of 800 grains. From them, in the second year, 640,000; in the third, 512 millions; in the fourth, more than 400 billions. That is the proportion." His companions listened in silence. The figures stupefied them. "Yes, my friend," resumed the engineer, "such is the increase of nature. And what is even this multiplication of a grain of corn, whose ears have only 800 grains, compared with the poppy plant, which has 32,000 seeds, or the tobacco plant, which has 360,000? In a few years, but for the numerous enemies which destroy them, these plants would cover the earth. And now, Pencroff," he resumed, "do you know how many bushels there are in 400 billion grains?" "No," answered the sailor. "I only know that I am an idiot." "Well, there will be more than 3 millions, at 130,000 the bushel." "3 millions!" cried Pencroff. "3 millions." "In 4 years?" "Yes," said Smith, "and even in 2 if, as I hope, we can get 2 harvests a year in this latitude." Pencroff answered with a tremendous hurrah. "So, Herbert," added the engineer, "your discovery is of immense importance. Remember, my friends, that everything may be of use to us in our present situation." "Indeed, Mr. Smith, I will remember it," said Pencroff, "and if ever I find one of those grains of tobacco which increased 360,000 times, I will take care not to throw it away. And now what must we do?" "We must plant this grain," said Herbert. "Yes," added Spilett, "and with the greatest care, for upon it depend our future harvests." "Provided that it grows," said the sailor. "It will grow," answered Smith. It was the 20th of June, a good time for planting the precious grain. They thought at first of planting it in a pot, but upon consideration they determined to trust it frankly to the soil. The same day it was planted, with the greatest precaution. The weather clearing a little, they walked up to the plateau above Granite House, and chose there a spot well sheltered from the wind and exposed to the midday fervor of the sun. This spot was cleared, weeded, and even dug so as to destroy insects and worms. It was covered with a layer of fresh earth, enriched with a little lime. A palisade was built around it, and then the grain was covered up in its moist bed. They seemed to be laying the corner stone of an edifice. Pencroff was reminded of the extreme care with which they had lighted their only match. But this was a more serious matter. The castaways could always have succeeded in obtaining fire by some means or other, but no earthly power could restore that grain of corn if, by ill fortune, it should perish. CHAPTer 21 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 21. Several degrees below zero. Exploration of the swamp region to the southeast. The view of the sea. A conversation concerning the future of the Pacific Ocean. The incessant labor of the infusoria. What will become of this globe? The chase. The swamp of the Tadorns. From this moment Pencroff did not let a day pass without visiting what he called, with perfect gravity, his cornfield. And alas, for any insect that ventured there, no mercy would be shown them. Near the end of the month of June, after the interminable rains, the weather became decidedly cold, and on the 29th a Fahrenheit thermometer would continually have stood at only 20 degrees above zero. The next day, the 30th of June, the day which corresponds to the 31st of December in the northern hemisphere, was a Friday. Neb said the year ended on an unlucky day, but Pencroff answered that consequently the new year began on a lucky one, which was more important. At all events, it began with a very cold snap. Ice accumulated at the mouth of the Mercy, and the whole surface of the lake was soon frozen over. Fresh firewood had continually to be procured. Pencroff had not waited for the river to freeze to convey enormous loads of wood to their destination. The current was a tireless motor, and conveyed the floating wood until the ice froze around it. To the fuel, which the forest so plentifully furnished, were added several cartloads of coal, which they found at the foot of the spurs of Mount Franklin. The powerful heat from the coal was thoroughly appreciated in a temperature which on the 4th of July fell to 8 degrees above zero. A second chimney had to be set up in the dining room, where they all worked together. During this cold spell, Cyrus Smith could not be thankful enough that he had conducted to the Granite House a small stream of water from Lake Grant. Taken below the frozen surface, then conducted through the old weir, it arrived unfrozen at the interior reservoir, which had been dug at an angle of the storehouse, and which, when too full, emptied itself into the sea. About this time, the weather being very dry, the colonists, dressing as warmly as possible, determined to devote a day to the exploration of that part of the island situated to the southeast, between the Mersey and Claw Cape. It was a large swampy district, and might offer good hunting, as aquatic birds must abound there. They would have 8 or 9 miles to go and as far to return, consequently the whole day must be given up. As it concerned the exploration of an unknown portion of the island, everyone had to take part. Therefore, on the 5th of July, at 6 o'clock in the morning, before the sun had fairly risen, the whole party, armed with spears, snares, bows and arrows, and furnished with enough provisions for the day, started from Granite House, preceded by Top, who gambolled before them. They took the shortest route, which was to cross the Mersey on the blocks of ice which then obstructed it. But, as the reporter very truly observed, this cannot supply the place of a real bridge. So the construction of a real bridge was set down as work for the future. This was the first time that the colonists had set foot on the right bank of the Mersey, and had plunged into the forest of large and magnificent firs, then covered with snow. But they had not gone half a mile when the barking of Top frightened from a dense thicket, where they had taken up their abode, a whole family of quadrupeds. "Why, they look like foxes," said Herbert, when he saw them scampering quickly away. And they were foxes, but foxes of enormous size. They made a sort of bark which seemed to astonish Top, for he stopped in his chase and gave these swift animals time to escape. The dog had a right to be surprised, for he knew nothing of natural history; but by this barking, the greyish red color of their hair, and their black tails, which ended in a white tuft, these foxes had betrayed their origin. So Herbert gave them, without hesitation, their true name of culpeux. These culpeux are often met with in Chile, in the St. Malo group, and in all those parts of America lying between the 30th and the 40th parallel. Herbert was very sorry that Top had not caught one of these carnivora. "Can we eat them?" asked Pencroff, who always considered the fauna of the island from that special point of view. "No," said Herbert, "but zoologists have not yet ascertained whether the pupil of the eye of this fox is diurnal or nocturnal, or whether the animal would come under the genus canine." Smith could not help smiling at this remark of the boy, which showed thoughtfulness beyond his years. As for the sailor, from the moment these foxes ceased to belong to the edible species, they ceased to interest him. Ever since the kitchen had been established at Granite House, he had been saying that precautions ought to be taken against these 4-footed plunderers, a fact which no one denied. Having turned Jetsam Point, the party came upon a long reach, washed by the sea. It was then 8 o'clock in the morning. The sky was very clear, as is usual in the prolonged cold winter; but, warmed by their work, Smith and his companions did not suffer from the sharpness of the atmosphere. Besides, there was no wind, the absence of which always renders a low temperature more endurable. The sun, bright but cold, rose from the ocean, and his enormous disk was poised in the horizon. The sea was a calm blue sheet of water, like a landlocked sea under a clear sky. Claw Cape, bent in the shape of an ataghan, was clearly defined about 4 miles to the southeast. To the left, the border of the swamp was abruptly intercepted by a little point which shone brightly against the sun. Certainly in that part of Union Bay, which was not protected from the open sea even by a sandbank, ships beaten by an east wind could not have found shelter. By the perfect calm of the sea, with no shoals to disturb its waters, by its uniform color with no tinge of yellow, and finally by the entire absence of reefs, they knew that this side was steep, and that here the ocean was fathoms deep. Behind them, in the west, at a distance of about 4 miles, they saw the beginning of the forest of the Far West. They could almost have believed themselves upon some desolate island in the Antarctic regions, surrounded by ice. The party halted here for breakfast. A fire of brushwood and seaweed was lighted, and Neb prepared the meal of cold meat, to which he added some cups of Oswego tea. While eating, they looked around them. This side of Lincoln Island was indeed barren, and presented a strong contrast to the western part. The reporter thought that if the castaways had been thrown upon this coast, they would have had a very melancholy impression of their future home. "I do not believe we could even have reached it," said the engineer, "for the sea is very deep here, and there is not even a rock which would have served as a refuge. Before Granite House there were shoals, at least, and a little island which multiplied our chances of safety. Here is only the bottomless sea." "It is curious enough," said Spilett, "that this island, relatively so small, presents so varied a soil. This diversity of appearance belongs, logically, only to continents of a considerable area. One would really think that the western side of Lincoln Island, so rich and fertile, was washed by the warm waters of the Gulf of Mexico, and that the northern and southern coasts extended into a sort of Arctic Sea." "You are right, my dear Spilett," replied the engineer. "I have observed the same thing. I have found this island curious, both in its shape and in its character. It has all the peculiarities of a continent, and I would not be surprised if it had been a continent formerly." "What! A continent in the middle of the Pacific?" cried Pencroff. "Why not?" answered Smith. "Why should not Australia, New Ireland, all that the English geographers called Australasia, joined to the archipelagos of the Pacific Ocean, have formed in times past a sixth part of the world as important as Europe or Asia, Africa or the two Americas? My mind does not refuse to admit that all the islands rising from this vast ocean are the mountains of a continent now engulfed, but which formerly rose majestically from these waters." "Like Atlantis?" asked Herbert. "Yes, my boy, if that ever existed." "And Lincoln Island may have been a part of this continent?" asked Pencroff. "It is probable," replied Smith, "and that would explain the diversity of products upon the surface and the number of animals which still live here," added Herbert. "Yes, my boy," answered the engineer, "and that gives me a new argument in support of my theory. It is certain, after what we have seen, that the animals in the island are numerous, and, what is more curious, is that the species are extremely varied. There must be a reason for this, and mine is that Lincoln Island was formerly a part of some vast continent, which has, little by little, sunk beneath the surface of the Pacific." "Then," said Pencroff, who did not seem entirely convinced, "what remains of this old continent may disappear in its turn and leave nothing between America and Asia." "Yes," said Smith, "there will be new continents which millions upon millions of animalculae are building at the moment." "And who are these masons?" inquired Pencroff. "The coral insects," answered Smith. "It is these who have built by their constant labor the island of Clermont-Tonnerre, the atolls, and many other coral islands which abound in the Pacific. It takes 47,000,000 of these insects to deposit one particle, and yet with the marine salt which they absorb, and the solid elements of the water which they assimilate, these animalculae produce limestone, and limestone forms those enormous submarine structures whose hardness and solidity is equal to that of granite. Formerly, during the first epochs of creation, nature employed heat to produce land by upheaval, but now she lets those microscopic insects replace this agent, whose dynamic power at the interior of the globe has evidently diminished. This fact is sufficiently proved by the great number of volcanoes actually extinct on the surface of the earth. I verily believe that century after century, and infusoria after infusoria, will change the Pacific some day into a vast continent, which new generations will in their turn inhabit and civilize." "It will take a long time," said Pencroff. "Nature has time on her side," replied the engineer. "But what is the good of new continents?" asked Herbert. "It seems to me that the present extent of habitable countries is enough for mankind. Now nature does nothing in vain." "Nothing in vain, indeed," replied the engineer. "But let us see how we can explain the necessity of new continents in the future, and precisely in these tropical regions occupied by these coral islands. Here is an explanation which seems to me at least plausible." "We are listening, Mr. Smith," replied Herbert. "This is my idea. Scientists generally admit that some day the globe must come to an end, or rather the animal and vegetable life will be no longer possible, on account of the intense cold which will prevail. What they cannot agree upon is the cause of this cold. Some think that it will be produced by the cooling of the sun in the course of millions of years. others by the gradual extinction of the internal fires of our own globe, which have a more decided influence than is generally supposed. I hold to this last hypothesis, based upon the fact that the moon is without doubt a refrigerated planet, which is no longer habitable, although the sun continues to pour upon its surface the same amount of heat. If, then, the moon is refrigerated, it is because these internal fires, to which like all the stellar world it owes its origin, are entirely extinct. In short, whatever be the cause, our world will certainly some day cool, but this cooling will take place gradually. What will happen then? Why, the temperate zones, at a time more or less distant, will be no more habitable than are the polar regions now. Then human as well as animal life will be driven to latitudes more directly under the influence of the solar rays. An immense immigration will take place. Europe, Central Asia, and North America will little by little be abandoned, as well as Australasia and the lower parts of South America. Vegetation will follow the human immigration. The flora will move towards the equator at the same time with the fauna. The central parts of South America and Africa will become the inhabited continent. The Laplanders and the Samoyeds will find the climate of the Polar Sea on the banks of the Mediterranean. Who can tell but that at this epoch the equatorial regions will not be too small to contain and nourish the population of the globe? Now, why should not a provident nature, in order from this time to provide a refuge for this animal and vegetable immigration, lay the foundation under the equator of a new continent, and charge these infusoria with the building of it? I have often thought of this, my friends, and I seriously believe that, some day, the aspect of our globe will be completely transformed; that after the upheaval of new continents, the seas will cover the old ones, and that in future ages some Columbus will discover in the islands of Chimborazo, or the Himalaya, or Mont Blanc, all the remains of an America, an Asia, and a Europe. Then, at last, these new continents, in their turn, will become uninhabitable. The heat will die out as does the heat from a body whose soul has departed, and life will disappear from the globe, if not forever, at least for a time. Perhaps then our sphere will rest from its changes, and will prepare in death to live again under nobler conditions. But all this, my friends, is with the Creator of all things. From the talking of the work of these infusoria I have been led into too deep a scrutiny of the secrets of the future. "My dear Cyrus," said the reporter, "these theories are to me prophecies. Some day they will be accomplished." "It is a secret with the Almighty," replied Smith. "All this is well and good," said Pencroff, who had listened with all his ears, "but will you tell me, Mr. Smith, if Lincoln Island has been constructed by these infusoria?" "No," replied Smith, "it is of purely volcanic origin." "Then it will probably disappear some day. I hope sincerely we won't be here." "No, be easy, Pencroff, we will get away." "In the meantime," said Spilett, "let us settle ourselves as if forever. It is never worth while to do anything by halves." This ended the conversation. Breakfast was over, the exploration continued, and the party soon arrived at the beginning of the swampy district. It was indeed a marsh which extended as far as the rounded side forming the southeastern termination of the island, and measuring 20 square miles. The soil was formed of a silicious clay mixed with decayed vegetation. It was covered by confervae, rushes, sedges, and here and there by beds of herbage, thick as a velvet carpet. In many places frozen pools glistened under the sun's rays. Neither rains nor any river swollen by a sudden increase could have produced this water. One would naturally conclude that this swamp was fed by the infiltration of water through the soil. And this was the fact. It was even to be feared that the air here during hot weather was laden with that miasma which engendered the marsh fever. Above the aquatic herbs, on the surface of the stagnant waters, a swarm of birds were flying. A hunter would not have lost a single shot. Wild ducks, teal, and snipe lived there in flocks, and it was easy to approach these fearless creatures. So thick were these birds that a charge of shot would certainly have brought down a dozen of them, but our friends had to content themselves with their bows and arrows. A slaughter was less, but the quiet arrow had the advantage of not frightening the birds, while the sound of the firearms would have scattered them to every corner of the swamp. The hunters contented themselves this time with a dozen ducks, with white bodies, cinnamon colored belts, green heads, wings black, white, and red, and feathered beaks. These Herbert recognized as the tadorns. Top did his share well in the capture of these birds, whose name was given this swampy district. The colonists now had an abundant reserve of aquatic game. When the time should come, the only question would be how to make a proper use of them, and it was probable that several species of these birds would be, if not domesticated, at least acclimated upon the borders of the lake, which would bring them nearer to the place of consumption. About 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Smith and his companions turned their faces homewards. They crossed Tadorn's Fence and recrossed the Mercy upon the ice, arriving at Granite House at 8 o'clock in the evening. End of chapter 21.
Chapter 22 of The Mysterious Island. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Piotr. The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Translated by Stephen W. White. Chapter 22. The traps. The foxes. The peccaries. The wind veers to the northwest. The snowstorm. The basket makers. The coldest snap of winter. Crystallization of the sugar maple. The mysterious shafts. The projected exploration. The pellet of lead. The intense cold lasted until the 15th of August, the thermometer never rising above the point hitherto observed. When the atmosphere was calm, this low temperature could be easily borne, but when the wind blew, the poor fellows suffered much for want of warmer clothing. Pencroff regretted that Lincoln Island, instead of harboring so many foxes and seals, with no fur to speak of, did not shelter some families of bears. "Bears," said he, "are generally well dressed, and I would ask nothing better for the winter than the loan of their warm cloaks." "But perhaps," said Neb, laughing, "these bears would not consent to give you their cloak. Pencroff, these fellows are no St. Martins." "We would make them, Neb, we would make them," answered Pencroff in a tone of authority. But these formidable carnivora did not dwell on the island, or if they did, had not yet shown themselves. Herbert, Pencroff, and the reporter were constantly at work getting traps on Prospect Plateau and on the borders of the forest. In the sailor's opinion, any animal whatever would be a prize, and rodents or carnivora, whichever these new traps should entice, would be well received at Granite House. These traps were very simple. They were pits dug in the ground and covered with branches and grass, which hid the openings. At the bottom they placed some bait, whose odor would attract the animals. They used their discretion about the position of their traps, choosing places where numerous footprints indicated the frequent passage of quadrupeds. Every day they went to look at them, and at 3 different times during the first few days they found in them specimens of those foxes which had been already seen on the right bank of the Mercy. "Pshaw! There are nothing but foxes in this part of the world," said Pencroff, as, for the 3rd time, he drew one of these animals out of the pit. "Good for nothing beasts." "Stop," said Spilett, "they are good for something." "For what?" "To serve as bait to attract others." The reporter was right, and from this time the traps were baited with the dead bodies of foxes. The sailor had made snares out of the threads of curryjonk, and these snares were more profitable than the traps. It was a rare thing for a day to pass without some rabbit from the warren being captured. It was always a rabbit, but Neb knew how to vary his sauces, and his companions did not complain. However, once or twice, in the 2nd week of August, the traps contained other and more useful animals than the foxes. There were some of those wild boars which had already been noticed at the north of the lake. Pencroff had no need to ask if these animals were edible. That was evident from their resemblance to the hog of America and Europe. "But these are not hogs, let me tell you," said Herbert. "My boy," replied the sailor, handing over the trap and drawing out one of these representatives of the swine family by the little appendage which served for a tail, "do let me believe them to be hogs." "Why?" "Because it pleases me." "You're fond of hogs, then, Pencroff?" "I'm very fond of them," replied the sailor, "especially of their feet.
and if any had 8 instead of 4, I would like them twice as much." These animals were peccaries, belonging to one of the 4 genera which make up that family. This particular species were the tajasans, known by their dark color and the absence of those long fangs which belong to the others of their race. Peccaries generally live in herds, and it was likely that these animals abounded in the woody parts of the island. At all events they were edible from head to foot, and Pencroff asked nothing more. About the 15th of August the weather moderated suddenly by a change of wind to the northwest. The temperature rose several degrees higher, and the vapors accumulated in the air were soon resolved into snow. The whole island was covered with a white mantle, and presented a new aspect to its inhabitants. It snowed hard for several days, and the ground was covered 2 feet deep. The wind soon rose with great violence, and from the top of Granite House they could hear the sea roaring against the reefs. At certain angles the wind made eddies in the air, and the snow, forming itself into high whirling columns, looked like those twisting water-spouts which vessels attack with cannon. The hurricane, coming steadily from the northwest, spent its force on the other side of the island, and the eastern lookout of Granite House preserved it from a direct attack. During this snowstorm, as terrible as those of the polar regions, neither Smith nor his companions could venture outside. They were completely housed for 5 days, from the 20th to the 25th of August. They heard the tempest roar through Jacamar Woods, which must have suffered sadly. Doubtless numbers of trees were uprooted, but Pencroff comforted himself with the reflection that there would be fewer to cut down. "The wind will be woodcutter, let it alone," said he. How fervently now the inhabitants of Granite House must have thanked Heaven for having given to them this solid and impenetrable shelter! Smith had his share of their gratitude, but after all it was nature which had hollowed out this enormous cave, and he had only discovered it. Here all were in safety. The violence of the tempest could not reach them. If they had built a house of brick and wood on Prospect Plateau, it could not have resisted the fury of this hurricane. And for the Chimneys, they heard the billows strike them with such violence that they knew they must be uninhabitable, for the sea, having entirely covered their islet, beat upon them with all its force. But here, at Granite House, between these solid walls which neither wind nor water could effect, they had nothing to fear. During this confinement the colonists were not idle. There was plenty of wood in the storehouse cut into planks, and little by little they completed their stock of furniture. As far as tables and chairs went, they were certainly solid enough, for the material was not spared. This furniture was a little too heavy to fulfill its essential purpose of being easily moved, but it was the pride of Neb and Pencroff, who would not have exchanged it for the handsomest buhl. Then the carpenters turned basket makers, and succeeded remarkably well at this new occupation. They had discovered at the northern part of the lake a thick growth of purple osiers. Before the rainy season, Pencroff and Herbert had gathered a good many of these useful shrubs, and their branches, being now well seasoned, could be used to advantage. Their first specimens were rough, but, thanks to the skill and intelligence of the workmen, consulting together, recalling the models they had seen, and rivaling each other in their efforts, hampers and baskets of different sizes have soon added to the stock of the colony. The storehouse was filled with them, and Neb set away in special baskets his stock of pistachio nuts and roots of the dragon tree. During the last week in August the weather changed again, the temperature fell a little, and the storm was over. The colonists at once started out. There must have been at least 2 feet of snow on the shore, but it was frozen over the top, which made it easy to walk over. Smith and his companions climbed up Prospect Plateau. What a change they beheld! The woods which they had left in bloom, especially the part nearest to them, where the conifers were plenty, were now one uniform color. Everything was white, from the top of Mount Franklin to the coast, forests, prairie, lake, river, beach. The water of the Mercy ran under a vault of ice, which cracked and broke with a loud noise at every change of tide. Thousands of birds, ducks and woodpeckers, flew over the surface of the lake. The rocks between which the cascade plunged to the borders of the plateau were blocked up with ice. One would have said that the water leaped out of a huge gargoyle, cut by some fantastic artist of the Renaissance. To calculate the damage done to the forest by this hurricane would be impossible until the snow had entirely disappeared. Spilett, Pencroff, and Herbert took this opportunity to look after their traps, and had hard work finding them under their bed of snow. There was danger of their falling in themselves, a humiliating thing to be caught in one's own trap. They were spared this annoyance, however, and found the traps had been untouched. Not an animal had been caught, although there were a great many footprints in the neighborhood, among others very clearly impressed marks of claws. Herbert at once classified these carnivora among the cat tribe, a circumstance which justified the engineer's belief in the existence of dangerous beasts on Lincoln Island. Doubtless these beasts dwelt in the dense forests of the far west, but driven by hunger they had ventured as far as Prospect Plateau. Perhaps they scented the inhabitants of Granite House. "What exactly are these carnivora?" asked Pencroff. "They are tigers," replied Herbert. "I thought those animals were only found in warm countries." "In the New World," replied the lad, "they are to be found from Mexico to the pampas of Buenos Ayres. Now, as Lincoln Island is in almost the same latitude as La Plata, it is not surprising that tigers are found here." "All right, we will be on our guard," replied Pencroff. In the meantime, the temperature rising, the snow began to melt. It came on to rain, and gradually the white mantle disappeared. Notwithstanding the bad weather, the colonists renewed their stock of provisions, both animal and vegetable. This necessitated excursions into the forest, and thus they discovered how many trees had been beaten down by the hurricane. The sailor and Neb pushed forward with their wagon as far as the coal deposit, in order to carry back some fuel. They saw on their way that the chimney of the pottery oven had been much damaged by the storm, at least 6 feet had been blown down. They also renewed their stock of wood as well as that of coal, and the Mercy having become free once more, they employed the current to draw several loads to Granite House. It might be that the cold season was not yet over. A visit had been made to the Chimneys also, and the colonists could not be sufficiently grateful that this had not been their home during the tempest. The sea had left undoubted signs of its ravages. Lashed by the fury of the wind from the offing, and rushing over Safety Island, it spent its full force upon these passages, leaving them half full of sand and the rocks thickly covered with seaweed. While Neb, Herbert, and Pencroff spent their time in hunting and renewing their supply of fuel, Smith and Spilett set to work to clear out the Chimneys. They found the forge and furnaces almost unhurt, so carefully protected had they been by the banks of sand which the colonists had built around them. It was a fortunate thing that they laid in a fresh supply of fuel, for the colonists had not yet seen the end of the intense cold. It is well known that in the northern hemisphere the month of February is noted for its low temperature. The same rule held good in the southern hemisphere, and the end of August, which is the February of North America, did not escape from this climatic law. About the 25th, after another snow and rain storm, the wind veered to the southeast, and suddenly the cold became intense. In the engineer's opinion, a Fahrenheit thermometer would have indicated about 8 degrees below zero, and the cold was rendered more severe by a cutting wind which lasted for several days. The colonists were completely housed again, and as they were obliged to block up all their windows, only leaving one narrow opening for ventilation, the consumption of candles was considerable. In order to economize them, the colonists often contented themselves with only the light from the fire, for fuel was plenty. Once or twice some of them ventured to the beach, among the blocks of ice which were heaped up there by every fresh tide. But they soon climbed up to the Granite House again. This ascent was very painful, as their hands were frostbitten by holding on to the frozen sides of the ladder. There were still many leisure hours to be filled up during this long confinement, so Smith undertook another indoor occupation. The only sugar which they had had up to this time was a liquid substance which they had procured by making deep cuts in the bark of the maple tree. They collected this liquid in jars and used it in this condition for cooking purposes. It improved with age, becoming white and more like a syrup in consistency. But they could do better than this, and one day Cyrus Smith announced to his companions that he was going to turn them into refiners. "Refiners! I believe that's a warm trade," said Pencroff. "Very warm," replied the engineer. "Then it will suit this season," answered the sailor. Refining did not necessitate a stock of complicated tools or skilled workmen, it was a very simple operation. To crystallize this liquid they first clarified it, by putting it on the fire in earthenware jars and submitting it to evaporation. Soon a scum rose to the surface, which, when it began to thicken, Neb removed carefully with a wooden ladle. This hastened the evaporation, and at the same time prevented it from scorching. After several hours boiling over a good fire, which did as much good to the cooks as it did to the boiling liquid, it turned into a thick syrup. This syrup was poured into clay molds which they had made beforehand, in various shapes in the same kitchen furnace. The next day the syrup hardened, forming cakes and loaves. It was sugar of a reddish color, but almost transparent, and of a most delicious taste. The cold continued until the middle of September, and the inmates of Granite House began to find their captivity rather tedious. Almost every day they took a run outdoors, but they always soon returned. They were constantly at work over their household duties, and talked while they worked. Smith instructed his companions in everything, and especially explained to them the practical applications of science. The colonists had no library at their disposal, but the engineer was a book, always ready at the wished-for page, a book which answered their every question, and one which they often read. Thus the time passed, and these brave men had no fear for the future. However, they were all anxious for the end of their captivity, and longed to see, if not fine weather, at least a cessation of the intense cold. If they had only had warmer clothing, they would have attempted excursions to the Downs and to the Tadorns' Fens, for game would have been easy to approach, and the hunt would assuredly have been fruitful. But Smith insisted that no one should compromise his health, as he had need of every hand, and his advice was taken. The most impatient of the prisoners, after Pencroff, was Top. The poor dog found himself in close quarters in Granite House, and ran from room to room, showing plainly the uneasiness he felt at this confinement. Smith often noticed that whenever he approached the dark well communicating with the sea, which had its opening in the rear of the storehouse, Top whined in a most curious manner, and ran around and around the opening, which had been covered over with planks of wood. Sometimes he even tried to slip his paws under the planks, as if trying to raise them up, and yelped in a way which indicated at the same time anger and uneasiness. The engineer several times noticed this strange behavior, and wondered what there could be in the abyss to have such a peculiar effect upon this intelligent dog. This well, of course, communicated with the sea. Did it then branch off into narrow passages through the rockwork of the island? Was it in communication with other caves? Did any sea monsters come into it from time to time from the bottom of the pits? The engineer did not know what to think, and strange thoughts passed through his mind. Accustomed to investigate scientific truths, he could not pardon himself for being drawn into the region of the mysterious and supernatural, but how explain why Top, the most sensible of dogs, who never lost his time in barking at the moon, should insist upon exploring this abyss with nose and ear, if there were nothing there to arouse his suspicion? Top's conduct perplexed Smith more than he cared to own to himself. However, the engineer did not mention this to anyone but Spilett, thinking it useless to worry his companions over what might be, after all, only a freak of the dog. At last the cold spell was over. They had rain, snow squalls, hailstorms, and gales of wind, but none of these lasted long. The ice thawed and the snow melted. The beach, plateau, banks of the Mercy, and the forest were again accessible. The return of spring rejoiced the inmates of Granite House, and they soon passed all their time in the open air, only returning to eat and sleep. They hunted a good deal during the latter parts of September, which led Pencroff to make fresh demands for those firearms which he declared Smith had promised them. Smith always put him off, knowing that without a special stock of tools it would be almost impossible to make a gun which would be of any use to them. Besides, he noticed that Herbert and Spilett had become very clever archers, that all sorts of excellent game, both feathered and furred, agoutis, kangaroos, cabais, pigeons, bustards, wild ducks, and snipe, fell under their arrows; consequently the firearms could wait. But the stubborn sailor did not see it in this light, and constantly reminded the engineer that he had not provided them with guns; and Gideon Spilett supported Pencroff. "If," said he, "the island contains, as we suppose, wild beasts, we must consider how to encounter and exterminate them. The time may come when this will be our first duty." But just now it was not the question of firearms which occupied Smith's mind, but that of clothes. Those which the colonists were wearing had lasted through the winter, but could not hold out till another. What they must have at any price was skins of the carnivora, or wool of the ruminants; and as mouflons (mountain goats) were plenty, they must consider how to collect a flock of them which they could keep for the benefit of the colony. They would also lay out a farmyard in a favorable part of the island, where they could have an enclosure for domestic animals and a poultry yard. These important projects must be carried out during the good weather. Consequently, in view of these future arrangements, it was important to undertake a reconnaissance into the unexplored part of Lincoln Island, to wit, the high forests which extended along the right bank of the Mercy, from its mouth to the end of the Serpentine Peninsula. But they must be sure of their weather, and a month must yet elapse before it would be worth while to undertake this exploration. While they were waiting impatiently, an incident occurred which redoubled their anxiety to examine the whole island. It was now the 24th of October. On this day Pencroff went to look after his traps, which he always kept duly baited. In one of them he found 3 animals, of a sort welcome to the kitchen. It was a female peccary, with her 2 little ones. Pencroff returned to Granite House, delighted with his prize, and, as usual, made a great talk about it. "Now we will have a good meal, Mr. Smith," cried he, "and you too, Mr. Spilett, must have some." "I shall be delighted," said the reporter. "But what is it you want me to eat?" "Sucking pig," said Pencroff. "Oh, a sucking pig! To hear you talk, one would think you had brought back a stuffed partridge." "Oh," said Pencroff, "so you turn up your nose at my sucking pig?" "No," answered Spilett coolly, "provided one does not get too much of them." "Very well, Mr. Reporter," returned the sailor, who did not like to hear his game disparaged. "You are getting fastidious. 7 months ago, when we were cast upon this island, you would have been only too glad to have come across such game." "Well, well," said the reporter, "men are never satisfied." "And now," continued Pencroff, "I hope Neb will distinguish himself. Let us see. These little peccaries are only 3 months old. They will be as tender as quail. Come, Neb, I will superintend the cooking of them myself." The sailor, followed by Neb, hastened to the kitchen, and was soon absorbed over the oven. The two prepared a magnificent repast. The 2 little peccaries, kangaroo soup, smoked ham, pistachio nuts, dragon tree wine, Oswego tea. In a word, everything of the best. But the favorite dish of all was the savory peccaries made into a stew. At 5 o'clock dinner was served in the dining room of Granite House. The kangaroo soup smoked upon the table. It was pronounced excellent. After the soup came the peccaries, which Pencroff begged to be allowed to carve, and of which he gave huge pieces to everyone. These sucking pigs were indeed delicious, and Pencroff plied his knife and fork with intense earnestness, when suddenly a cry and an oath escaped him. "What's the matter?" said Smith. "The matter is that I have just lost a tooth," replied the sailor. "Are there pebbles in your peccaries, then?" said Spilett. "It seems so," said the sailor, taking out of his mouth the object which had cost him a grinder. It was not a pebble, it was a leaden pellet. End of Volume 1.